Okay, Apollonian drum. It's 5:30 p.m. broadly where I am. I'm recording this. This was my initial intention. Namely, I wanted to introduce the German intelligence, the German Central Intelligence Agency, the German CIA, and I will make just a brief a brief comment. Briefly, in 2019, when I started making videos, I had some ideas in the ordinary sense that I thought would be good to try to explain or to achieve what I was trying to do, and then I gave up on these ideas for various reasons, and I started to doubt my own ideas because they are not on the level of the ideas of the writings of Hegel, because they are kind of different, or they are because I identify them as being my ideas. But then I developed over the past few months in 2022, and I started to realize that my ideas, which I kind of identify the ideas of my empirical self, they are not that bad, simply because when I am confronted with ordinary people and that I try in a certain way to share some of my ideas, I have to use my own language, my own metaphors, my own images, my own explanations, and not the purely abstract language of Hegel. One example is that the relationship between thought, language, and what I call nature, namely the world of time, space, matter, energy, etc. If I have to express to an ordinary person who has never heard about Hegel or philosophy even what I'm trying to do, I say language which expresses the categories. It's important. The categories are to communication, what the road signs are to the traffic circulation, etc., or the laws are to a functioning society. Namely, there has to be, or the alphabet or the language to people precisely, there has to be a common code in order for interaction to be as peaceful and as adequate as possible. Namely, the categories. People are not spontaneously interested in the categories, but it's very important because human beings need to share a common code. And the idea, in ordinary sense, that I had 3 years ago was that the world had lost its metaphysics. And I realized many years later, after much development, that actually some of my ideas expressed in ordinary language, they are quite good, because the writings of Hegel, sometimes they are of no help. So if I do not defend my own ideas in order to promote Hegel's best ideas, I will not succeed. So one of my ideas, a little bit crazy, that I had in 2019, here's the connection with the CIA, was to use German metaphysics, namely Fichte, Schelling, partly Kant, but mostly Hegel, namely the German philosophers, to bring forth, to create in a way the real CIA, which is German. Here I'm in a mood to laugh, but the German Central Intelligence Agency, which is the mind of God reconstructing itself. And here's my first draft. I mean, I already have shared this document, but here it's really rigorous, systematized, and as the presentation, what you see is the broad view, the broad picture, basically, of yeah. I will briefly comment. We see up here it's logic in green. What is in green? I will see the full picture. What is in green is nature. I will tell what nature is. What is in yellow, in purple, pink is subjective Geist, namely the realm of anthropology, phenomenology, and psychology. In blue, this is the realm of objective spirit, and I know that you are the king of objective spirit. This is one of my other ideas that I express in ordinary language, which means basically you are the most knowledgeable, most competent, most intelligent human other than myself in the realm of what is called objective Geist in the entire world. You cannot work alone, you need associates and subordinates eventually, but yeah. And in yellow here it's absolute Geist, namely art, religion, and philosophy. I will explain more in detail, but here what I intend to do is to spend the next maybe 2, 3, maybe more hours just to try to comment, not systematically and very rigorously, because it's not very rigorous. It's just a formal presentation. It's a work in progress, in a sense that I will develop. But basically, it's not finished. It's just the formal structure. But this is my view of the German CIA, namely the Central Intelligence Agency, the intellect which will control and collect all the data, and not the data, but all the knowledge of the world, which is simply the mind of God reconstructing itself. And now I have been in a process over the past few months and weeks and nowadays to understand that I become smarter every day. That's why I say contradictory things. I might say there may be a part of dishonesty, but also there's a part of I say something, I expect a result, maybe the result is not what I expected, so I reconsider my thoughts, I rethink, so I have to constantly adjust, rethink, restructure, etc. That's how I understand myself. And here, I will just take a few minutes. I am waging a spiritual war against myself, because on a certain level there is no one else to wage war against. And what is the purpose of my war? To bring peace. It's a spiritual war, and I want to bring peace. That's why all the people who start wars, they say we fight for peace, but actually I really do. And my vision of peace is that I need to be at peace with myself on a moral level. Namely, I have to abolish evil, and I know myself to be evil, so in a way I am trying to abolish myself. I cannot explain why it's very Hegelian, but it's really complicated. But basically, I will try to speak honestly. When I see others suffer, I experience this as some sort of a failure. So in a way, the suffering of others make me suffer, because when I see others suffer, I think, okay, it's a failure. But then there are various levels, and the reason why I restarted this channel in February was because I understood that there was a conflict in Ukraine and Russia, and that I had to reach you to try to stop the conflict. That was the underlying view. But then I developed intellectually, and I started to expand intellectually, and to reconsider my identity, my relationship to the world, to others, etc. But basically it's still one of my ideas, namely it has to stop eventually. And I'm becoming more and more confident on an intellectual level because I'm becoming smarter every day. And I know that you, Apollonian germ, what you experience as an individual self, you are the most intelligent person in the world. You are more intelligent than anyone else, except maybe myself when I am in a good... then there is Stella, but Stella is feminine intelligence. But you are the most intelligent masculine person, namely rational, conceptual, analytical intelligence, which is kind of translated into the realm of politics, economics, etc., etc. Women, they are more, we will see that in the realm of subjective Geist, and partly nature, and partly art and religion. Males, they are also in these topics, but mostly philosophy. And when they consider nature, it's not in a, I would say it's not in an ontological way. Here we're not going to do too much more. Basically, men, when they study nature, they're interested in physics, chemistry, etc. Women, they are interested in the unity with nature. I simplify, it's almost a caricature, but yeah, I will develop more. But basically, I will stop laughing, in the sense that I know I follow the news. Here, the introduction will be a little bit long, but I will talk about what I am doing. I know that in order to make my videos successful, I have to make them really popular, namely really go back to the basic level, how to get ordinary people with IQs below 90 and even lower, with no education, no knowledge of German metaphysics, even no knowledge of economics. People, I will be honest, who are forced to work very hard to get a living, who have not the time or the interest, or because the failures of the educational system, we'll talk about this later, they are stupid. It's not their fault, but they are stupid. At a certain level, it's my fault, so I only have myself to blame. But now I am maybe trying to correct some of my mistakes in the most adequate way, in the least negative way possible. That's what I'm trying to do. And I repeat, every failure of others is a failure of me. So I am negative, but I try to limit the failure because I don't want to fail completely. Yeah, and I won't, because I'm trying to gain a little bit of confidence. I'm not completely a failure. I can tell you that. There are really good things about me. Yeah. I will not get overconfident, but I will try to, yeah, to be balanced. Which is one of my problems, to find a proper balance. Yeah. So here, what I consciously will do is to spend many hours to try to systematically comment the formal structure of the totality of being. I will zoom in a little bit because, for instance, this is what objektiver Geist look like. For instance, here you have finance, economics, government, constitution, etc., etc. We can see in the realm of geography, etc., etc. I will just show what I talk about. Here is the view of nature in the most abstract sense. You have space, the dimensions, geometry, etc. But I will not comment systematically. It's just to and if we go a little bit higher, we have logic, the logic of quantity, the logic of being, etc., etc. I will now zoom back to see the broad picture, but basically what I will do in the next few hours, I will rigorously comment the formal structure of being, which is God, in a way. This is I just copied the works of Hegel, of the encyclopedia, with the categories, but I have upgraded them, and I have ordered and tried to make this aesthetically satisfying in order to simplify, to structure, to visualize. But then again, then it's not really work, it's just formal. But then the real work, in a sense, will be my commentary. Namely, here I improvise. I have no notes, I improvise, but I will comment, trying to find a proper balance between rigor, intellectual standards, and accessibility. But this is a video, I never thought I would say that, for the elites, the intellectual elites, knowing that on many topics I'm completely dumb, but it's nonetheless very high thinking, what I will say, at least some of the things that I will say. So because this is maybe my last video specifically dedicated for strictly the intellectual elite, in the sense that my purely intellectual video, I don't know, maybe I will make others, but from now on I will focus thereafter, maybe tomorrow or when, as long as I can publish video, maybe I will focus on trying to simplify and make popular, accessible to the greatest quantity possible. But here I focus strictly on the intellectual aspect. Those who can follow, they will. Those who can't, I will make things easier in one way or another. But here I really talk to you, knowing that I know that you are not the most intelligent in terms of expertise in physics or biology, and neither am I, nor am I. I'm not an expert in any topic, but simply there is the purely quantitative college level of intelligence, and then there's the more conceptual, the more German, the more philosophical. And in terms of philosophical intelligence, you are the best male. Yeah. So let us talk. Okay, I take notes just to then to organize. Maybe I will insert. I will insert. I don't know yet, but Yeah, here I'm talking ordinarily. About the CIA. I understood, thanks to you, you and some of your viewers, that actually the reason why I completely failed to communicate, and also some of my viewers, that's why, here's the positive aspect of the negative, namely when I receive criticism, it strengthens me intellectually. There are some criticism. I deserve maybe all the criticism, but some that I won't enjoy, but there are criticism which are welcome in a sense that it strengthens me. I will not sing, I will put the link to songs, because I know them so well, I have listened to them so many times. Stronger by Kanye West. Harder, better, faster, stronger. My system keeps getting better because I work harder, I become stronger intellectually, I think faster, sometimes too fast, but my system keeps strengthening. Another link, here it will be culturally Hegelian. It doesn't contradict what I said previously about really high culture like Mozart, Beethoven, etc., but pop culture is great as well. It's not Beethoven and Wagner and Mozart, but it's great as well, depending on the reference. Here, Metal Gear Solid, Why Are We Still Here? Just to Suffer. I will put the link. I don't really understand because I've not played these games, MGS5, but I'm the one who got caught up with Cypher. It keeps getting bigger, swallowing everything in its path. My system, as long as I can improve, it will encompass more and more data, more and more knowledge. It will be more and more structured, more and more sophisticated in the good sense. And what I have been doing, reusing my own documents with the improvement brought about by the CIA. Namely, I've just picked up this book, World Fact Book of the CIA, which is the exoteric knowledge of the CIA. The esoteric knowledge, it comes from Dr. Deep State. Really the little secrets, the scheming and some of the dirty secrets, which at some level they are my own, but the dirty secrets of the CIA, it's Dr. Deep State, and the esoteric aspect, this is simply the World Fact Book, but it's a joke, but actually it's very serious. This is simply Aufhebung, namely negation while preserve. Namely, I just copied the categories, it's important, the categories of the CIA, namely how the typical Anglo-Saxons view the world. You will see the categories. Geography, people and society, government, economy, energy, communication, transportation, military, transnational issues, etc., etc. Basically, it's just American common sense. I made a few modifications. Now that I will switch, I make a pause and then I just open a new page, but I continue directly. Okay, I just copied the formal structure of the view that the CIA in their exoteric documents have of a country, and I will not go in full detail, but simply that's how it's classified. And here the data are those of the American, of Northern America, of the US. But I said this to myself, I will develop my own system by incorporating new data. I will work on this as long as I don't have to. So I said to myself, I will spend maybe 2 hours each day trying to improve my system, and eventually it will encompass every country, and I will actualize the data as long as I can. As long as someone realizes, hey, this guy, he's been producing some great intellectual content, maybe we will steal his ID. If you do, maybe that's what I'm trying to do, to produce IDs that people will want to steal, maybe to use them against me, because I have to be defeated at some level, and if I can be defeated by my own IDs, it will appease my suffering and it will provide some peace, maybe. So I am trying to provide a totalitarian knowledge of the world. But I do not copy the CIA simply, I just incorporate their view in my system. That's Aufhebung, namely negation and preservation. So here is just the formal presentation. That's how they classify geography. I will not read I just showed these are the data that I copied, but actually the purpose is to do this for every country. To actualize the data, these data are from mostly the 2017, sometime in 2018, I don't know. There are some data which do not need to be changed, but yeah, that's how they view what a country is. Namely, they take into account nature, determination of nature, determination of subjektiver Geist, namely people and society. I will not go in full detail because this is not here's just a copy. The ethnic group, the percentages, etc., the language, etc., etc., the religions. It does not belong really here. That's why I made a few changes. The age structure, the population pyramid, etc., etc. Then the government with their categories, national holiday, suffrage, executive branch, etc., etc. The economy. I understood that basically the reason why people are not interested is because abstract German metaphysics, no one cares. But when they understand that concrete aspects of life are contained within the abstraction of metaphysics, people will get interested. So no, but I have to do this myself. So I will talk about economy, the GDP, the labor force, etc. I incorporate all this in my system and I will actualize and update as long as I can. Communication, energy, transportation, military, transnational issues, etc., etc. This is how the CIA views a country. Yeah, I will make a pause and I will show my own little modifications. Okay, so here I just modified the order according to the logical structure of the encyclopedia, which is partly similar, but there are some categories that I have had to remove and to displace. But basically, I will not make a systematic commentary because first I want to comment the formal structure of the encyclopedia, which is the process of God, basically. And then I will incorporate, that's why the video will be long, I will incorporate the data, but simply, here I just talk a few minutes. In order to understand a country, one has to understand. I talk while I put down I go from top to down. One has to understand the determinations of nature. This is just how the CIA envisioned this. I have not added anything. I've just changed the structure when it had to be to respect the logical structure of reality, namely nature, subjektiver, objektiver, and absoluter Geist. So these are the kind of determinations and knowledge which has to be gathered in order to understand a country and in order to conquer a country eventually, which is my purpose. If people watch this video or when they do, they'll say, but he is scheming. And I would say, yeah, I am scheming, but at least I am honest. I'm saying that I am openly conspiring and scheming. And people will say, at least he's honest. On this time, he's honest. At least I'm honest. Yeah. So in order to understand a country, obviously, one has to understand the ethnic composition of the country because the variations within the ethnic composition has an impact upon the language, the economy, the education expenditure, the government and politics, etc. Everything is interconnected. It's really simple, but in order to understand anything at all, one has to have the view of the totality. A change of population, which is brought about by immigration or a rise in demographics, which can be the result of a policy or whatever reason, lower taxes or a higher confidence in the future or a change of the zeitgeist or whatever, it brings a growth of the population, which implies higher expenses, but also higher revenue through taxes, investment in education. I will not make a systematic commentary, I just show with very simple determination that in order to understand anything at all, one has to take into account all the aspects. The change in population brings about a change in language, which has an impact upon legislation, the book industry, the movie, the culture, the way people think, the art, etc., etc. Everything is interconnected. So I will not comment the sex ratio. It has an impact upon the seduction process, upon the birth rate, upon the workforce. Where are the women between 18 and 32 or 35 years old? Are they in university, in college? Are they working? Are they at home, etc., etc.? It will impact the fertility rate. HIV, it impacts the investment in medicine, etc., etc. School life expectancy. It has an impact upon the workforce, upon the degrees, which has an impact upon sociology, the ability to produce technology, to adopt new technology, etc., etc., etc. I will not go in full detail. I will comment later systematically. The need to have energy resources, it has an impact upon politics and geopolitics, the conflicts within the different nations, electricity, oil, gas, etc., etc. It's just, here it's not very rigorous. I just explain what I am trying to talk about, and I have just understood a few days ago that the reason why people are not interested in what I thought were my best videos intellectually is simply because it's too abstract, although I try to simplify. But now if I incorporate all the statistics of sociology, economics, education, eventually people will be interested, because here it's just the US, but if I have time, and if I don't, others will do this, because that's how to understand. But I will work on this as long as I can. I will do this for the US, for Canada, England, Scotland, every Western country, France, Germany, every non-Western country, Russia, China, India, Australia, Australia, the native aborigines of Australia, but then the South Asian countries, African countries. I will keep gathering data, not just to collect randomly, but to structure, to organize, to systematize, and eventually at some moment people will notice my video and they will say, whoa, maybe that's a good idea, just to understand ourselves. And even, I anticipate, if at some moment my videos become problematic, and eventually, as long as I make videos, they will get more and more problematic for some people. They will not say, but hey, his idea, if we really want whatever they want to dominate or to gain power or to manipulate, whatever, they will use my method because it's the best. I anticipate eventually the reaction of the current CIA. It seems like a joke because I'm just an ordinary guy in front of my computer with no weapons except a plastic gun and a knife. I really don't have any other weapon than my intelligence and my will. But when they understand that in order to understand anything at all, politics, whatever, they just have to systematize, organize knowledge, and only German rigor, German intellect, German systematicity, and German seriousness can provide this. But yeah, so I will aufheben the CIA and the Anglo-Saxon man, and then if people are not convinced, I will incorporate data about psychology, about anthropology, about art. If I have to, I thought about this to take into account all the branches of all the sciences ever invented, all the artists of every music industry imaginable, rap, R&B, rock, all the artists, all the sports team, all the statistics about all the sports ever envisioned, imaginable, all the movies. I will have to, and I will not have to, I will do this if I have to. Yeah, I won't have to because it would be way too long and people will do this themselves or they won't, but I will not do it. But if I have to, I will. Namely, if I have to talk about makeup, if I have to start a makeup channel so that you, a Polonian Germ, start watching my videos, I will make a makeup channel. If I have to talk about video games, I will start a video game channel. Actually, I won't, but I will systematize and organize my knowledge until people take me seriously on an intellectual level. And then they will watch my videos and they will say, oh yeah, basically my entire purpose was and still that you, not either, but you and Stella watch my video. That was the plan that I started my day with. I want you to watch my videos, not all of them, but at least the most important, and the good, positive mood that I can share, and it's actually the truth, that you will find yourself in a position where you can at some moment watch my videos in tranquility, because you have to, Apollonian germ. So for now things are okay on this level, because you have to watch my videos, some of them at least, yeah. Yeah, because here I will make a brief comment. I will just switch the view and then I will briefly comment. Yeah, back to the view of the totality. I follow the news briefly every day because I work on my conceptual, but they are interconnected. But basically, I know that Vladimir Putin has been meeting Mr. Xi Jinping, etc. But here I am serious. Although as of now, when the video will publish, it will sound like a joke. And if it can help, if humor can help spread philosophical truth, humor will be used. But basically, you, Apollonian germ, and me, when I think rigorously, we are the most intelligent. Because this level of complexity, while still remaining relatively intelligible, there is not a single secret service on this planet who can do this. They can collect empirical data, but they cannot see the logical, philosophical, religious underlying structure. I know they can't because it's way too complex for them. I've understood this over the past few weeks. So basically, I will comment first in a broad overview, and then I will comment more systematically. But first I give the broad overview. What am I talking about? It's been 32 minutes. Yeah. I show the whole picture. This is the formal presentation of God, which is being. But being is not just being. Being is a process. And the process of being, becoming conscious of itself, first determining itself, giving itself a content, and then eventually becoming conscious of itself through consciousness and man, and eventually spirit. This is God. I will develop later. But basically, there are three moments, three fundamental determinations of being, namely of God. There is logic. This is what we see here. I will not comment systematically, but I will show the broad view. We cannot see, but it's not important as of now, it's just to see. Logic. I just want the main, I will not comment the small detail, but the main branches. Logic is the mind of God. It's the pure thought, the pure intellect. How does intellect emerge out of being or out of nothing? This is the logical process which shows this. So God is the logos. Here I will use religious example. The Christians say the logos, Jesus or Christ or God or whatever, it's the logos. Logos is the same root as logic. Why don't Christians study logic? I do. I identify partly or completely as a Christian, but not as an ordinary Christian, as an extraordinary Christian. For better and for worse, but here in a mood to use my jokes. In order, I will insert the references. I know these jokes by heart because I thought about this so many times. Pirates of the Caribbean, you are without a doubt the worst Christian I've ever heard of. But you have heard of me. look, I just want my videos at this moment to be successful. If I have to use comedy, I will. It will not always be funny, but if I can bring a little bit of joy to people, yeah, be joyful. If you can, if you want, whatever. So, yeah, the logos logic. It is divided in 3 parts. I've made videos about this, but here I simplify while imagining that it may be the first video that you will watch thoroughly. I don't know. It is divided in, okay, the formal aspect, the technical aspect, it's not really good. There are the worst errors to make, but on a strictly formal standpoint, it's not very good. But I have invested everything on the intellect, and here is the division: Sein, Wesen, and Begriff. So logic, which is the first part of the totality of being, is divided in the logic of being, the logic of essence, and the logic of the concept. And here I will not talk about the categories because I have made countless videos. Maybe my best video is about speculative logic. There's also the introduction to logic. But I will not comment the categories, simply the moments. Being, what is being? Being is quality, quantity, measure. And here, briefly, some of the determinations which are used by humans to think about the world. Here I talk to you, Apollonian John. I don't have to explain what a category is, but I imagine that you will not be the only one to watch this. There will be many people, so I explain for those who don't, as simply as I can. The categories are the formal structuring, ordering process of reality. This is how the mind structures reality, but this is also how reality is structured. I've made videos, but basically every object has a quality, a quantity, and a measure. These are the categories that are used by the mind to make sense of reality, but these are also the determinations of reality. If I had to use a metaphor, I will use a metaphor. The categories, which are the pure determination of thought, like quality, quantity, measure, identity, difference, equality, inequality, existence, ground, cause, consequence in a way, substance, accidents, concepts, singular, particular, etc. These are the building blocks of the mind, but also of reality. The categories are to the mind what the atoms are to the physical world, namely with broadly 100 elements, physical elements. The whole world, the whole physical world with its variety and diversity through the interconnectedness of the molecules, the atoms and the molecules, and eventually the cells and the organism, etc. The entire diversity of the physical world is the product of the interplay and the reciprocal, the change of structure of the connections between the various atoms, which are limited in the natural world as broadly 100 elements. The alphabet, all the text written by mankind, they are the product, at least in the Western world, of 26 letters, the Latin alphabet, A, B, C, etc. until Z, 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 with 26 letters. By recomposing and restructuring, one can write potentially an infinite variety of books about many topics, etc. These are the building blocks of language, and the categories are the categories are to the mind and to reality what the atoms are to the physical world, or what the numbers in a computer program are to the program. Video games are a series of numbers. They are coded. So the categories are the code of reality. And in order to make reality intelligible, one has to understand the categories. And here I try to be as rigorous while being accessible. And if this video fails, I will make shorter videos in which I will recommend to watch this. Well, I try to mix rigor and accessibility. The categories, like positive and negative, for instance. They are found in nature. Here I will take an example. Matter. There is resistance here. It's written in English. Here it's German. There is resistance, and matter cannot be is impenetrable because it has the moment of repulsion on the level of electrons, namely the external sphere, in a way, the external cloud of atoms is composed of electrons which are negatively charged electrically, and they exert repulsion, namely that's why we do not fall through the ground, or that's why we hit ourselves against a wall, or that's why we can touch objects, that's why they fall and do not fall through here the table. It's because there is electromagnetic repulsion. And repulsion, attraction, the positive and the negative, they are first logical categories. Movement and the position movement, these are the determination of change, becoming, and quantity and speed. Geschwindigkeit is a relationship which is quantitative proportion, quantitative, not proportion, quantitative Verhältnis between time and movement. Namely, it's the distance, the movement in the sense of distance, the distance that an object runs through in a certain limit of time. So it's a quantitative relationship, and all these time is the intuition of becoming, namely things appear and disappear and re-emerge within time. It is the moment of becoming, etc., etc. Measure, to illustrate the notion of measure, we will go then. Here, centrifugal craft, centripetal craft. These are centrifugal and centripetal. These are the vocabulary of. This is the vocabulary of Newton. The English are supposed to know about Newton. This is simply attraction and repulsion in the language of Newton and gravitation. But here I will talk about another example. I will not do this for every object, but it's simply to illustrate the importance of the categories. Simply the process of being and of God is simply the category of the whole and its parts, the totality through each of its parts. Here, spezifische Schwere, which can be translated literally in specific weight, in a way, or specific gravity, which actually is called density. Namely, density is a category of chemistry. The density of a chemical substance or of a chemical object is the quantitative relationship between the volume and the mass. What mass is contained within a given volume? And 1 kilogram or 1 pound of lead and 1 pound of cotton or paper, they weight the same mass, they have the same mass, 1 kilo versus 1 kilo, but they do not have the same volume. Namely, 1 kilo or 1 pound of cotton is much more at a much higher volume than 1 pound of lead, because the density, which is the number of protons and neutrons in the atoms within a given volume, is much more concentrated in lead. The relationship. I mean, if you had one square meter of lead would weight a lot more than 1 square meter of cotton. And 1 pound of cotton is much more at a higher volume than 1 pound of lead, which is much smaller, because of the quantitative Verhältnis, the quantitative relationship, that which we call spezifische Schwere. Yeah. Then, the difference between sound, the continuity and discretion, the various sound waves, whether for light or sound, these are continuity, discretion, and also quantity in terms of wavelengths, etc. We found this again in nature, in chemistry. The difference between the various states of material object, namely liquid, solid, and gas or vapor. These are differences usually of temperature, but also a difference of structure, namely the molecules are more loosely connected in a gas or in a liquid than in a solid matter, in condensed matter. It's more structured, more ordered, more tightly knit together. So these are structure, form, quantitative elements. These are logical determination. Here I just took the example of nature, but it can be applied. In politics, in objective or Geist. I will take 2 examples. Here I'll switch. Broadly, the ethnic composition of any country. Here is the US. It's I don't know when the numbers are, a few years ago, but basically they are still relatively valid. These are quantitative relationship, and when the measure of the ethnic balance of a country changes, the features, the characteristics, the properties of the country in culture, education, jobs, economics, they change as well. And what Americans mean, that's what they mean. I know how they think. When they say make America great again, what they think is make America as it was in the 1950s. Namely, they sometimes they unconsciously think this, or sometimes they consciously do, but they do not dare say. Make America great again, for a lot of people, consciously or unconsciously, it means make America 85% white again. That's what they think. It's a change of measure. When they say America declined, they think America lost its measure. Yeah, really, or in a more in the realm of anthropology, still the category of measure. Here we have in subjective Geist the differences of anthropology and what people think. What people think when they talk about the differences of anthropology and of race, namely who is a mixed race or white or Hispanic or whatever. They think unconsciously about categories of measure, namely if you are, that's how they think unconsciously, basically if you are 75% white, you are white, but if it's below, you are not really white, you are mixed race. If it's 80%, you are white, but then some say it's not completely white, so it's just measure, namely quantity can be indifferently changed, whether you are 91% European or 94% or 93% black or 97% black, it's indifferent. So you can quantitatively change the measure to a certain extent, but if you are not 93% black or 93% white, but 65% black or white, there's already a qualitative difference in terms of anthropology. Namely, someone who is just 60% black or white or native Indian or Asian or whatever, he's not really, that's how people think, really here would mean the proper measure. That's just an illustration. It works on an individual level, on a genetic level, but also on a collective social level. So I go back to the categories very briefly. So quality, quantity, measure, and we find determinacy, limit, one and many, repulsion, attraction, number. This is how the concept of number emerges from the mind of God. Continuous and discrete Größe, which is kind of magnitude. Here are the various modes of calculation. This is how mathematics, in the formal, fundamental way, this is how mathematics emerge from the mind of God. And there are the totality of all mathematical knowledge ever accumulated, which can be incorporated within the conceptual structure. Then there is intensity and extension, infinite quantitative progress, quantitative Verhältnis, which means ratio, exponent, proportion, etc., etc. I will just show the categories. I will not comment because I've made videos. I will just show the categories. When necessary, it's translated in English, eventually French. If it's in bold and black, it's German. So yeah, these are the categories. It's not complete, there are more, but it's really simplified. So these are the categories of quality. Here are YouTubers who make videos about mathematics. If people have the opportunity to watch videos somehow. Learning on the internet can be more interesting than going to school, getting into depth, working meaningless, stupid jobs with countless parasitical bureaucratic rules. Who is responsible for the parasitism of the bureaucracy? At some level I am, but I try to, I said that I would show these books in most of my videos. If not, I will, if I can, I will provide the context and the rigorous commentary of why things are the way they are, but people are free to see the books that I promote. You can check on the internet. I will show the broad picture of how it all fits into the system. The pure determination of reflection, identity, difference, diversity, equality, inequality, comparison. So they logically flow from one another. What is different is in a way diverse, and in order to, when there's diversity, there's comparison, equality and inequality between the different determinations of the difference. It can bring about opposition, which is the Entgegensetzung, positive and negative, and eventually opposition is polarity, which is found in magnetism and positive and negative electricity, the opposite poles of magnetism. In politics as well, the left and the right, the Democrats and the Republicans. In geopolitics, east and west, etc., etc. And one of the two determinations is the ground, the fundamental reason for the existence of the other. One cannot logically exist without the other. That's why they are mediated. One exists through the mediation of the other. It's not the case in the logic of being. And existence brings about a world of phenomena where everything is either founded or the foundation of something else. And something else is not called something else precisely. It's called the existence, or the Erscheinung. That's how matter and the properties of matter emerge. Here I will not make a systematic comment. It's just to show the broad view. Here are the categories of the phenomena or the appearance. The appearance, the apparition, the world of apparition, form and content, laws. This is how the logical determination of law, not of legislative law, but actually the laws of nature, the rigorous, regular ordering and structuring principle of reality, the laws of gravity, the laws of electromagnetism, the laws of electricity, which is a sub-particularization of electromagnetism, the laws of meteorology, the laws of biology, etc., etc. Yeah, form and content, inner and outer. One of the reasons why I am making this video is because when there are inner conflict within an individual, he exteriorizes this. When there is an inner conflict within a country, they exteriorize this. They try to solve the inner contradiction, whether economic, political, etc., through geopolitics. This is one of the reasons why Russia has inner problems, China, America. I have inner problems as well, which are probably being made manifest for a process that I do not understand. I know it's how it works, but I do not know. No, I know that this is what works, but I don't understand how it works. But I am trying to solve contradictions for now by sharing light and by working on myself. But yeah, it's difficult. But so the whole and the parts, etc., etc. I will put probably I will insert the moments when I talk about which topic, because maybe I will I know this, it's been 65 minutes. Note, index, table of contents. If people do not want to watch the whole development, I would say when I talk about logic, when I talk about nature, when I talk about subjektiver, objektiver, absoluter Geist, etc. But simply, here it's not a lecture on logic, it's just to explain how the categories that are used either through the means of terminology or unconsciously, for instance, condition here, the condition of the realization of a purpose, the possibility, the reality, usually, for instance, Wirklichkeit, there is the logical determination of Wirklichkeit, and then there is the terminology which is used by people who unconsciously would like to use the I mean, they do use the determination of Wirklichkeit, but in ordinary language, usually they say reality, it's real, it's true, it's not just an sich, but they do not speak German, but that's how they think. They usually, ordinary people, they do not use the word contingence or Zufälligkeit. They use the word it could be different, or it's indifferent precisely, or I don't really care. Instead of saying it's contingent, they say yeah, action reaction. This is found in Newtonian physics. The communication of movement, it's still valid in mechanics. Action, reaction. When two objects come into contact, they communicate the movement, the speed, the velocity. Here I'm not sure that velocity is a technical term, because I do not speak English as a physicist, but the velocity of an object, the energy, the kinetic energy which is contained. It's not a proper way of talking. I illustrate. Within an object which enters into contact with another is communicated to the other object. There is as much force in the action than in the reaction. It's reciprocal determination, which is precisely Wechselwirkung. Being active and passive. Here is a difference between women and men in traditional sociology, but also metaphysics. Usually it's thought that men are active and women are passive. Where do these categories come from? From sociobiology, would say the Anglo-Saxons. No, actually it comes from German metaphysics. Yeah. 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 So I just showed a little bit. So it was here, I briefly showed the logic of being. Here it's the yellow part. The logic of essence. I briefly comment The branches of philosophy are metaphysics and the categories of sciences. Yeah. Here we have the logic of the concept. I show the broad picture. The formal aspect, the aesthetic aspect is not very pleasing, very pleasant, but it's just here. Like I said, this is maybe one of my last videos where I focus mostly on the intellectual content, although it's not really rigorous because I haven't taken any notes. I comment randomly by trying to share ideas that, in the ordinary sense, Denkbestimmungen, that I've accumulated over the months and the years. But I do not dwell too long on logic because I've made videos. I will put the links, maybe. Yeah. So the logic of the concept is divided into subjective concept, that's object, the object, and the idee, the idea, and here I will show the broad formal structure. The concept is divided in the moments of universality, particularity, singularity, and here here I will make a transition. Here are the data of the United States of America, which is a singular country, but the singular contains within itself the particular and the universal, in a sense that here the particularity of the US is that it's a predominantly Protestant country, predominantly white, historically populated by Anglo-Saxons, a rather free market country. It's a democracy, it's a Northern American country. These are particularities which are shared by other countries, mostly Protestant countries, England, mostly English country, England as well, Northern American, Canada, countries whose I don't know, I will take a random determination. Countries whose school life expectancy is above 15 years old. This is a particularity. There are many other countries, usually developed countries, which share the same particularity. So yeah, but the universal, the singular contains within itself particularity, but also the universal, in the sense that these classification, at least most of them, they are universal, meaning they are valid for all singular countries. In every country, there are geographical determinations. There are not tropical climates in every country, but there are climates in every country. There are ethnic groups, even if the country is purely homogeneous. There are ethnic groups in every country. There are birth rates in every country. Not many in Germany. I've discovered this by. I mean, I knew this, but I discovered that it's one of the lowest in the world by studying the CIA, which is one of the problems. But yeah. There are major urban areas in every country, although the size can be limited. But even in a very small country, if it's a country, there has to be at least a town, a district, or whatever. So yeah, drinking water, the levels are not as high as these in most countries, in most underdeveloped or non-Western or non-Northern or non-wealthy countries, but there are quantitative determination of water in most if not all countries, etc. I will not electricity in every country to various degrees, various quantitative proportions, depending on the wealth, the stability, the development, etc., etc., etc. I will not comment systematically, but basically the idea is simply that the singular contains within itself the particular and the universal. That's why here, these are just the numbers of one country, the United States of America, but I could pick the numbers of all country, and if I have to, I will. Otherwise, others will do this. It's already being done, but it has to be constantly actualized and kept in mind and interconnected with the totality of the process. That's how one can understand a country. And eventually, in order to conquer a country, one has to know the country. It makes things easier. It's not easy, but it's easier. Yeah. So yeah, I continue with the logic of the concept. So here are the various determinations of judgment. I've made a lecture recently. I will not re-comment. These are the various ways that the logical mind thinks. Qualitative judgments means to predicate a determinacy. It can be positive or negative, not in the sense of good or bad, but simply is the singular contained under the universal, or is it outside of the universal? Therefore, it's a particularization, or is I'm kind of tired. I could make countless examples, but I'm trying to find a proper and relevant one. Niger, is it an Eastern African country or a Western African country? Actually, it's in the middle. Is Bolivia in the northern part of South America or in the southern part? Actually, it's in the middle. Is Nebraska is it an eastern state or a western state of the US? It's in the middle. Yeah. So if something is subsumed under a determination, it is excluded from another, namely it's particularized. If a person is middle class, that's a positive. This economic agent belongs to the middle class. That's a positive Urteil, not in the sense of it's good for him or for society, but in positive that he belongs under the category of middle class. And it's negative in the sense that if he's middle class, he's neither working class or underclass nor the economic elite. So by positing, instead of position, it's also positive. Here it's not necessarily connected, but a positive German namely means this economic agent belongs to the middle class. It's also negative in the sense that it does not belong to the underclass or the working class, which is positive for him in a sense of mood, but not in a sense of logic, in a sense that it's negative, in a sense that it excludes other determinations. Yeah. A table is an identical judgment, which is absurd, which is true but absurd. Here are the judgment of reflection: a singular, particular, one is, some are, all are. A judgment of necessity, it consists in extracting the substance, the nature, the concrete universality. Here the example that I can find is that what I talked about earlier in the video that I will implement in this video, namely to say about an American that he's white or Anglo-Saxon or European or German, here I think about Apollonian germ, the substantial nature of Apollonian germ is first European, but then eventually kind of German, and he's only accidentally white. Accident is a moment of substantiality, substance accident, only accidentally American. It doesn't mean that he's not an American, but it's not his substantial nature. Someone like Ron Paul or Thomas Sowell, they are substantially American. In the sense that their real nature is to be American. In the sense that here it's not a random determination, it's really to understand what they are. To say that this is a physical object, it's true, but it's not the substantial nature. It's a book about data collected by the CIA. It's an exoteric tool for managers and maybe revolutionaries, I don't know. That's the substantial nature. If we predicate to this is a physical object, of course it's true, but it completely misses the point. Or it's a book written in English, of course it's true, but it's too vague. In a sense, to judge properly means to extract the substantial nature, to exert judgment in a sense of faculty of thinking properly. And there are, here, since we're talking about America, there are all American citizens, they are abstractly American, but there are abstract Americans who are blacks or whites, or as their substantial nature, they think of themselves as being black nationalist, Hispanic nationalist, Asian nationalist, Jewish nationalist, white nationalist. They may be American citizens from an abstract standpoint, but their substance is not in adequation with the concept of America, namely the purpose of an American, at least at some moment of a real American, is to be a real American. Liberty, property, pursuit of happiness, but these are namely mostly liberty. And that's why there are conflicts, cultural, ideological in America, but in a lot of countries on to define what it means to be a Frenchman, to be an Englishman, to be an American. The proper nature has to be extracted. What is the fundamental determination? Mainly, what makes a person exist as a member of a community? Is it its ethnicity, its religion, its mindset, its citizenship? These are important questions. The proper category has to be applied. And most people agree or disagree that someone who just has the paper of citizen of this or that country is not really a citizen, in the sense that there are standards which have to be applied. Namely, an object has to come into adequation with its concept in order to be wirklich. This is very Hegelian. Yeah. If then, either or, both and, etc., etc. I made a lecture, so I will not repeat, but basically this is why the importance of studying logic. Yeah. And the apodictic judgment is what we ordinarily call judgment, namely, is a politician, is he a good politician? And the purpose of a politician is to be a good politician. The purpose of an economic policy is to be a sound economic policy. The purpose of writing a book is to write a good book. I know abstractly it's very difficult, but at low is the first one is to know what has to be done from an abstract standpoint, namely to to be wirklich, in the good sense, means to be adequate to one's own concept, and it implies it has to be good. If you build a house, it has to be properly built. The purpose of an architect is to be a good architect. But there can only be good architects in comparison with bad architects. But here is an example from the writings of Hegel. A bad house is still a house. It can be recognized. A bad Christian is still a Christian. And here I think about Stella. A bad romance is still a romance. I think about Lady Gaga and Stella. A bad romance is better than no romance at all. But a good romance is even better. Maybe we'll talk about this later. I don't know. Yeah. I will put the link. If I had to sing this song, it would be for you, Stella. I know the song. Yeah, I know the lyrics. I mean, I have many other very good, positive songs, but if I had to try to limit, yeah, the damage through an aesthetic, whatever. Okay, syllogism. Here are the various, basically, that's how I interpret Christianity in the official storyline. EBA, singular, particular, universal. E in the official storyline is Jesus. U, so A or U would be God, the universal, and P would be the human condition, namely God made himself man through Jesus, or because Jesus was God and Jesus was human, God revealed himself as a human. That's the story of Christianity from a logical standpoint. If Jesus is God, and if God is a human, no, if Jesus is a human and if Jesus is God, it means that God is a human. Yeah, he's not just a human, but that's a moment of the process of God, namely to reveal himself as a human. That's how I interpreted this, but actually that's how it works, namely Jesus, man, and God. And the unity of Jesus with God is through his human condition and suffering eventually. Jesus was good. I'm not completely bad, but Jesus was completely good. At least I can acknowledge this. But the official storyline can be questioned, maybe. It has to. Yeah, so this is and here I will talk about the European spirit. It would be the universal. I mean, there can be the universal world spirit, but the European spirit, let us call this as of now, the European spirit becomes conscious of itself, so the universal through, or let us say the universal spirit becomes conscious of itself through the particularity of the European spirit, which is embodied in singular individuals. But actually maybe the universal spirit is Nordic or European precisely because it is in the concept, I will talk about this later or maybe before, but basically to reach towards universality. But basically, let us talk here about the European spirit, which is the universal. It becomes particularized through the Nordic spirit mostly, and the Nordic spirit becomes wirklich through singular individuals. Hyperborean reflections, for instance, but also Apollonian drum at some moment, like I have at some moment. So yeah, the universal can only exist, becomes wirklich through the mediation of singulars, but precisely the relationship between the universal and the singular is made wirklich through the particularization. that's what one cannot reach directly the universal. It has to be mediated through the particularities. That's why a single individual, in order to reach divine consciousness, has to study his particular anthropological determinations, psychological determination. Here I simplify to the utmost. Economic, sociological, political determinations, etc., etc. That's why here I will, I'm not saying that it's good, but by enlightening the life of a country, in a way I can enlighten, if this brings light, all countries, but mostly one singular country, but then the particular countries which belong to the same particularity, but eventually all countries, and the life of some, at least some is a determination of particularity, some of the individuals which live in this country, because if you understand your country or any other country, you understand yourself as member of a country, which are determinations of objective Geist. If you understand the determination of one race, if you belong to this race, you understand yourself, and if you don't, you understand others. So it helps shed light in a way, in a good sense. So yeah, here's how concepts, judgments, and syllogism emerge out of the logical process. Here's how mechanism, which is in the connection from syllogism to mechanism, how it emerges out of the logical process, and this is how the logical determination of mechanics comes from the mind of God. That's why nature can be interpreted mechanically. Here I will make a little bit of a... we find mechanics, which is the first part logically of nature, with the determination of space, the dimension, surface, line, etc., position, movement, matter, mass, speed, force, communication of movement, the bodies, here it's contact, pressure, the fall, inertia, the middle point, the center of gravity, speed, weight, accelerated uniformly, in a uniform fashion acceleration, the center, repulsion, gravitation. These are the categories of Newton, the laws of the movement of the celestial bodies, the force of gravity in a way, the force of inertia, etc., etc. These determinations, these are the determination of mechanics. This is a formal way, an abstract way of interpreting nature. This is how the scientific interpretation of nature, chronologically, since Copernicus, Galileo, Kepler, Newton, etc., but mostly Galileo and Newton in the 17th century, have interpreted nature. This is what has brought forth the scientific revolution, namely the mechanistic, mathematical, quantitative understanding of nature. Quantity and its determinations and mechanics are found within logic, and nature can be and has been historically interpreted mechanistically. It's not enough, but it's a first moment, it's an abstract moment of the interpretation of nature. But precisely the mechanistic view of nature, namely the interconnectedness of precisely disconnected objects, is false. It's partly true, but it's also false. Namely, it's mechanistic, namely it's the object exists independently from one another, and they are external to one another, and they are indifferent, whereas an organic view is a total conceptual unity where all the members, these are not parts. I mean, a member is a part, but a mechanistic part is indifferent to all other, whereas an organic part is in interrelatedness and interconnection with all the others. It's organic. They all reciprocally determine one another. And this is the difference between organic thinking or organic structure of reality and mechanistic. What is known mechanistically is known by heart, namely it's repeated mindlessly. A lot of Christians, a lot of Muslims, a lot of Buddhists, they repeat their mantra or their verses of the Bible or the Quran without understanding the verses or the the passages, they repeat mechanistically, or when we teach poetry to the young, we learn by heart mechanistically to be able to repeat. Or the stupid slogan, diversity is our strength. It's stupid because people do not understand why they repeat this. Actually, it's much more profound, obviously, but if it's repeated mindlessly, it's worthless. It's stupid. That's why I try to comment, not rigorously and systematically, because my purpose is not to systematically comment logic, but these categories, they do not have to be learned by heart, although learning mechanistically is a first moment. It's important. It's better to know abstractly than not at all if the purpose is to understand, in the sense that the mechanistic view, a Newtonian view of nature, is better than complete indifference or lack of understanding if the purpose is to understand. And the same thing with, here for instance, the logical categories. It's important to know them mechanistically at first. That would be the view of der Verstand, namely without their interrelatedness, interconnectedness, just to know the categories. Here I will, while I speak, I will briefly show some of them. Namely to understand that the mind is structured by the categories of becoming, determinacy, quality, reality, negation, something, one and many, repulsion, attraction, magnitude, etc., etc. I let you read. It's important to know at first, but then real knowledge is not simply to be able to repeat. That would be the first moment, and that's what I have done on an empirical level. I have not studied by heart, but eventually I've read them so many times that now I do know them. It's important to know, but the real conceptual thinking is the ability to connect them in their interconnectedness, namely not to say simply that the determination of essence are identity, difference, diversity, equality, inequality, etc. It's very useful to know this because it helps clarify the language, the vocabulary, so it clarifies the mind. But eventually, in order to be really smart, one has to grasp, which means begreifen in German, in their organic flow, like a plant or an animal or a functioning society, namely in an organic way, consciously, namely to derive them organically, conceptually, in a free-flowing way. And it's, here I will praise Hegel, the writing, it's really satisfying intellectually. That's what I can say. When one understands the interconnectedness, the smooth aspect, it's kind of satisfying. It's very difficult, but it's rewarding intellectually. That's what I could say. But yeah, here I just will briefly comment. When people talk about the essence, that's a word that they use sometimes. What is the essence of an object? Here are some of the determination. Its identity, its difference, its diversity, its opposition within itself or against others, its foundation and existence, a thing and its properties, its material aspect and its formal aspect, and then substance, cause, etc., etc. Content, apparition, appearance, whole and parts. That's why I will make here, I illustrate with what I have said to myself over the months and the years to try to make things intelligible. But for instance, let us talk about Eminem. The essential, the best of Eminem, as they call it, the essential music. It means the most important or the best. That's how people understand essence in ordinary language, namely the most important. But what is essential only exists in relation to what is not essential. That's one of the problems with the songs of Eminem, namely if one had to pick the best, most of them, because most of them are essential, but even the bad ones, if I had to be honest, there are very few bad songs by Eminem, but the really the least good, they have to be incorporated because they are essential, because the essence precisely is not the top 10 or the top 20 or the top 50 or the top 100 or the top 150, it's the totality, because what is essential and inessential, they are interconnected in a way. So the whole and the parts, they are two moments of the same determination of essence, namely, in order to know the essence of Eminem, one has to take into account all the songs. And not only all the songs, but all the entire life, sociologically, etc., the psychology, etc., but we will just remain random music. Yeah. That's why I have appreciated most songs by Eminem, but there are a few that, well, it's because it's you, but I would prefer not to, but maybe at some moment I will say, yeah. The high was worth the pain, as Taylor Swift says in blank space. Yeah. I will not sing because I know the songs so well, but yeah. Yeah, so here, possibility, actuality, necessity, contingency, conditions, etc., etc. This is what the essence of an object is, namely all this determination. And since I was talking about mechanics, it's not, it's one thing to know by heart and to be able to repeat, it's the first moment, but actually the purpose is to see the interconnectedness. And here there are many categories missing. It's really a simplified version, but to understand how they unfold from one another. That's what the writings of Hegel criticize about the lack of structure and the lack of rigor of Kant or the logicians. Namely, they compile, they pick up, they collect the determinations and the laws of thought without interconnecting them. Yeah. They say that these are the determination of judgment, etc., but they do not show how they flow, and they are brought forth from one another in an organic, rigorous, systematic way. So they say that's how things are, but they do not explain why and how it comes to be. That's why it's not very rigorous from a Hegelian standpoint. Yeah, so that's the determination. So that's how, and here, in a sense, I am still partly dumb. I'm still completely dumb in a way, not completely, but partly because I am not able to explain how mechanismus emerges out of syllogism. I understand vaguely, but I would have to study thoroughly, which I don't, because I make the decision to share my knowledge. It's not because I'm good-hearted and positive and all that. It's because I understand the process at work, and I understand that I have to. But I nonetheless do it consciously. So I'm not completely positive. I can be very negative, but I'm not completely negative either. God and Hegel taught me that. It has given me a lot of confidence, I must be. But not, hopefully not too much, but knowing that I cannot be completely negative, that I have positive in me, it makes me feel good. Because logic has been used against me, and it will again probably, but I will use logic against itself. That's probably Hegelian logic, to try to make the good come out of. I laugh, but I am honest here. Knowing that I am not just negative, it's impossible. It makes me feel better. I will try not to be overconfident, but I am not just the negative. I will not try to. I try to judge myself properly. Namely, the other have to judge me, but I cannot be entirely negative. It's logically impossible. The reverse is true. I cannot be entirely positive, but maybe at some moment I will be able to say just to Stella, just to her, or the principal or whatever, maybe you are the only entirely positive in spite of, we'll see that, in spite of the negative, whatever. But yeah. Yeah, so here are how precisely the Geschlechtsdifference, the genus and the relation of the sexes emerge out of logic, namely the differentiation within the logical process. That's why it's found within nature. There is the historical, cosmological, biological explanation, which is kind of convincing, but then there's the logical explanation, and they have to coincide eventually. And here is how knowledge emerges out of logic. So here it's epistemology. I will add this. I will, as long as I can and think it's right to do, I will improve this document. But as long as people are not interested, I will improve the document as long as I can, but if I cannot no longer, others will do this because they will find this interesting eventually. So yeah, so to simplify, within logic, we have mathematics, ontology, metaphysics, the categories of the sciences, whole and parts, force and exteriorization, phenomenon, etc., that the scientists use unconsciously, and also epistemology. So logic is not just logic, it's ontology, mathematics, metaphysics, the categories of the sciences, logic, as we understand this, and eventually epistemology. So yeah, and all the knowledge ever gathered by mankind can be incorporated rigorously within this frame. It's not just formalism, but it can be formal. So here we have process, das Erkennen, which is cognition or knowing in a way, good and will, formal identity, the synthetic or synthetical method, definition and characteristic, division, etc. That's why it's important when one talks about anything to start actually by this. I will show the broad picture. So here is the view. Here is the view of the process of logic. We have here in yellow, I point with my finger back to here. We have the logic of being. So here, the logic of being, the logic of essence, the logic of the concept, and here within the second moment of the logic of the concept, we have definition, division, characteristic, which is simply the way of talking about any topic. What are you talking about? Define the words, define the meaning, explain. Hopefully I have done this rigorously enough for this. If I haven't, I've done this in other videos, but this is how one should begin in a formal aspect, by this moment. And here it's not just randomly put, this is how these logical determination emerge. Yeah. And then there is the logical idea, which is the totality of all thought determination, which is the system of the logic, the method. The method and the process are kind of identical. I mean, it is the process which produces the method, and probably reciprocally. I don't know this at this moment, but the process produces itself in a way. Here we are reaching level of complexity that I am not yet capable of grasping. Maybe I won't, but yeah. And it's a systematic totality. Namely, all the parts are interconnected, but here it's not the complete version, it's the simplified version of the encyclopedia. There are more categories, but it's the formal structure, the three-part process. I should have begun with this, but people are smart. I will, it's been 1 hour and 30 minutes. I will make a short pause, a short break. I will drink a glass of water. I will try to appreciate. And then I will formally just show the full process without commenting, and I will insert this in the editing. Okay, I have just finished briefly talking and presenting the logical process, which is the simplest because I have already made countless videos, but I assume that maybe people haven't watched them or yet or whatever. So here what I will do for the next few minutes is simply to show the process without talking much or without talking at all, just to be able to visualize in a rather smooth way. I will make short pause to see just the categories. I will let time for people to read. If they have watched my previous explanation, they will find this enlightening, hopefully. But yeah, I will just take a few minutes to show the broad process of logic. So it's structured. I will show the picture. It's structured in a three-part way. It's not rigorously formal in a sense that this is the encyclopedia. It's not the science of logic, but the three-part process is itself logically determined. Sometimes there are 4 moments, sometimes there are 2, but most of the time it's 3. There are reasons for that. But here, the formal structure is, first, it's Sein, essence, concept. I've already showed this, but within the division, it's quality, quantity, measure. Within quality, it's Sein, Dasein, für sich sein. Within quantity, it's the pure quantity, the quantum, the degree. And within das measure, it's because it's the simplified version, there is only one determination, but this is how it works. It's a Trinitarian process. Yeah. And here are YouTubers which talk about mathematics. Now, I show briefly the broad picture. So here is the logic of Sein, the logic of being. Here is the logic of essence. It's the same. We have 1, 2, 3. I will show in more detail. Yeah. I will let time to read. If people are annoyed by my voice but interested by the content, they can skip the song. Maybe there are people, I don't expect this, who are annoyed by the content but interested by my voice. Who knows? I don't believe this. No, more seriously. You can skip the sound, but I will just shut up. But it's simply the same process, namely, here's the first moment, die reine Reflexionsbestimmungen, the second, the existence, the third, and they logically derive from one another. It's simplified, but that's the structure. And it works on a higher level, what people call fractals. That's why I am partly frustrated. Actually, there are worse frustrations, like the negativity, but I am frustrated because people are interested by fractals, but Hegelian logic is itself fractal in a way. And I fail to communicate this. But the fractals they are aesthetically appealing, but the logic can be intellectually appealing. It's one of the good aspects. So here's the second moment, the Erscheinung, which is the apparition of the phenomenon. And here again, first moment, second, third. Content and form are in a relationship, das Verhältnis, and there are 3 moments of the Verhältnis. Inner and outer, force and exteriorization, the whole and the parts. I will talk about Stella and the categories later, but yeah, it's been important. And here again, so the moment here would be, the moment of essence would be the essence as the ground of existence, the phenomenon and the actuality, and the relationship here is the three moments are substantiality, spherality, in the relationship of substantiality, relationship of causality, and reciprocal determination. First moment, second, third. Yeah. Now, I show broadly the structure of the logic of the concept. Subjective concept, object, the idea, which is, maybe I should have made this clear, but the third moment is always the unity of the first two moments. The unity of the subjective and the objective is here the idea. The unity of the essence as the ground of existence, the phenomenon. So the unity of the essence of and the phenomenon is the actuality. The unity of quality and quantity is measure. Yeah. It's not just dumb formalism, it's rigorous, yeah, although it's not complete. So here are, I will not talk, illustrate. For instance, here, this is how the classification of biology and taxonomy emerge out of logic. Simply, genus and species are usually the determinations of biology, not only, but actually they are just the translation of universal and particular. In ordinary language, in English, or in a Latin-derived or Latin-influenced country, languages, and countries which speak languages influenced one way or another by Latin, universal and particular, in ordinary language, this is general and special. You are special means you are a particular, against other. That's why I can say this. Jose Mourinho, I'm the special one. That's why Mourinho is negative. I mean, the negative here can bring a lot of positive. He's a great manager, but he's kind of negative in the football that he promotes, and sometimes his attitude is a little bit arrogant. He's negative precisely because a special one is a particularization and a division of the one. So Jose Mourinho, maybe he's the one, but he's the special one, so he's divided against himself. That's why he's negative. But there are various forms of negativity. The negativity of Mourinho, that's okay. Putting the finger into Tito Villanova's eye, that was really a low point. But sometimes negativity can bring positive results for good. So, yeah. The special one has to be negative because if it is special, it is particular, which means determinacy, negation, opposition. That's why Mourinho needs another to complete him, to bring back unity and balance. Last time I was a huge follower of football, it was many years ago, it was Guardiola. Guardiola and Mourinho, positive and negative. They produced great entertainment in the realm of football. A little bit of drama, but yeah, that is just here. It's a kind of a joke, but it's very serious. A special one is no longer one, because if it's one among other ones, all ones are special in some. They are all particularization of the one, which is how multiplicity emerges out of unity. This is a determination of the logic of quality in a transition to quantity, but actually special has to be negative for good or for bad. There is the ambiguity, but the particularization is the moment of the negation of the universal, which is the Bestimmtheit of the universal, but it brings about positive, but it's also negative in a sense of negation. Yeah, it's just a logical determination. maybe that's how Mourinho emerged out of the mind of God. One could say that's one of my best negative ideas. That's why everyone loves Mourinho. I mean, everyone hates Mourinho, but they hate to love him, and they love the fact that they hate him. I mean, when he was, I don't know, when he was in his prime, I haven't followed Mourinho for many years, but 10 years ago, 10 years ago he was, 15 years ago he was even better, but he keeps declining. That's a joke. He did some great things, but yeah, so here, syllogism. Eventually, people will learn about the trick of reason, the cunning of reason. The Hegelian scholars, yeah, at least at some moment, Hegelian scholars will have to know about the cunning of reason. That here I will make a personal comment. This is why I am insane, in a sense that I am trying to do good consciously, but I know that there is some aspect of my mind which is trying to deceive me. Sometimes it can be quite comical, but when I am genuinely trying to do good, knowing that I cannot be completely good because of what I am, but when I am genuinely trying to do good, and when it backfires, yeah. But sometimes the cunning of reason can be funny, even when it's negative. Yeah. Yeah, we say what I'm thinking. Whatever I am, I thought up until a few months ago that as an empirical individual, I had nothing interesting to say, but just from a philosophical standpoint, maybe I am worth studying, because having reason, as I could understand it, within one's mind in a way, it's so weird. It's so weird. If we just adopt for a few seconds a cosmic perspective, let us distantiate ourselves from, just for a few seconds. This is so strange in a way. Here I will be honest. In a way, it's amazing. I think about Kanye West, amazing. It's really amazing in the sense that there can be negativity, of course, but in a way whatever I say, sometimes I'm very frustrated against myself and my own weakness, maybe my own stupidity, maybe some aspects, my own degeneracy, my own wickedness. When I look at the world and I think of this being a manifestation of me, there are things which really make me suffer, because I have to accept them, although I would like them not to exist, but I cannot deny that they are present in reality. So here's my problem, basically. But here I am in a mood to try to be honest. I'm nonetheless, I'm amazed by many aspects. Like reason is amazing. It can be. But it's nonetheless amazing. Like, how is it possible? And one of the reasons why I become insane is because I would like. I don't know how it works in a way. As of now, I don't know how it works. I will speak honestly. DID. Here I'm not in a mood to say, oh, DID, that's a Hegelian idea, but that somehow God, in a way, is in my mind, and I am not fully aware. Like as I envision this, it's 30% God and 70% my empirical self in a way. But I know that at some level God knows reality and me, and I suffer because the God within me knows that I don't like being negative. There are twisted aspects. Of course I think about Stella. The way I understand this, we are the 16th of September. God lives in my mind, but I do not live in God's mind. And God knows that I would like, basically, I would like to feel good about myself. It's really that simple. But I do not understand why there are so many negative aspects within reality. I have to conclude logically that it's a projection of my mind, so I cannot deny that it's a part of me, but it's really, there are parts of me, if I have to look at the whole of reality, that are really embarrassing, like really. Here, I will be honest, people will judge me, but basically all the sickness, the degeneracy, the crimes, I don't like this. I conclude that it exists because in the totality there has to be really, I know that I cannot deny that it exists, but I will be here, I will be honest. They're really kind of twisted. Here I'm in a mood to kind of laugh, but really twisted things that I can envision sharing with Stella, because maybe she's as twisted as I am. But there are really things like, okay, it exists. That's how it exists, because within the totality there really has to be really a negative. I have to accept because it's part of the totality, but where does it come from? Is it really an accident? And here I'm not in the mood to make it like, I don't know, everything emerged out of God, and there has to be really a, well, here I will be honest, when I think really about the sick, and if I say it's sick, it's a part of me, whatever, but I try to think in terms of quantitative proportion, like the really sick and really negative thing, it's quantitatively insignificant. I mean, not insignificant, it's quantitatively very limited. That's how I try to find balance. Yeah. I will make a pause. No, I will just complete the logical process, but basically just a remark. This is what I think. I don't know. They are really negative things, and these things, they are what I try to think is, it exists. I cannot pretend that it does not exist, but really, that's really embarrassing. I don't know why or how. Yeah. But then there are kind of what I call really twisted and dark, which are not really acceptable either, but there are various degrees. And the really kind of dark and twisted, I think about Stella. You're not responsible, Stella, but maybe you are the only one, or your psyche or whatever. You can share maybe my, I don't know where this comes from the yeah. Here I'm laughing, but many times when I have read the kind of dark, twisted thoughts, I thought about you, Stella, because you're as crazy as I am, for the negative parts maybe, but for the good parts as well. That's the fun of you. Maybe that's the fun of me. I will just conclude. When people understand who or what I am, when I understood that I was kind of the whole of reality, obviously the first thing that I thought about were the really negative elements. I cannot deny that they have existed or that they exist, but I do not, I mean, I can't deny that some things exist, but I can use maybe my will and my strength to try to erase them, not pretend that they have not existed, but not reinforce or whatever. There are things like, okay, it exists because in the totality, positive, negative, but there are things that I do not tolerate, and that I do not tolerate in others, which can put the blame back on me. And I will not make speculation of how. No, basically, I cannot deny that all the things that have happened, but there comes a moment when I say, okay, it has to stop. Yeah. 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 Maybe if I really suffer at some, I will ask for forgiveness, or maybe I will beg for mercy or whatever. But what I can say now is it's difficult to be. I mean, it's not just difficult. I mean, it's difficult. It's difficult for good and bad, but basically, it's difficult. And others, they can say it's your fault. Yeah. But whether or not, I mean, it's my fault, but whether or not it's consciously planned or just here, I don't. It randomly emerges and whatever. It's really difficult. So yeah, 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 yeah. I will conclude by one remark. People will judge me, but basically, of course, I want God to win. I want the good God to win. And the way I understand this, I have to negate myself. But over the month I have developed, and I have started to understand that actually I am not completely negative, so I've started to doubt, like, what does it mean I have to negate myself? I will share my light, and at some moment I can anticipate, here that would be the comical aspect. People will say, ah, you have given all your light, thank you, now goodbye. Seriously. Of course I want the good God to win, but I have limitations in a sense that I experience pain, I experience suffering, I experience fear, anxiety, stress, trauma on an empirical level. I try to overcome myself, but it's not easy. Okay? Maybe I should try harder, whatever, harder, better, faster, stronger. Yeah, but basically, the idea that the real God is kind of playing with me, different kind of games, but the idea that God can toy with my emotion, as they call this in English. I'm frustrated because I would like to be in control of my emotions, and the idea that God, somehow the real God, can make me angry or make me sad or make me cry, it annoys me because because it makes me feel like a woman, and I hate this. I will make a pause. I will drink a glass of water. Okay, I've made a short pause. I continue to comment the structure of the process of God. I've talked about logic, not in full detail because I've made other videos just to explain, and as long as I can speak and talk rather calmly and publicly and on videos or whatever, I will spontaneously incorporate categories. But here I've decided just to see the broad overview, and now I will talk about the other moments of the process that which appear in green here. It's mechanics, the first part of nature. It's here. It's the first part, the second part, and the third part of what is called physics in the writings of Hegel. And here is organics. And if I had to simplify in a broad overview, this would be mechanics and quantitative physics, mechanics, relativity, quantum physics, astronomy. So the material aspect of physics here, what is called physics here, is more qualitative physics in the sense of the properties of matter, which is partly physics but also partly chemistry. The structure of matter, the properties, the physical characteristics, which are actually chemically determined. So here would be, we will show the categories, but basically here it's astronomy, it's physics from on a quantum level, the properties of matter on the level of the atom, and also on the level of galaxies, if it had to be translated into modern language. But here, it's here purely quantitative, mathematically. I mean, everything can be mathematically interpreted in a way, but here it would be really abstract, quantitative physics. Here, these three parts would be qualitative physics, namely the properties and the characteristics. It includes, we will see, electromagnetism, thermodynamics, chemistry, also alchemy, on a cosmic level partly, the planets, the solar system, but also on the level of smaller scale, namely the properties of matter, the properties in ordinary sense, whether it's soft, hard, it can be moved, elasticity, etc., etc., the chemical, the electric properties, the malleability, the change of temperature, the state, the density, etc., what we would call chemistry, but also mixed with physics, etc., etc., taste, smell, touch, etc., etc. And the third moment, what is called organic physics, contains, simply put, here I think it's geology, here it's botany, and here it's basically zoology. I simplify. So this is the broad view of nature, namely, to simplify, the realm of, at the fundamental level, time, space, matter, movement, energy, and the laws and forces of physics. Here it's really the fundamental level, and derived from this are the laws of chemistry, the properties of matter, the interaction and the change of the properties of material objects, and eventually it appears here, I think, the bringing forth of life, which is animated, self-moving, self-organizing matter, namely a totality, an organic totality where all the parts are in interrelation with one another, interconnected, and which is self-moving, self-reproducing, etc., etc. And life exists on a level of, on a planetary level, on a level of the botanic organism, although it can be incorporated the bacteria and mushrooms, fungi, etc. on a simple celled or very simple organism on a smaller level in a way, and here would be zoology, the more developed animal organism. So life on a planetary, cosmic level, life of botanical organism and animal life, which includes human as anthropological creatures. And then here I show the broad picture, the logical structure. So we begin with logic, which is exteriorized through the realm of nature. I will talk about this later. Nature, the process goes from here to there, and then the logical following, we go from here would be anthropology, would be anatomy and physiognomy and physiology. So the physical and actually organic biological determination of man, of all animals, but man is included within other animals and within primates and mammals, etc. And we go from here to broadly speaking here, which is the realm of subjective Geist, which is anthropology, namely the realm of man as a partly biological, partly geological in a sense, is interconnectedness with the environment, and also partly social in his interaction with other through society on a anthropological level. It's ethnography, anthropology. It's not society in the realm of institutions yet. So here would be the anthropological determination of man, his relationship to his environment, to other of his group, to the other gender, to his own senses and an inner determination in his own psyche. Here we would have the phenomenology, namely the relationship of mind to the external world. And here we have psychology, and from a a logical standpoint, nature begins here as an exteriorization of the mind of God, but from an empirical standpoint, nature begins with the consciousness of an external world. This is mind which gives rise to nature, which is one of the problems of many people, that they think we have to save the planet, but they have never checked the premise: can the planet exist independently of consciousness? The answer, I know, is no. It is mind which gives rise to nature. It's not nature gives rise to mind and consciousness. This is the chronological perspective, but the idealist perspective is that it is the mind which brings forth nature. That's one of the interests of studying logic, because so here we have psychology, and then psychology is exteriorized. So the logical process is here, there, then here, 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 and then the following is here. I will zoom in. Psychology, in a way, is made manifest. That's one way of talking. It's made wirklich. It exteriorizes itself through Sittlichkeit, which is common life in a way. Here I've made some YouTube links which are connected. I have not completed this. Here are the people who are either YouTubers or songs or seminars or YouTube channels or whatever. I haven't worked this thoroughly, but as long as I can peacefully, if I can't, I won't, but as long as I have the time and the opportunity to improve, I will. And eventually, when people understand what I am sharing, it will improve itself. The substance will improve the idea, maybe. So here is the realm. In blue, here the realm of society, which is a manifestation of a people, of its psyche and its anthropology. We have here finance, economics, and all these determination. That's what I borrow from the CIA. I haven't forgotten the purpose of this video and all the other videos, namely to aufheben the CIA, to incorporate this within my system, and to simply to prove to people that with the help of a few secret workers, plus good old Anglo-Saxon empiricism, plus German metaphysics, my system is more efficient than the system of the CIA, whatever system they use. And since we talk about the CIA, about psychological manipulation, psychological torture, I know about this. So yeah, I know about this. So yeah. So this is just an illustration. I will quote Taylor Swift. Blank space. She knows a lot about me. I will laugh, but basically that was one of the purposes of cultural Hegelianism. They need to mix metaphysics, religion, pop culture. If I can mix religious conspiracies with the music of Taylor Swift and German metaphysics plus the CIA to make ideas intelligible, I will not sing. If people are interested, they can find the link on YouTube. If they want to understand what I'm doing, they just have to focus and use their own intellect. I expect just the intelligent people to understand. I will not repeat what I've said, but basically on an empirical level, there are many people who are more intelligent, but my intelligence consists in seeing the totality and the interconnectedness, basically to offer a synthetic vision. So yeah, here we are at the beginning, the logical beginning of nature, and I will briefly comment, I've had the opportunity to work on a formal aspect only on the eerste Abteilung, namely die Mechanik. So this is how it is structured. These are the reference to the paragraph. It's organized in, the first part is space and time, divided in space, time and position and movement, die Ort und der Ort und die Bewegung. And here it's translated in English because I've dedicated some time to doing this. If I can, I will do the translation myself in French and in English, and eventually, if really I have to, in all other languages, but I won't have to. But otherwise, I just show the structure, basically. So here in bold black, these are the categories, not in the logical sense, but in the ordinary meaning, namely the thought determination within the realm of physics, which are used to think about the physical world. What is nature? What is being? The answer is to be found within logic. Then, what is nature? It begins logically with very abstract determination, namely space, the dimensions, geometry, the point, the line, the surface, and the enclosing surface, which could be in a way in a volume. It's the surface coming back into itself to close itself. It's not necessarily a circle, a round, a sphere, but it's in a way a volume, an empty volume, because it's here pure geometry in a way. But in order to answer the question, what is nature? Ordinarily, people think nature, these are the trees, the birds, the rivers, the sun, the mountains, the plants, etc. The first logical moment is space, dimensions, point, line, surface, because in order for rivers to exist, first they are made of the bed of the river, which is made of earth. What is the chemical composition of the different river beds? I leave that to the chemist. But then there is the water. What is the chemical composition? The various. I will not make but basically it's water, H2O mostly. How do you call this? The quantitative relationship of the volume of water, the speed of water at which it flows within the river, etc. But eventually, for a river to exist, there has to be earth and water mostly, and pebbles and landscape. I'm getting a little bit tired here, but yeah, you understand basically. And also, but in order for it, there has to be molecules and atoms. There has to be a planet. There has to be if we remove far enough, there has to be time and space, and points and lines, etc., and dimensions. That's the most abstract determination of nature. So here it begins with re-abstraction. And then there is Zeit, which is the intuition of becoming. Namely, becoming is a very poor, very abstract logical determination. It's the unity of being and nothing. Namely, time is the mode of sensibility in the Kantian language through which things emerge and disappear and change and transform. They become. They are subject to changes through time, to passing away and being brought to life. They emerge and they disappear. This is why things disappear within time, even things which seem long-lasting. It's just that the changes take longer to take place, but they change nonetheless. Mountains, they are being eroded in the cosmological perspective. They are being eroded throughout the millennia, the tens of thousands of years, the millions of years. They are being eroded, so they change. Yeah, so these are the categories: time, past, present, future, and now. And then Ort would be the position in a way, or the place, and movement. So these are the broadest categories. Here it's really complex because from a philosophical and metaphysical perspective, matter is the unity of time and space, as far as I've understood from a Hegelian perspective, and the attraction and repulsion within which brings stability. So that's how the material world emerges logically. It's very difficult to convince because I really don't understand, but that's how the external world somehow is a projection of the mind. It's the content of, basically, as reason, it is the content of my mind being exteriorized in time and space. Here, I don't really understand how it works, but any other can make the experience that he or she perceives the external world through time and space, and he or she perceives material objects whose properties on an abstract level are Lichkeit und Widerstand. Material objects are impenetrable and offer resistance. They have a mass. They are sensuous and visible. They move at a certain speed. This is movement, and the ability to accelerate objects with a mass is called a force in physics. The force is that which brings acceleration, namely a change of speed or a change of direction to an object with a mass. This is the basic of mechanics. This is how the categories emerge. So here it's really simple. What is nature at this moment? Nature, simplified, is space with all this determination, time, position, movement, matter, mass, and force. This is the most abstract definition of nature, and this is how physicists who study mechanics, this is how they interpret nature at the simplest level. Here, I try to simplify. Here in blue, this would be the translation in intelligible language of all the determinations of what is called here mechanic, if it had to be translated in the language of the modern sciences. And here I will talk about it, namely all the works of relativity, geometry, mechanics, dynamics, cosmology ever produced, they are being made available on the internet, and in order to understand what they mean, they have to be classified within the frame of the totality, namely all the works of astronomy ever produced. If you had to classify them, they would be classified within physics, but here I will just make, just to illustrate, an astronomer or someone who is specialist in astronomy within the context of the modern developed world. He or she is a member of the educational system. He's a scholar, basically. So if we had to classify what a work on cosmology is, it's a work of cosmology, so it belongs here, but it is made available to others through the educational system, to students by scholars, and sometimes it is shared on the media, and the media, they are here, they are broadcasted or made available on the internet. Here is the internet, for instance. So the conferences by modern physicists, they are made available on the internet in developed society. In order for a society to be developed, there has to be a strong economy, with hard-working families, with a sense of responsibility, etc., etc. It has been made available by technological innovation, which is stimulated by education, which is a product of the will and the intelligence of the people. The intelligence, it's partly and mostly the IQ, the creativity, etc., etc. And yeah, this is just here really simplified in 30 seconds the view of the totality. That's why I have been stupid. I have not understood why people were not interested, because I talk about everything basically. So eventually people have to be interested at least in some aspects of everything, because there are interesting things within everything. Yeah, that's my little bit when I become a little bit crazy. I'm here not, but I have experienced really very depressing moments because I did not understand on an empirical level why are people not interested in my view of the totality. Now I understand because it's way too abstract, even though here it's really determined as much as I can, or as I think it needs to be. I put names of scientists, names of YouTubers, songs. It's not here, it's not completely here. European gods, we'll talk about this later. I really did this in a few minutes, I think today or yesterday, I don't know, but I can put potentially many songs, many videos. That's why people eventually, they have to be interested in education or in the labor force, and here it's the Aufhebung of the CIA. Basically, most of the categories in clear blue, they are simply copied from the CIA, but simply here it's the formal presentation. I will make a pause. Here are the data of the US, population, languages, etc. I will show this later when I finish commenting. But basically, it has to be applied to every country, and if no one does this, I will do it myself. I mean, I will incorporate, as long as I can, all the data of all countries, but not just the data, but also the intellectual life, just to show that I understand. And eventually, because at some moment, I know that people will either say, he's very annoying, he seems to know a lot about us, or they will say, who is this guy, he knows a lot about us. yeah. Who am I? Well, God only knows. But so simply here, I have been stupid on an empirical level because I was too abstract, but eventually, this is my stupid German self, but stupid for maybe an excess of intelligence. Maybe I thought I will talk about being, nothing, and becoming. People will be interested. Because everything that appears here is or is not. But it's way too abstract, so I have to start talking about industry, the legislative branch, diplomacy, budget, etc., HIV, etc., so that people might understand. But eventually, as long, because the purpose of the video is to reach Apollonian Germ, as long as you don't watch my videos, at least the most interesting ones, which are usually the most recent, but all are a manifestation moment of what I have thought at some moments, I will incorporate more and more data. It will be more and more accurate. I will work harder, better, faster, stronger. And here I have a quote from Philip K. Dick, which here is kind of positive. That's how one can envision the system that I have been trying to build by borrowing the works of Hegel, but adapting this. He talks about the very most ultimate nature of what I saw, a single complex sphere in flux, elaborating itself out of its continually greater number of stages of antecedent states or stages, always surpassing itself aesthetically. The aesthetic aspect, it can be adopted for now. In terms of wisdom, intricacy, efficiency, perpetually surpassing itself in the level of organization, completeness, better and better use of its constituents and their arrangement, it progresses from plurality to incorporation into unity. So as long as I can work or speak or share or communicate in one way or another, I will improve what I call now my system. I will update the data of first the US, but then eventually of other countries. I will update the categories. I will incorporate more names, more knowledge, more references, more links, as long as I can. If others don't do it, I will do it myself. At some level, I am all alone, so I will do this until eventually people understand. So back to the physical determinations. So here was, in the first division, the mechanic, first part, time and space. Here is matter and movement, finite mechanics, and here I haven't had the opportunity to translate it to English, but I can do this briefly orally. So attraction and Schwere here is difficult to translate because it would be a kind of gravity. Here the difficulty consists in I read German, I speak empirically, I speak French, but I try to communicate in English. So I think kind of in German and in French, but I speak in English. And when the terminology is really specific, namely here the terminology of physics, of course I reach a limit in a sense that I cannot, it's difficult enough to think correctly and speak correctly about physics in one's own native language. Then with the categories of German metaphysics, it's both making things more simple because it's more organized, more systematic, more rigorous, but also it's more complex because it's not easy. But then to think in a different language, it's even more difficult. So here, if people are interested, they will find, but basically here it's inert matter, mass, body, here it's length in a sense of it lasts, the length of time, duration in a way, inertia. Here it's kind of contact or shock, but shock not in a sense of it's more contact. Yeah, pressure or pressure. Here I think it's attraction in a way, fall, and finite movement. So these are the determinations of inert matter, which in the language of modern physicists, it's quantum physics. The properties of matter on a quantum level. But the categories that they use unconsciously, or sometimes with a different terminology, these categories. The movement, this is mechanics. Why do objects fall? Because of gravitational attraction. Why is there a pressure? It's a quantity, a quantitative determinacy of contact between the atoms or the molecules of one object and others, either the molecules of the air or the molecules of when they are heated, there is an acceleration of the movement of the molecule, which brings more contacts and therefore pressure. Inertia is an inherent determination of physical objects. They have their inert mass, namely what is, through the mediation of gravitational earthly attraction, what is called weight. The weight is, as far as I know, the mass within the sphere of earthly gravitation. That's why the weight changes on the moon and potentially on other planets, but the mass does not. The mass is inherent to the object, it's the substance of the object. The weight would be the accidents, in a sense, although the substance and accident, they are kind of the same, but in ordinary dualistic thinking, the substance would be the inertia, the inert mass, and it can change depending on the relation to the attracting body, namely if it's the Earth or the Moon or Mars or any other planet, the weight changes because the gravitational field changes because of the center of the planet, which is more or less heavily attractive. Therefore, the weight of object changes, but not the mass, which is inherent. Inherence is a logical determination. Here is contact, the communication of movement. This is action-reaction, reciprocal determination. It's just the category of action-reaction in the realm of physics. This is Newtonian physics. That an object communicates its movement, which is its kinetic energy, through another object, and there is resistance from the other object, which communicates back the movement. That's why when a ball is hit with a tennis, I don't know how to call it in English, the ball moves, but the tennis racket, I think, is kind of projected back in a way. It's less important than the movement communicated to the ball empirically, but there is reciprocal communication of movement. Relative gravity in a way, weight, speed, the center of gravity, the middle point, pressure. Reibung is I don't know what to call this. Yeah, I don't know how you call this in English. Then there's the movement of the pendulum swing. Reibung is when objects fall, they are slowed down by the contact with the molecules of air. This is called friction, maybe. When objects fall, they are slowed down by the friction against the molecules of air, basically. And here it's gleichförmig means gleich means equal, and it's kind of a it's difficult. Accelerated in a uniform way. The acceleration is constant. The change of speed or direction is constant. Here's the center and repulsion, and here are the center of cosmological object, namely stars. So these categories, they are in a sense qualitative, because there are no mathematics, or very few, in the logical process, but it can be mathematically translated for the simple reason, here I will just, so the simple reason, that's the purpose of studying logic, that whatever is qualitatively determined, can also, and also is quantitatively determined. That's why nature can be read and interpreted mathematically. That's why people complain. I mean, usually intelligent people who complain about the sciences, they complain about the quantitative aspect of nature, because it's strictly mathematical, and nature loses all its properties if it's just interpreted through mathematics. Namely, the rays of the sun, if they are just quantitatively determined, it's electromagnetic wavelength, nuclear fusion within the heart of the sun, the stars, it's just divergent light coming from different galaxies with different rays of emission, etc. I don't know how to speak in English properly, but basically the moon, there is the poetic and romantic aspect. It's a beautiful moon. There are romantic encounters, maybe werewolves, maybe romantic encounters with werewolves. I think about you, Stella. You are my star. Maybe I am your light. Very funny, the guy who invented your name and my name. I don't know who did this, but at some level he had a great sense of humor, I guess. Yeah, so the moon, it can be romantic, poetic, it can be the moon of the poets. Yeah, or it can be the moon of the physicists, in the sense that the moon is just a mass which can be quantitatively determined, the reflection of the light, the position of the moon surrounding the earth in relation to the sun. It's also true, but it's kind of abstract in a good sense, in the sense that it enables to understand the movement and the rotation of the moon around the earth, which is determined by the mass, the speed, the reciprocal attraction. The moon attracts the wave of the ocean. Here my vocabulary is very limited. The tidal wave, the tide, yeah, it has an impact upon the movement of oceans on the earth, but the earth also attracts the moon, so they are in a reciprocal movement, and then the sun, etc., etc. It can be quantitatively determined. That's what physicists have been doing for the past 400 years. But then the reason why people are not interested in science is simply because either it's too complex, too abstract, too boring. They prefer to look at the moonlight, or yeah, it's just an illustration. And here we have absolute mechanic, namely gravitation. Here are the vocabulary of Newton translated into German, namely fugal means to go away, and peto means to go towards. So it's repulsion, attraction. These are the forces of Newton incorporated within the system. The laws of the movement of the celestial bodies. the force of gravity in a way, the force of acceleration, which is the ability to modify the speed or the direction of physical objects. They are accelerated whenever the direction or the speed is changed. The force of inertia, the balance of weight here in a way. Gewicht is weight and Gleich means kind of a balance, and the quadratic aspect of space. So here it's kind of complex, but here, these are the categories which partly can be translated through logic, namely here it's pure quantity because it's exteriority. Here the determinations of geometry, they are quantitative. Time is becoming, it's continuous and also discrete, so is space. Matter, mass, it can be interpreted in terms of quantity, but also attraction, repulsion. Force is a category of essence, etc., etc. All the determination of physics, the proportion, the measure, the speed, namely, in order to send a spaceship to the moon, there has to be the proper measure to extract the spaceship out of the earthly attraction, namely if it's not fast enough in terms of kinetic energy, the propulsion of gas from the how do you call this, the spacecraft, the spaceship, if it's not powerful enough, it can be quantitatively translated, namely the spaceship will not go to the moon, it has to reach a certain level, its ordinary language, which is actually a certain measure to break free from earthly gravitation. The same goes for every object. That's why Newton, I haven't read Newton, but basically he said somewhere that if one could throw an object with sufficient speed and velocity, it would either go around the planet circling or break free from earthly gravitation. But in order to transcend the quantitative determination of gravity, there has to be the proper measure. And the same goes for the planetoids or the rocks, the cosmic rocks. Here it's pidgin English. Falling to the earth, depending on their mass, they will either be consumed and disappear by the reaction against the air, basically, of the atmosphere. They will be disintegrated, or if they are large enough, they become a meteorite, and they crash onto the earth. This is another example of measure. And then there are all the Kepler, Newton, Galileo, and all the astronomers. There would be Einstein could be incorporated, namely all the laws of the solar system in terms of mechanics, the movement of, and all the new discoveries of the movement of the planet, etc. Relativity, which had to correct the physics of Newton, because whatever planet, the movement, I think it was Mercurius, it had a slightly different movement, which the gravitational conceptual frame of Newton could not predict, so Einstein predicted this and he became famous, etc., etc. Yeah. And the reason, here, let's talk about Einstein. The reason why he said, officially, the most wonderful thing or the most marvelous thing about the universe is that we can understand the universe. Why is it so, Mr. Einstein? Simply because the universe is the product of the mind of God, and it's logically structured. And here, maybe I should have begun with this. The reason why, because it has helped me understand, the reason why, what does it mean that logic exteriorizes itself in nature? Every scientist, every high school student, when the educational system is not made to dumb down the students and turn them into idiots. Who did this? I don't know. Yeah, when the educational system functions properly, the purpose is that junior high school people, students, should know that nature is rational, namely it obeys a certain regularity of laws, it is determined, it can be understood cognitively, and the reason why nature is rational, that which every scientist ought to know, is because it's logically structured. The physicist, the chemist, the biologist, they call this mathematical determinism. I mean, they do not use the terminology mathematical determinism, but they quantify the laws, but they all agree, implicitly or explicitly, that nature is rational. So I don't know here on an empirical level, I don't know what kind of metaphysics the scientists use, but basically I know enough that basically they say, since Russell and Whitehead and the logician of the Circle of Vienna, Wittgenstein, thought that, and even before with Frege, thought that basically logic and mathematics, at least branches of mathematics, they are kind of incorporated within one another, so that mathematics is founded upon logic, or reciprocally. I haven't studied enough of their metaphysics, that which they call the absence of metaphysics, which is contradictory because man is by very nature, as a thinking agent, he's a metaphysician. That's one of the very basic errors that supposedly great intellectuals do. They are great on many levels, but they make very stupid metaphysical mistakes. But yeah, so nature is mathematically determined, but it also logically determined. That's why it is rational, and that's why studying logic enables to understand nature, and reciprocally for purposes of clarity. But basically, yeah, that's why we can predict the movement of the planets, of the stars, on an astronomical level, and the movement of the galaxies, etc., the universal gravitation of physical objects within space. It can be understood and eventually quantified through mathematical determinations, simply because it is logically structured in a way. Then they are very complex. The laws are not always clear, and maybe it's very difficult to grasp, or maybe impossible, I don't know. But since Kant and even before, thinkers know that the absence of the determinateness, namely the ability to determine what laws are effective, namely wirklich, doesn't mean that there are no laws. It means that they are unseen. Yeah, but they are there nonetheless. We have to presuppose that God is not doesn't play. He plays chess, not dice, or maybe he plays dice and maybe he cheats. I know a lot about cheating from God's perspective, but when God cheats, it's for everyone's benefit. I will make here a joke. The reason why eventually the good God always wins, and why I lose as long as I'm not really the good God, or we, or whatever, the reason why I always lose is because God is a cheater. That's why he always wins. That's why it's from the morality of fair play. Here I'm in the mood to make a joke. God's morality is dubious sometimes. But here, I will be honest, if it's for the purpose of doing good, am I justifying cheating? If people are not happy, they can blame whatever, the devil or whatever, but yeah. The purpose is that the good God has to win eventually. Yeah. But if I had to give an opinion, it's just an opinion. I think that the real God, he kind of play chess and dice at the same time, maybe. But no, at some level he plays chess. Because here I will be serious. On an intellectual standpoint, the real God, on an intellectual standpoint, it's breathtaking and amazing. On a strictly intellectual standpoint, yeah. So yeah, here are the categories of the modern science. There's partly numerology, but it appears within the realm of the determination of the quantity within the logic of being. But nature can be interpreted through numbers. That's what occultists have done officially throughout the centuries, namely the relationship between the various planets with the quantitative relationship of number, etc. It can help. It's partly true, but yeah, it's just to remain within the realm of numerology, whereas there are so many relevant categories. Yeah, and here are the names of a few modern physicists that one can find on YouTube. Here are journals of physics which can be found. So what these people, they talk about, mostly it's mechanics, within the realm of the encyclopedia. Here is Lawrence Krauss, John Hagelin, Neil deGrasse Tyson, Leonard Susskind, Penrose, Higgs, Rees. So these people, they are alive. These people as well. He's a Canadian. He is a Frenchman. He is deceased, but he made videos in English for an English-speaking audience. And here, just to show that the Americans, they are pretty good, but the English, even if they are kind of a little bit decadent intellectually, in the realm of sciences, they remain at a very high level. The decadence of the English, it's decadence, but it's English. Here I will praise the English. Even when they are decadent, that's still the level of England. I'm just saying. The English, they have standards. Yeah. Okay, so here. So here, I just comment, but here I maybe, I don't know how this will be interpreted, but here I'm really serious, like namely that, let us be serious about English science. Some of the greatest minds in terms of scientific inquiry, they are Englishmen. Newton, Darwin, Faraday, Maxwell, he was a Scot, I know, John Dalton, etc. I will not list all of them, but basically, the English, not all the English, I'm not stupid enough to say, yeah, but basically, a genius is a product of a people. Here I will be a little bit Nietzschean. Maybe the purpose of the English people is to produce a few geniuses, but the problem with the English is that they have produced so many great men of science, art, politics, that one might be tempted to say, here I will be kind of generous, all the English are great. And even when they are not native English, they still produce great science. Whatever. So yeah, here, let's be serious. The English, the level of the standards in terms of intellectual achievements, it's very high. Because these people, Penrose, Higgs, and Rees, they are not, of course, on the level of Newton. It's impossible. There cannot be Newton every decade or every century even, but they are still some of the most competent and intelligent. Yeah, so I'm just saying. And here I will be honest, the fact that most of the English people are not even aware of the greatness of their own sciences is kind of embarrassing. The English, they can read American, hopefully. Here I will make a little bit of a trash talking joke. The Americans, they have become so stupid that they are not capable of reading good English literature. But the English, because they are partly European, they are smart enough to be able to read even mediocre American literature. Here I'm just talking about the literary style. I'm not blaming Ron Paul. I'm just talking about, I'm not talking about this book, but the standards of literature, literary expression. Here, no, not literature, but literary expression. The English, they have higher standards than the Americans. I'm just saying. But basically, if you have understood universal, particular, singular, yeah. But here I will be serious. The English, let us try to make England great again, namely to as many English people as possible, here independently of origin, but whatever is called English people today, that they should become as much as possible aware of their intellectual legacy, which is here one of the contradictions. It's England is a particular country, but they produce universal science, so it does not belong to the English, it belongs to everyone. But here let us flatter a little bit of English pride. If you are an Englishman, if the circumstances allow you to do so, try to become aware of the intellectual genius of the English people. which cannot be denied. Okay, here is, but then again, science by its very nature is universal. That's one of the contradictions of English people and Europeans, etc. But it's in a way, it's a good contradiction, in the sense that it produces universality for good in physics and all the other branches of science. So here we have, I show the view of the totality. We have here logic, being, essence, concept, nature in its abstract quantitative form, and all the succeeding, following logical determination of nature, and eventually of Geist, namely anthropology, consciousness, psychology, and eventually objective spirit, they exist within nature in a way. So the determinations of nature in the most abstract level, they are present in a more fully determined, more concrete. It contains diverse, sometimes opposed, but different determinations within itself. It's a process of determination in a sense of acquiring content. So what is true in the level of mechanics in the most abstract way is true also in the realm of qualitative physics and eventually organic physics, but the reverse is not true, in a sense that it's more determined. So all the determination of nature contain the most abstract ones, like most, or if not all, the determination of logic contains being, nothing, becoming, Bestimmtheit, etc., in a more fully determined way. And eventually humans contain the determination of organic physics, that which we call biology. So they contain partly the determination of mechanics, in a sense that all humans, they are physical objects, in the sense that they are subjected to the law of gravity, to simplify to the utmost. But it is just to understand what the philosophy of Hegel is about, namely it's the interrelatedness, interconnectedness of the totality. Here it's really expressed very simply, but yeah, I may repeat this in different ways, but it's simply just to understand. Yeah. And here I just take one example in case it's not clear, but here it's really simple, but space agencies, they would belong here. It's partly economic. I will just zoom in. I will not do this for every determination because I trust the intelligence of the people who will watch this eventually, but I make nonetheless clear examples. Here we have technology. I will show more clearly the vision of objective technology. Space agencies are a particular, I just here it's just transhumanism and artificial intelligence, but I will add space agencies. In order for a space agency or spatial programs to exist, what is existence? It has to have a ground. It has to have the financial and economic means. There is the incentive to try to outsmart the Soviet Union, or to try to show off, like a Kennedy and the Americans in the 1960s. Let us show the world how great we are. We'll send man on the moon, and they did this in the official narrative. But yet there has to be the financial aspect, the economic aspect. There has to be the intelligence and the will of the people, not everyone, but broadly, in order and it can be said of Soviet Russia as well, in order to send a satellite or a spaceship in outer space, there has to be intelligence, creativity, work, etc., etc., which is connected with the anthropological determination of the people, but also the ability to produce partly functional educational system, etc., etc. It's all interconnected. And it is only by interconnecting the totality that any given object or topic can be made intelligible. Here, I'm speaking in 2 minutes. It's much more rigorous. It should be, but I just show the broad picture. That's one of the problems of thinking about God, basically, because it goes way too fast in a way. But here, it's really simplified. But it's just to show that in order to talk about the Apollo program by JFK in the US, or the Sputnik program by the Soviet Russia, there has to be most of the determination taken into account. The knowledge about physics, the social, political climate, the psychological impulse to try to outsmart or outcompete or to show off. In a good sense here, it's to try to impress the opponent by saying we are smarter than you, we are more bold, we are more brave, we are more daring, we are more ambitious, etc. Sometimes it can backfire, but this is what drives human creativity in a way. The competition can be negative in some sense, but one of the attempts to solve the contradiction is to bring the competition in a realm of either technological or competition is ambiguous, but it has produced some of the greatest technological achievements of mankind. And in order to understand, all the determination have to be taken into account. So here is the second part of the natural process, which incorporates within itself. The second part is here, so it incorporates the first part of the second part of the second part, and the third part of the second part. The second part is die Physik, which in ordinary language would be qualitative physics, namely not just the pure abstraction of mathematical mechanics, but qualitative properties. Namely, it's a mixture of physics and chemistry. And here, so here's the structure. It talks about, in the most general aspect, the celestial bodies, the physical elements, the meteorological process. So for instance, climate change in a way can be incorporated within this. So it is the physics of the universal individuality, and the three subdivisions are the three physical bodies, the elements, and the elemental process, the process of the elements. And here are, because I will talk about this at some moment, the European gods, namely the gods. They are individuals, but they are also determination of the mind, determination of the psyche, but also determination of reality, because everything is interconnected. And here, because it begins with light as a physical element, the gods associated with light in Nordic or Greek mythology, here are some names. So I make this video for everyone, but specifically for Apollonian drum. Apollonian drum, I cannot deny that you are brilliant. The problem is that when there is too much light, it becomes blinding in a way. So when light encounters light, they can mutually enlighten one another, but they can also blind one another, because here I try to be honest. Maybe they are too brilliant. It's difficult, okay? But yeah. Here I will say what I think, because I thought about this so many times. I'm in a mood to laugh, but you think light is your ally. You merely adopted the light. I was born in it, molded by it. In fact, I didn't see the dark until I was already a man, and by then it was nothing to me but blinding. I know, I invert. That's Hegelian, but I can quote American pop culture. And here, it's secret knowledge for Apollonian drum. Here in a mood to laugh. Theatricality and deception are powerful agents to the uninitiated. But we are initiated, aren't we? Everyone can hear this, but only the select few can understand the complexity, because even I myself do not understand fully. So, but basically, yeah. So light, the stars, the sun. Here are the various determination of light, rays, particles, waves in a way. There is optic, the study of light and the property of light, what is obscure and the refraction, the angle of the refraction of light, etc. So here's the study of light on an electromagnetic level in a way, but also it's still electromagnetism in a way, but light as produced by the celestial body, namely the sun within the solar system and the various stars. Yeah, and most religions have mythologies about light. Jesus is the light. Lucifer is the light bringer. There is mythology about light in Persian mythology, Indian mythology. That's one way. Egyptian religion, they talk about this. They worship the sun, etc., etc. The sun is the most brilliant, but the problem is that too much light. Here I talk in ordinary language. Too much light is simply blinding. It's too brilliant. It has to be darkened, but then we have to find a proper balance between a darkened light and yeah. But eventually, I know I have to enlighten the dark at some level. So yeah. Here I will speak what I think. Stella, you are my star, maybe I am your light. Darkness is problematic, but if it's your darkness, I will insert a song that I've been listening to. Okay, so yeah, optics, etc. Then the bodies of opposition. I understood what you are on a metaphysical level, I think a couple of weeks ago. And, yeah. I owe you, I'm tempted to say, I owe you everything. Because we're kind of problematic because there are really dark things within everything, but yeah. But, okay, the bodies of opposition. Here are kind of physical properties of objects, rigidity in a way, opposition, neutrality. So here is opposition is kind of the positive and the negative within the realm of physical elements in a way. So here it's kind of really here modern physicists cannot understand because it's a mixture of determination of physics with determination of it's a mixture of occultism, religion, alchemy, esotericism, physics, what Glenn Alexander Magee calls the most convincing attempt to reconcile science with pseudoscience. It's convincing. So here it's really complicated. Basically, there is an opposition and a neutrality. The lunarische means lunar comet bodies, satellites, the axe, electromagnetic axis, the bodies of dissolution. Here is the moon, and here are the Greek goddess associated with the moon, which is associated with Mari, and the Nordic goddess partly associated with the moon. So here is the Nordic and Greek mythology, and here as well comets, the core or the kernel of this body, and the solar system. So here it's a mixture of the study. I try to translate into intelligible language as I understand this as of now, knowing that I haven't had the opportunity to study thoroughly neither the natural sciences nor the encyclopedia. I've just studied the logic, but I haven't studied all the other aspects thoroughly because it's really demanding. But here it's basically we had abstract quantitative relationship, mathematical relationship within nature. Here it's more qualified in a sense that it can still be mathematically determined, namely wavelength of the light, the position, movement, spectrum of the stars, the rotation, and the projection of photons by the sun. It can be quantified, the speed at which the light of the sun reaches the earth, the movement of the sun, the rate at which the helium and hydrogen atoms, the helium atoms are being fused, etc., etc. It can be quantified, but it's more qualitative in a sense, or it's more determined. And here it's still astronomy in a way, but it's kind of qualitative astronomy in a way, if you had to speak. But here it's not really astronomy, but that's why it can be confusing. But actually there is a logical structure which, as of now, I cannot properly see completely, but I see the broad picture. Namely, it's one moment, then the moment of opposition, and then maybe the third moment. So here there is planet Earth within the solar system. So the planet, which is an individual totality. So in order to understand the Earth, it has to be contextualized within the physical universe, what we call the cosmos, but also within the solar system. And the Earth, here it's very vaguely made manifest. It is influenced by the magnetism of the sun, the light of the sun, the position within the solar system, etc. Here it's just so here is the beginning of the study and the interpretation and the gathering of knowledge about the Earth as a planet within an astronomical systematic totality. Here is the second moment, the elements. So here I will show here. So what I've just been talking about, it's astronomy, optics, and magnetism. What I am about to talk about is alchemy, the element, and in the third moment there will be geology, meteorology, climatology, seismology, and volcanology. These are the modern categories used by scientists to talk about what is here in the process of the unfolding, the physics of the universal individuality, namely the totality of mostly the solar system, but there is the cosmos at large in a more concrete way than just astronomy, but still relatively abstract. So here it's alchemy. There are physical elements and chemical simplicity, and here what is meant is that a purely chemical, quantitative chemical analysis of the elements is not rigorous. I will not use the word rigorous. It's not satisfactory enough because it leaves aside the quality of objects. This is a complaint that people with a relative high level of intelligence and knowledge about the modern sciences, they complain about, usually on the left, but it's a good criticism, namely that modern science is way too abstract and bland and dry and boring, and it's nature loses its appeal in a good sense, because if this piece of bread, if it's just chemically analyzed, people are not interested. They want to eat bread, and eventually good bread. The chemical composition of food is of no interest for the ordinary people. It's of high interest for those who want to poison the food, or to enhance or to preserve the qualitative chemical properties of food. It's of interest to them. But the ordinary people, they just want bread on the table, and they don't care about the chemical composition. This is one of the contradictions that I have, because I am privileged economically, and I've spent most of my life studying abstraction, because I've never had to suffer the hardships, etc. I know. Now maybe we will reverse the roles. I share my knowledge. Maybe if there is some sort of cosmic justice, the people who have had hardships all their life, they will be enlightened by science, and I will suffer because I'm a jerk and a piece of trash at some level. I'm selfish and privileged, etc. I know. I understand. Yeah. So yeah, here the air, which is transparent, then the element of opposition, fire with heat, neutrality, adhesion, and here solubility means kind of a, I don't know how to translate, solubility, and water. So here we have air, and here we have fire and water, which are the elements of opposition. So it's an alchemical way of thinking about nature, namely the four elements of Empedocles. And here Scarlett, we'll see about Scarlett later, she understands this. She understands alchemy. When eventually she watches my video, she will understand. It just has to be recontextualized within the totality. But basically, fire and water and air, they can be chemically analyzed. H2O, oxygen, etc., etc. Fire is some sort of a chemical reaction which produces dioxide carbon and consumes object, which is a production of energy and heat, etc. It can be chemically analyzed, but it's not really satisfactory. It's a necessary moment in the process of understanding. But people they want to have a more qualitative understanding and use symbols. That's why the symbol of fire. Fire is hot, obviously. That has the good aspect. You are setting my heart on fire. I have a burning desire for you. Lana Del Rey. I will laugh, but yeah. Flaming passion. I will not sing, but I thought about this. I will do this because I have to attract attention. But basically, here I can put this. This was my song for Americans. Passionate love, whatever. Some Americans, when they hear about me, they will love me. They will love me. Maybe they'll say, we didn't expect that, but we'll take some aspects of you. Whatever. So here are some songs. No, they illustrate this aspect, but basically, air, fire, and water. Fire is masculine, water is feminine, because water can take the shape of whatever continents, not continents, but whatever is The form and the content, the formal aspect is the content, namely what contains the content. This is the formal aspect. So water takes the shape of whatever formal object it is put into, the glass, the lake, whatever. That's why it's easy to shape water. It's kind of passive, whereas fire is more active. Active, passive, form, content. I mean, fire is not content, but form, etc., etc. These are, yeah. Fire can evaporate water, and water can extinguish fire. This is what people, in ordinary language, you need to cool down. To take a cold shower. I don't know if it's an expression. Yeah. Probably there's, at some level, there's a connection between the climate. Probably, here, I don't know, maybe we'll never know. I don't know if it's important. The climate of England and the rain in England and English poetry. Maybe there's a connection. The English poets, or the poets, usually they know more about nature than the physicists in a way, because they see the artistic expression, the great poets. The romantic poets, they simply express in beautiful lyrics some of the determination of nature. And then we have Erdigkeit, which would be more the earthly aspect. So there would be air, fire, water, earth. Air and fire would be masculine. Water and earth or earthly nature would be more feminine. And yeah. To be down to earth is some sort of a quality. To have the head in the clouds is a negative connotation. The German metaphysicians, they have a tendency to live in the ethereal spheres, to lose contact with earthly nature. I know. This is one way of talking, basically. Yeah. So here's the third moment. The life of the earth, and here it's as serious as it can get for the people who are interested, and here I talk to the leftists, I mean I talk to everyone, but basically the leftists, when they talk about Gaia, the leftists, they can be very stupid, but also very smart in a different level than the right-wingers. If you want to talk about Gaia, you have to take into account all the determinations. There are kind of the stupid leftists who say they are probably political activists somewhere here, or NGOs, it's somewhere here, it's in green here. I will zoom in. Basically, the political leftist environment issues, international agreements, here there are the non-governmental organization. They are good-hearted, they want to do well, they are nice, etc., etc. They are also the manipulators and the schemers. But those who are good-hearted, they just need to have a more rigorous, systematic approach to the vision of Gaia, and all the determination have to be taken into account. And then there's the meteorological process and the climate, which influence, on an evolutionary perspective, it influences the anthropological determination of humans, what we call evolutionary biology. The different races and genetic groups of humans are, on a chronological perspective, they are the product of climate, mostly, not only, but climate which produces food, etc. This is the theory of cold winters, people migrating out of Africa in the plain of Central Asia, dividing themselves in Northeast Asian, Europeans, the colder climates, the warmer temperature, etc., which produces differences of cognitive and psychological determination, cooperation, etc., etc. These are the work of the mostly Anglo-Saxon and American anthropologists. So here is climate, but also it has an impact upon the crops, upon the mood of people, upon the economy, upon ethics, upon politics, etc., etc. It has to be, if it has to be understood, the leftist schemers, they talk about climate just to advance their pawns on a political level, but the really smart leftists, they really have a holistic view. I mean, maybe not as detailed as the Hegelian view, but they understand Gaia in the entire process. Here I will, I put these references already, but I put this here as well. Matthew Siegel. Here are some songs about the seasons, the elements. Yeah. Here I'm in a good mood, but I know what I thought earlier this afternoon. But basically, America is a country where you pick up immigrants from whatever country in whatever parts of Europe, and they become superstars. I didn't know much about Albania up until recently, but I discovered that Ava Max, Dua Lipa and Bibi Rexha, they are all partly from this part of Europe. So that's what Europeans do. Even the most, from a European perspective, insignificant European countries, if you mix this with the American dream, you can still produce superstars. Yeah. This is not German music, but it's above most other forms of music. And yeah, it's and these women, these Albanian, South Eastern European women, they are attractive. Of course, I'm well aware that in order to become a superstar in the pop industry, you have to be beautiful. There are exceptions, but basically, I'm well aware that not all Albanian or people from Southern Eastern, they are not as beautiful as these women, but basically, beautiful European women, they are beautiful everywhere, basically. I mean, all women, all beautiful women are beautiful, but mostly European women, basically. So yeah, the seasons, the earth as a crystal, which is kind of the chemical structural form, the moons, not the moon, but the various moons within the solar system. Here's the water body, the comets, the Fruchtbar means fertility, basically. The individual fertility of the earth. So all the legends, the myths, the tales of the primitive religions, all Mother Earth, the fertility of the earth. We find this in all religious old texts. It comes from here, basically. That's Gaia, in a way. And here we have earthquakes, volcanoes, eruptions. Here it's rigidity, it's a chemical determination of structure. Clouds, storm, rain, lightning, thunder. Here I don't know this word, neither in German nor in French. Whatever. And here, for instance, Zeus and Jupiter, they are the gods of thunder and lightning and yeah. And Poseidon or Neptune, this is Greek mythology, Roman mythology, Greek and Roman. They are the gods of partly rain, but also earthquakes and the ocean. The ocean is later, but this is what I will not make a full lecture or full study on European mythology or mythology of all people, but basically this is what, on a historical perspective, the peoples of everywhere on the planet have tried to express through their mythology. Namely, it's what sometimes today they call the energies of the earth or the spirits of the earth, but actually these are elemental determination of the process of the earth. These are images, Poseidon, Zeus, Gaia, like Apollo, etc. These are images used to express the relationship of man to the cosmos. And here it is reused in movies, songs, etc., etc. That's why everything is interconnected. The determinations of the earth, they live through each human because each human is cosmically connected. But in order to become aware of this cosmic connection, there has to be some people, they are spontaneously in connection with nature, but some others, they have to work intellectually. Yeah. And here the days, Monday, the Donnerstag, Monday, Tuesday, I don't know exactly because there's German, English, French, etc. But basically the names of the days in English, French, and German, they are derived from either the gods or the planets. Monday in French comes from the moon. Tuesday in French comes from Mars, I think. The Donnerstag, Sonntag comes from the sun. Sunday, etc., etc. I have books about this. I will not show them now, but basically, yeah, there is a connection between. Actually, I will pick up the book between grammar, etymology, mythology, etc., etc. But this is basic knowledge. But there is Shakespeare, Twain, Goethe, Cicero, Socrates, Voltaire. It's about comparative grammar, French, Latin, Ancient Greek, English, German, and I just illustrate here the days. I just briefly comment. There are the planets. I will talk 2 minutes about this book. Selene, Luna gave a lundi in French. Ares, which is the Greek god of war, and Mars, which is the Roman god of war, gave dies martis in Latin, which is mardi in French. Dies Mercurii, which gave mercredi in French, comes from Mercurius, which is the god of the messenger. Here is Odin and Apollo, not Hermes and Odin. Here is a very famous picture in European circles about Thor. Dies Jovis. Jovis means Jupiter. The equivalent of Zeus is Thursday, which is Thor's day, Thor's day, etc., 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 etc. Friday comes from Frig, the beloved, and not Freya, goddess of love and beauty. This is the wife of Wotan. Frigeday means Friday. In Latin it's Venus, which gave vendredi in French. It's Aphrodite, etc., etc. I will not comment systematically, but basically it's a good book. I've never read this book, but it's quite interesting. Because my life consists in having spent most of my life reading books without ever having had the time to actually read a book peacefully. That's one of the problems, but there are worse problems to have. I can live with that. But basically, yeah. Yeah. So this is an example. Yeah, the connection between grammar, etymology, cosmology, geology, the life of the planet, mythology, culture, literature, poetry. But it's not enough to say everything is connected, let's mix this together. No, there is a logical structure. It has to be organized, to be structured, to be rationalized. This is what I try to provide. Vulcan is a Greek god, I think, or a Roman, maybe, I don't know, he's Roman, but yeah. 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 Let's talk about the spiritual blitzkrieg. One of my purposes is to try to take hold of at least some minds in a very short amount of time. I mean, very short means many hours, but once people understand what I am trying to share, if this video does not succeed when it is edited, etc., it will take many more hours, but then I will make shorter videos to try to promote this video. But I just want to make at least one last really intellectually demanding, although it's not demanding, I'm just improvising, but simply to illustrate the complexity and yeah. And I'm not losing my purpose of mind. The purpose is still yeah, because everything is interconnected. I'm not sure that the people working for the CIA, that they know about Greek and Roman and Nordic mythology. Actually, I know that they don't. I will show why. Because here are the statistics of the religious determinations of American citizens according to the CIA. They are Protestants. Thank God, one might say. Catholics. Yeah, but where are the pagans? They are not on the CIA's lists. Do the CIA agents know that pagans have some sort of secret knowledge about the spiritual life of the cosmos? I'm not sure that they do. And when they realize, maybe it will be too late for them to I don't know, we'll see that, but basically my vision of paganism, which is my vision of Christianity actually, they're kind of the same, consists in using all the tools of pop culture, science, religion, philosophy, secret services, scheming, whatever, because my purpose, that I'm not losing in mind, is just to reach Apollonian germ. Maybe I overcomplexify, but I will work harder, better, faster, stronger. I will improve my system until he watches my video, until you watch my video, Apollonian germ. Not all of them, maybe to be complicated, but at least the most recent one, the best, whatever, until you get the idea, basically. And as of now, only you, that's what I believe, has the sufficient level of intelligence to understand the process. I don't ask you, I don't expect you to understand everything, because it's way too complex actually, but basically just to understand the broad picture, to understand that in order to talk about anything, and not to talk, but to understand anything, there has to be the whole picture, and there is a process of self-actualization, of incorporation of ever more data, but not just random quantitative data, but in a structured, interconnected, coherent, conceptually determined way, and I just provide the frame. If people do not pick up my idea, I will keep working, keep improving. I will do this for every country on Earth eventually. Yeah. So here is the second moment of, I just show the broad view of the totality. So just to give some context, here we have logic, we had mechanics, which is abstract physics, mathematical determination, time, space, movement, matter, etc. Here it's qualitative physics that we have just said, so it's still astronomy, but more determined way, the place of the Earth within the solar system, and the fundamental geological and meteorological determination of planet Earth. This is zweiter Teil nature, and this is the second part of first part of nature. Here all the green is the second part of nature, here is the third part. So here we are looking at the second part of the process. The first moment, let us see the full view, it's physics of the particular individuality. So we had the abstract individuality, now we have the particular. The fundamental determinations are material spatiality, individualizing mechanic, specific gravity in a way, that's kind of density in a way, Dichtigkeit, I think it's I will not cut this part. I came prepared. These are my own documents, my own work on an individual level. So if I wanted to make a joke, I would say I'm a worker. The greatest lie ever told, maybe. But actually, you partly know, because the work of the negative, it's not completely illusory. But honestly, I'm not really a worker. That's why people will hate me. Well, there are many reasons, but that's also why I feel guilty. But that's my responsibility, whatever. I will not talk about my psychology, but the fact that I am a Frenchman and that I have a special relationship with America is partly determined because Working too much, of course, it's exploitation, it's evil, yeah. But not being able to work is also problematic. It means density, Dichtigkeit, density. Basically, I know myself at this level because one of the problems that I have is that the policies in any country which promotes unemployment, what Mises calls destructionism, when there's a willingness to prevent people from working, to prevent them from expressing themselves in a productive way, this can be very frustrating. I mean, people might say, yeah, being exploited is worse. I can understand that. That's why I'm here, so that people can complain. But basically, that's one of the reasons why, because it's my own responsibility, but I explain. It's here. I talk about psychology, but actually it's logically determined. Namely, there is the quantity, there is the determination of measure. Too much work is problematic, but not enough is problematic as well. And forcing people to work against their will is problematic, but forcing them not to work, that which we call created unemployment by destructionism, beggars, and etc. The problem for beggars, of course, is that they are poor, but on another level, the problem is that they are unable, they are prevented by the system, who is responsible for the system, but they are prevented from working. That's why doing a good Christian action is not to give money to the beggars, but to give them the opportunity to work. Not a handout, but a hand. To give them. You have never worked for your entire life. It's not because of your laziness. I mean, on an individual level, that's it. But actually, it's determined by the whole process. No, as long as you can work, do something productive. Yeah. One way or another, I will remove the beggars. The good way is give them work. Something productive. They will enjoy this. Yeah. Okay, so here we have, so density. Yeah. Cohesion. Cohesion is found within chemistry, but also within social life. There is cohesion or lack of in a football team, in a basketball team, in a political party, in a society, in a family, etc., etc. That's why we find the determination of psychology, sociology, politics. We find them at the level of chemistry because everything is interconnected. Adhesion, I don't know adhesion. I don't know how to translate this in English. It's the same word in French and in German. I'm not sure if it's the same in English. But basically, rubber sticks to whatever it is tied. That's we call adhesion in a way. To adhere, to have adhesion to whatever it sticks to a political party, to an ideology, etc., etc. It can be found within psychology, etc., etc., politics, etc. But here it's in the level of chemistry. This is here the categories of logic. It's form, which is called structure, namely the different chemical, the qualitative chemical properties of object, namely toughness, malleability, whether they stick or they detach themselves, whether they run smoothly, etc., etc. The different chemical properties that we experience as being qualitatively different, they are quantitatively different because it's a structure of atoms, the relationship, the looseness of the molecules in there, or the electrons, the number of electrons. I will not make a lecture on chemistry, but basically it can be quantitatively determined, but also it's a determination of structure, namely the physical properties, qualities of objects. They are determination of structure, namely the angles, the interconnectedness of the molecules, the order and the structure. This is form. This is a determination of essence. And the properties of atoms and molecules on a chemical level, it depends on the number of electrons on the external sphere, which is the determination of quantity as well. That's why the categories if they are thought properly. Here I talk briefly in 30 seconds, but this is why it's important to study the categories, because they are found everywhere. Simply the physicist and the chemist, they do not, I mean, they use the logical determination one way or another when they are competent, but they do not use the terminology. That's why it's difficult to translate what they mean, although it's easy because it's rigorous when the books are convincing. But yeah. So here we have the dimension of the stand. Zusammen means together. Halten means hold together. What holds together? So the common relationship, one might say. Here I cannot translate in English because these are words that I do not even understand in French nor in German. The fact of being breakable in a way. Here doesn't mean punctuality. It's linearity. Tenacious means to be holding firm, to be strong. Tenacity in the realm of psychology is holding firm. It can be a quality, or it can turn into stubbornness. It's a question of measure, determination of qualitative being. If you are not tenacious, if you have not enough tenacity, you are kind of weak. If you have too much, you are a little bit stubborn. So sometimes you have to be tenacious to the end, but yeah, you have to find a proper balance. Malleability, it's a property of physical chemical object which is determined by the atomic molecular structure composition of elements. I mean elements here in the sense of physical objects, but also it can be found within psychology and politics and education. Namely, malleability is the ability to shape others, and of course the schemers, they want to shape the mind of the youth, or the mind of women, or the mind of the idiots, or those who lack will. That's why it's very easy to shape. I mean, it's very easy to shape the mind of people, because when they are young, they are malleable. Yeah. Also, let us talk about mechanics. The bureaucrats in a bureaucracy, they are kind of mechanistic parts of the bureaucracy. They are interchangeable. They can be removed indifferently. Each one does his own particular task, which is debilitating. He doesn't understand what the others do. He just fills in forms or types on his computer. That's a mechanistic, boring job. It can be useful, but most of these jobs, they are so overwhelmingly complex, unnecessarily complex, that it's just a waste of time. It's simply useless. It's useful in a given context for the purpose of giving occupation and job, or wasting time or money, or both, or annoying people with stupid demands, whatever. But there comes a moment when Gegeneinander Gewalt, it's a constraining force exerted upon one another. It's action, reaction, communication of movement, also repulsion, because there is resistance to that. So these are determination of logic and mechanics in a higher form within the realm of chemistry, basically. And here is sound. So we have chemistry, acoustics, which is the physical study and understanding of sounds, the wavelengths, etc., the various sounds. Here is the beginning of music, in a way. Some enlightened physicists, when they talk about astronomy, they talk about the harmony of the movement of the celestial sphere. But in order to see the harmony of the movement of the galaxies and the stars and the planets and the satellites, etc., the level of intellectual requirement is so elevated that it's difficult. That's why there are vulgarization on the internet. I'm not sure that all these people are accessible. Neil Tyson is rather accessible. Carl Sagan, he was supposed to be as well. here it's clear, but it requires a certain intellectual standards. Here as well. Actually, it's clear, but really there is clear for really intelligent people with time, focus, attention, and a background. And here it's more accessible. I mean, it's still demanding, but it's more popular in the sense that there are illustrations, etc. I will defend God. There's a lot to say about God, but basically we live in a world where at least some people on their leisure time in the privileged countries, they have the opportunity to study, if they are relatively intelligent, and if they have the opportunity to study the whole history and life and development of cosmic life made available. So if you, whoever you are, if you are in a position where you can watch these videos on the internet, wherever you are, in any country, if you speak English, that would be fair. If the idiots, I mean some of them at least, are capable of becoming smart, that would be fair. I'm not saying that I am fair, I'm saying that it would be fair at some level, that the idiots should have access to knowledge. And the intelligent, they have to be exploited because they are parasitical, because they feed off the exploitation of the workers and the sweat and the tears of the workers, and they live in a delusional ivory tower, they build abstract system, they are not confronted by the harshness of reality of the masses. I can anticipate. There are forms of negativity that I accept on an abstract level, because if I had to be honest, that would be fair. Okay, that would be fair. So basically, if people, if they want to hurt me physically and let me enlighten them epistemologically, we can make a deal. That's a joke. I will try to preserve and save whatever can be I will try to share my light as long as I can. I don't want to experience failure, but I have to at some moments. So yeah. Okay, so acoustics. So here is the theory of sound, shaking, the mechanical modality of the soul. So here we have the connection between the soul and music. The student perspective, Varg knew this. I learned this or discovered this in one of his books about European mythology. There is a connection between the soul of humans and music, and this is why different peoples, here I will be realist, depending on their anthropological determination, they appreciate different kinds of music. Usually Europeans, they enjoy pop rock, rock, metal, hard rock, heavy metal, etc. Depending, it's a continuum, but usually this kind of music from pop rock is not universal, it's generalized in a quantitative sense that it appealed to a vast quantum of people, pop rock. But the more right, here I envision right wing, like rock, hard rock, metal, etc., it appealed to mostly the more we go into the right wing. I mean, here it's not right wing, but actually it's kind of connected with right wing politics as well. But the more we go to the right of the continuum, the tinier the number become. There are very few people who enjoy heavy metal, but those who do, if we had to implement a quantitative relationship, most of the time they are overwhelmingly white Europeans. There are probably black people who enjoy hard rock, probably, but on the other hand, what we could call R&B, soul, reggae, raga, rap, hip hop, blues, etc. Here there's a continuum as well. Hip hop would be on the left. It doesn't mean that hip hop artists are leftists, but if we had to put a continuum, there would be. Here I will take a few seconds. I've not thought this through thoroughly, but would hip hop, rap, R&B, there would be blues, jazz, here we would have reggae, somehow, blues and jazz and soul. Maybe it's the other way. I'm not an expert empirically in music, but basically these are African music, but here's the fact that there are very few African bands or any other any anthropological group other than Europeans who practice European music in the realm of pop culture, namely rock, hard rock, etc. I mean, rock, yes, but hard rock, metal, etc. There are very few non-European groups, but there are a lot of, quantitative relationship, proportion, etc. There are more white people who make rap, hip hop, blues. Partly it's also quantitatively limited, but there is a connection between the soul, which is anthropologically determined, and the relationship to music, which is quantitatively determined by acoustics in a way, but also harmony, melody, rhythm, which are on a physical level. These are determination of quantity. They are numerical relationship. It's a debate that Europeans had in the 18th century with Rousseau, etc., the mathematical proportion of music, etc. But there are kinds of music which appeal to certain kinds of people. Here is our quantitative determination. And yeah. And there are black people who are annoyed because doing black music selfishly, that's one of Eminem's songs. Basically, Elvis, cultural appropriation with Afro-American music, and Eminem did the same thing. Yeah, that's how things are, basically. Yeah. But then there's cultural appropriation. If it's Elvis Presley or Eminem, that's okay. Because there's also the reverse, Toussaint Louverture, that's an example by Zizek, black people making a revolution to assert their freedom, that's cultural appropriation. The revolt of the colonies against the colonists, that's cultural appropriation. Because a political revolution, it's a typically European idea. Not only Europeans, but mostly Europeans, since the assassination of the kings in Rome in 510 or 9, and the overthrow of the tyrants in Athens in 509 as well, BCE, the various revolutions of the plebeian against the patricians in Rome, the assassination of Caesar, etc., 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 the revolt of the peasants against the feudal lords in the Middle Age Europe, the French Revolution, the Glorious Revolution of the English, the American Revolution, the socialist attempts led by Europeans to revolt, etc., etc. Europeans are a revolutionary people. Historically, if we had to quantify in terms of proportion, I am starting a revolution. Thank God I'm not the king. I will not be overthrown. Or maybe I will. If it's for the sake of the revolution. whatever. So yeah, here Zahlenverhältnissen is our quantitative relations, harmony, disharmony, the tone, vibration, sound, and timbre. I'm not sure that timbre means timbre, but there's a song by Kesha and Pitbull about timbre. And basically all is just a song, but basically vibration, swinging, the connection, we hear this in most pop music, the connection between the heat and the movement, shaking, moving, the temperature, Sean Paul, not Ron Paul, but Sean Paul, the temperatures rising. Here I will insert a song that I've been listening. I will just make a pause to find the proper reference. Okay, so here are a few songs about the relationship between heat, vibration, music, sound, stuff. I mean, that's what they express. So basically, just to illustrate, when I make pause, I tend to I made a 5-minute pause, but basically I tend to re-explain what I'm talking about. Basically, in order to understand a music, and the purpose is not to understand one singular music, but simply to understand the process. What is music? We've just seen its vibrations, acoustics, etc., etc. These are movement of molecules within the air, but in order for music to be produced, there has to be a people there has to be a people with a culture, etc. But in the modern music industry, so people here is a realm of subjective Geist. In order to promote the name of people who appear are those who are intelligent enough at some level to understand at least parts of my truth, because they have gone through an intellectual process. So eventually some of them will understand at least some aspects of my truth. Yeah. Apollonian germ, you are here, but actually you belong at the highest level of intellectual cognition. So as of now, I mean, it's not really you belong here, but actually you are kind of above these people, but it's just the current the hot topic, one might say, is here. But yeah, basically music, there has to be an economy. I mean, to develop modern music, an economy which enables the development of technology, recording sounds, publishing, and it's not publishing houses, but labels, the material, technological aspects. It has to be I mean, it used to be promoted by the media. Now it can be made famous on the internet. The population has to have access to the internet. Yeah, it's so if we take the sociological aspect, some artists come from lower classes, and musical artistic expression is a way of getting out of the social hardships. That's the story of Marshall Mathers, but of many rappers. But then, depending on the social context, there are people who are musicians because their parents are privileged, and those who are musicians because that's one way of escaping from the hardships of existence, etc. So there is the sociological determinism. In order to promote modern music, there has to be, like I said, the economic aspect. The taste in music, it's partly part of the culture of a people, but here culture is not what is commonly understood. Here culture is kind of work ethics, leisure, social behavior, but music is a form of art, and this is where it belongs. Yeah. Yeah. There are rappers who sing about drugs, gangs, etc., etc. Yeah. Yeah. And it appeals to a certain sociology. This music is nightmare for white parents whose worst fear is a child with dyed hair who likes herrings. Whatever they say has no bearing, it's so scary. Living in a house with no whatever. Yeah. Certain types of music are adapted for certain people. When the kids, it will be a determination of education, but also demographics, which would be the age. I borrowed this from the CIA, very useful. The age structure. Young people, they are more inclined to, when they want to rebel against society, against their parents, against their teacher, against whatever, they listen to music which talk about gangs and mafias, etc., etc. Usually the typical white teenager, privileged, he listens to black music, or black rappers talking about gangsters and selling drugs, etc. That's what Eminem says in Sing for the Moment. We have guns because we are entertainers, to protecting ourselves, etc., etc. I know the story. Yeah. Yeah. That's why a lot of white people, they enjoy listening to rap music, because it enables them to express some sort of masculinity that has been repressed by society, because in modern society, masculine people, if they are black and you have their musical talent, they make rap music. If they are white, they are not allowed to express their masculinity, so the way they do this is they become libertarians. And they express radical economic policies, which are actually very sound, but basically the Libertarian Party is just a coalition of white people, of white males, frustrated of not being able to express their their masculinity. So they know that right-wing politics of kind of the 20th century is not allowed, so they find the next best thing and they become libertarians. I understand them. Maybe that's one way that God tried to solve the contradiction, instead of adopting the really negative right-wing aspect, where the purpose is to put people which do not fit the standards into camps and to get rid of them in one way or another. Let us turn frustrated white males into libertarians, so they will implement their political vigor into economic theories, and maybe at some moment they will be ready to actually implement a sound economic policy. I know the libertarians. The sun will disappear in 5 billion years, says the official storyline. Where is the sun? I'm sure that if no one tells them that, I don't know, the solar system and the sun. In 5 billion years, the sun will disappear. I can anticipate that if nothing changes, in 5 billion years, we'll still have libertarians making lectures about their economic policies. Oh, we should implement someday. What are you waiting for? Whatever. Yeah. Yeah. There's a reason, there's a logical determination why the zeitgeist is libertarian, because if you implement socialism, which is a determination of politics and economics, I haven't implemented the welfare state because it's not in the CIA books, but basically I will if I can. Otherwise the welfare state would be partly sociology, here I put unions, the welfare state. I will not make a lecture on the welfare state, but basically it can be used for good or for bad. Percentage of GDP, rate of dependency, etc. You can really, to a certain extent, you can help the poor. To another extent, you can just maintain an underclass, forced unemployment, which brings about all sorts of degeneracy, breaks down the family, which enables manipulation, breaks down the ethics and the morality of a society, etc., etc. I talk about easy manipulation in 20 seconds, and basically the more socialistic and socialist the system, the economic system becomes, the more people revolt against the system. That's why libertarianism is spiritual, the zeitgeist, so it's a logical moment in the development of spirit, in the process of spirit. Yeah. Yeah, what was I saying? So yeah, I was talking about music briefly. So in order for music to be properly understood, but the purpose here is not to understand music, it's to understand the process, namely all the aspects have to be taken into account. Music can be used to promote global peace, Shakira, Michael Jackson, they make music for Africa, etc., etc. There are concerts organized by stars to gather money for associations. It enables them to promote their image and sense of self-worth. Everyone is happy because we feel so good. I understand. I'm not sure that it's very efficient economically. That's where the good-hearted leftists and the kind of cynical but intelligent right-wingers, maybe they can meet together. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, so I was saying, masculine white people, they become libertarians, that's the good aspect. When it's not good, they become exploiters and financiers. Yeah. That's the story of DiCaprio in the movie about where he's a kind of a financial exploiter, whatever. So yeah, here is, let us go back to physics, so here is the mechanical modality of the soul. It's the beginning of the relationship in a way of the soul to the cosmos through vibration. Music is reflection of self. That's one way of expressing this. Music, at some level, it's just cosmic vibration, but it's ordered, intentionally ordered cosmic vibration. That's why it's so appeasing and pleasing. And here I could talk briefly about music. There are various kinds of music which have various effects upon the soul, which produces effects upon the psyche. Namely, there are music to appease. Words can they can be great or they can degrade, or even worse, they can teach hate. That's one way of saying, but music with articulate lyrics, it can spread conflicts or peace or joy or appease sorrow or uplift the mood. The reason why Eminem is a genius of pop culture is because he masters all the levels. He has songs to make you laugh, to make you cry, to make you angry, to make you confident. He has all the repertoire. I'm not sure it's in English. He masters every kind of genre. He's very Hegelian. That's why he's the best in modern pop music. Yeah. And there are people who can feel the cosmic vibrations, which are not music as intentionally, purposefully created human forms of expression, but basically the harmony of the cosmos. There are people who are in connection with the life of the planet. They have a cosmic relationship in a way. They are connected to the vibes. No, that's not here. But the vibes of the actually it's a little bit later. But basically, there are people who feel the cosmic life of the planet. They feel the vibes in a way. Usually these are women. They are more in tune with nature, nature. Yeah, precisely. They are with the realm of physicality in a way. But music is consciously created on a level of human. It's physical determination, namely the vibration of the molecules by waves, in the sense of to impress, not to impress, to print, not in a literal sense, to print a certain ordered movement to the molecules of air. This is what we call harmony and eventually rhythm, etc. It's consciously created vibrations to bring about sharing of emotions. And classical music is very elevated because it speaks to the soul in the highest sphere, like classical music by Mozart, Beethoven, Wagner. It awakens other instincts within the soul. Like whenever I listen to Wagner, whenever Germans listen to Wagner, they go on a little bit delirium. Let's conquer the whole world. At least not a delirium, it's just a German the expression of the German soul, maybe. But yeah, appeasing classical music, Mozart, Beethoven, some of their most their best creation, it really speaks to the soul on a really high level. It's there is music speaking to the soul, and then music speaking to the intellect. And here, in order to appreciate really classical music, there has to be the culture. People have to be educated. But in the realm of pop culture, there are lyrics, and music can be elevating through the vibration, the tones, the harmony, the sound and timbre, etc. But also through the lyrics. And when the two are combined, like in this song, it's a masterpiece of modern pop culture. Our spirit lives in our song, etc., etc. This is a masterpiece. Then heat, calorific matter, temperature, specific calorific capacity. Wärme means heat. So heat capacity, it's very difficult. It's the stuff or the matter, not as matter as the material, but what's the matter in a way? The matter that we're talking about, the stuff, not the stuff, but the stuff in a way. Here it's kind of being shaken in a way. Here it's and then again, I repeat in case it's not clear, every determination logically follows from the other. It's, I mean, it could be more accurate, etc., but it's just the organization, basically, how the various qualities and properties and features and characteristics of the physical world, which here is kind of physico-chemical, emerge from one another. So in a way, one could say that astronomy is abstract, because here it's really abstract quantitative determination of astronomy and cosmology. Here it's the more concrete qualitatively determined life and determination of the solar system. And here it's the scale would be a macroscopic, really large scale, like the sun, the earth as a totality. Here it's the cosmos or the solar system or the universe as a whole, and here it's more particularized. That's why it's die besondere Individualität. And here it's really physics and chemistry on a microscopic level, but actually heat in a way. There is heat in the sun in a way, but here it's really heat on a smaller scale. In a way, yeah. It's qualitative physics, which is quantitatively determined, but here it's a qualitative consideration. Here we have heat as temperature and light and flame. Yeah. So here the second part of the so here I show the broad picture. B means the second part. The second part of what? Of the second part of nature, which are these three aggregates. Here, the first part of, which is mechanic, is divided in three parts. 1, 2, 3. I just show sometimes the view of the totality. Raum und Zeit, matter and movement, absolute mechanics. So this is the first part of the process. Nature is the second part of the whole process. There is logic, nature, Geist. So first part of nature. The second part of nature is itself again divided in three. Here is 1, 2, 3, and physics of the universal individuality. That's what we've seen earlier. The determination of geology and of the life of the planet on a cosmic and solar, and the point of view of solar system. This is translated into the modern categories. So all the knowledge about meteorology, geology, climatology, seismology, volcanology, etc. ever accumulated is being made available on the internet, and in order to be made intelligible, it has to be recontextualized. That's what I'm trying to offer. That's my contribution. My legacy. No, I will keep. Yeah. I mean, I will keep producing content as long as I can, but I can just basically I can only comment particular determinations of the totality. I just trying to show the view of the totality. So here was the second part of the second part of the second part. The second part is Physique. The second part of physique is physique der besonderen Individualität, and the second part of the whole process is nature. So we have physique der besonderen Individualität within physique, within nature. And these are the determinations that I've briefly talked about. Yeah. And here again, we can find this determination. He's a spark. Rubbing, yeah, that's not robbing, but rubbing. Rubber band, which kind of Reibung, rubbing. It's partly because the English language derives from German language. To heat, etc. It can be applied to romantic. Let us say, the use romantic. No, it should not be used in different. You know, it's kind of in. When there are hot encounters between men and women in a good sense, they use indirectly or directly this kind of words, because an encounter between two persons is a chemical encounter at some level, an alchemical at some other level, a physical. Yeah. We are on the same wavelength. You emit positive vibration. This is the kind of I mean, it actually, I used to have a very arrogant, like what kind of nonsense is it? Actually, it's true. There are people with very good vibes, people who make channels about, usually these are women, positive women. They emit, they exert, not they exert, they exterior good vibes, and that's why they have lots of followers. Oh, you are such a, you are emitting positive vibrations. Then it attracts negative people sometimes, maybe to bring the balance. The good thing about the unity of the positive and the negative is that if I bring really negativity, and I am maybe naturally negative, some aspect, I will attract positive people who try to balance me. I will still talk about Eminem. Basically, Eminem is just Hegel's philosophy made intelligible through pop culture. That's why he's a genius. He's an artistic genius. I've never had the opportunity to read any biography, but I've listened enough songs to know about his life broadly. It's just a Hegelian life applied to a former white trash American worker who became a superstar. I could translate the entire musical legacy of Eminem in Hegelian language. I'm sure at some moment that there has to be a Hegelian process within the development of songs, because yeah, and it has helped me understand many categories. Yeah, so and obviously the problem with Eminem is that Slim Shady, when it's just musical expression, I mean, it's problematic for Marshall Mathers and for the people who get offended, of course, but it's just music. When Slim Shady becomes really crazy in the mind of, I mean, what he called Slim Shady, it's another sort of problem. So yeah, but I've listened enough songs to know basically to try to transcend the problem. Yeah. Physics of the total individuality. which is in itself life. So here, in the full picture, by the process of determination, of becoming more concrete, of acquiring a content, we had abstract mechanics, which becomes, I simplify, basically the cosmos through movement, interaction, universal gravitation, the solar system, the determination of the planet, meteorological, climatic, geological, etc. Then the determination of the physical and chemical composition, acoustics, thermodynamics, so heat, sound, the properties of physics, the properties of chemistry, the properties of solid objects, etc. It's becoming more and more concrete, more and more determined, and matter is in the process of becoming self-moving in the unfolding, and this is what it's an sich Leben, and in itself life, which is a totality in connection to itself, self-moving, self-replicating, holistic, self-organizing, reciprocally self-determining, etc. This is life in the broad sense, in the philosophical definition. There is life within logic. I will not show again, it's part of the logic of the concept. And then there is life in nature, but from a conceptual perspective, the life of the planet precedes life as we understand this biologically, namely the earth is alive, and living organism as we understand this in modern day, namely biological creatures, they are just a manifestation of the universal life. That's why eventually Hegel, with the good aspect, will interest everyone, and people will maybe they will enjoy some moments or some aspects of the philosophy, because Gaia is just a moment. Gaia, that's the word that leftist ecologists use to talk about the planet when they think of the planet not just as a dead rock moving in outer space around the sun, but as a living totality. That they say the earth is alive. It's partly true. And the primitive people who have preserved their wisdom, the native Indians, the native Aborigines, the Amazonian tribes, they know this, that the earth is alive. But they know this on an intuitive cosmic level, and the Anglo-Saxons, they don't know this because they apply the categories of mechanistic, rationalistic understanding to the life of the planet, and the German metaphysician, they reconcile the Anglo-Saxons and the primitive tribes, which historically have been deprived of a lot of things by the Anglo-Saxons. It's not my responsibility. These are the English. I know. But basically, here's the story simplified. Immediacy is natural connectedness of the primitive tribes with nature. Mediation is white people coming and disrupting the harmony because of their Cartesian thinking, abstract, negative, Western arrogance, the will to dominate nature, Descartes, the scientific method, you bring pollution, etc. I know the story that ecologists say, and they are partly true, but the moment of negation here on a strictly epistemological level, it enables clarity, understanding, and the ability to foresee, to anticipate that there is an ecological threat on a global scale. It's the product of Western science. The primitive people, either they lived in harmony with nature, and they lived a good life, as good as it can get given these circumstances. I mean, there were problems, but yeah, I am, in this sense, I am a leftist, but I have the balance of common sense, right-wing anthropology. Here is Zizekian analysis. Here is my vision of the primitive is kind of borrowed from Zizek, namely, of course, they are the good guys, but they had their own negativity. And then there are the bad guys, which are white people coming with their science, their technology, capitalism, etc. I simplify the story that leftists tell themselves, but basically this is the negative moment, but at the same time it brings a positive aspect from an epistemological, anthropological, economic standpoint. And nowadays, the descendants of the primitive people, the native Indians of America or wherever, they can, if they have been incorporated in the economic system, they can look at videos on the internet and say, our ancestors were right. But the Anglo-Saxons, they were right too. And those who say both aspects were right, these are the German metaphysicians. And since there are not many German metaphysicians left in this planet, I will take the responsibility. But basically, yeah, it's a simple, different way of envisioning the relationship to nature. There is the intuitive immediacy, the spiritual connection with the substance, in the language of Spinozian, Romantic, Schellingian philosophy. And then there is the negative moment, which is historically Anglo-Saxon and French, with Descartes, Bacon, Galileo was Italian, etc., etc. Schelling and Hegel both regarded Newtonian science as a depiction of a dead mechanical system of externally related entities. Hegel and Schelling saw the world as a cosmos, an internally related organic whole. Hegel speaks of the whole organism on the earth. The entire condition of the atmosphere, including the trade wind, is a vast living whole. Newtonianism is the physics of the understanding, which is der Verstand, which thinks that even organic nature can be understood mechanistically. So I simplify in 20 seconds what the primitive people idealized by the leftists. It's partly true, it's partly delusional, but they were in harmony with nature, namely they were aware of the cosmic energies. This is the vocabulary that leftists use. The spirit of the earth. Then the English in Northern America and the Spaniards in Southern America and the Anglo-Saxon in Australia, they came and brought disruption, but also intelligibility. Here I talk in the sum of strictly science and productivity. There can be excesses, but there can be lack also without the productivity of capitalism. The death rates, here I'm just being an empirical person, the death of children, the lifespan before capitalism, it was much lower in terms of lifespan, and the death much higher, and the health, etc., than after capitalism. I'm not saying that everything is good about capitalism, but the life expectancy has been multiplied by twofold or even 3 times in some certain conditions, from 40 years old to 80, or even in most harsh conditions from I don't know, 25. Here is really in very difficult conditions, but basically from broadly 40 years old to 80, 85 in the most developed countries. Yeah. And yeah, the unity of both is intuition and immediacy, mediation and analytical thinking, and a speculative consideration of the earth and nature is the unity of both, the reunion. Matthew Siegel is the modern Schelling, because he understands very well, he understands basically the planetary life. Maybe he's the most enlightened, maybe the most enlightening current thinker, because he has the conceptual background, and while I'm in a mood to speak honestly, he's simply brilliant. His understanding of Hegel is brilliant, his understanding of Schelling is brilliant. Yeah, that's what I can say. Gestalt means structure, mechanism, resistance against foreign violence. Here I cannot translate because it doesn't make any sense. Even in French, I mean, it's important, but the German language. Of course, it's the best language, and it's the most rigorous, maybe the most creative, the best, but sometimes it's been 5 hours. I will just conclude this and then I will sleep for a few hours and I will continue in the middle of the night. So here is how I will not translate it. It's fluidity, condensation, spherically means spherical, fluidity, rigidity in a way, but here whatever. It's just the chemical process determining itself, but actually it's very serious. But I will not give a lecture on physics or on a chemistry. I just comment. The middle is the point of indifference. Here we find the Schellingian philosophy. Namely, in order to find balance, there has to be equilibrium between the opposite tendency, the opposite pole, and one has to stand in the middle, which is easier said than done, because when one side becomes too dominant, one has to take sides in order to restore the balance without making things switch on the other side, but there has to be balance eventually, which implies trying to find the center. Yeah, and this is how the principle of configuration emerging in magnetism, which is the polarity between the North Pole and the South Pole, and they are the northern poles are mutually repelling one another, and the north and the south, the two opposed poles, they precisely here it's north and north, south and south. It doesn't work. If we invert, it works. So this is one way of illustrating the concept. I understood this a few weeks ago. It's more complex, but basically the concept is unity, differentiation, re-establishment of unity, abstract, negation, concrete. But it's not just, it's more complex in the sense that the unity which is found eventually back has been enriched. Yeah. And a lot of, because it's a logical determination, that's partly dialectics, it is found within all spheres of logic and nature, and eventually Geist, subjectiver, objectiver, absoluter Geist. It's a process, and if we separated the magnet, here is the North Pole or the Southern Pole, if we separated the part, the Northern and Southern Pole would re-emerge, because it's in the very structure of a magnet, and magnetism is omnipresent. That's why there is electromagnetism, which was conceptualized formally by Maxwell in the 19th century, the famous equation of Maxwell, who brought to unity electricity and magnetism, but it had already been done conceptually by Schelling and Hegel. But the Anglo-Saxon, they only believe what is mathematically quantified. They are not convinced by the strictly metaphysical aspect. That's why I have incorporated and will keep incorporating facts and data into my system, because I know that's what the Anglo-Saxon care about. Yeah, so, and then electromagnetism is one of the 4 fundamental forces of physics, but it can be subdivided into the various branches: electrostatic, magnetism, conduction, induction on a purely electric level, etc., etc. But the great scientists, they have been able to bring unity within multiplicity. Maxwell unified electricity and magnetism. Newton unified the movement of earthly objects and celestial bodies. Yeah. And Einstein, he kind of concluded classical physics and opened a new chapter for modern quantum physics, but he concluded Newtonian physics by trying to solve the contradictions. But then new contradictions re-emerged. Einstein, if he could speak like a Hegelian, he would probably say, very annoying, the guy who designed the physical universe. I thought that I had solved and figured it out, and then a new contradiction emerged. Thank God I will let this work for the next generation of physicists, whatever, Schrödinger, Bohr, de Broglie, etc., etc., Heisenberg, etc., etc. And now the physicists, they are trying to unify relativity and quantum theory. It has to be unified eventually. So yeah, magnetism, Earth magnetism. So the Earth is magnetically, there's a magnetic field. That's why the poles of the Earth are not, strictly speaking, round. They are a little bit flat. And the solar magnetism has an impact upon the Earth. The magnetism of the Earth has an impact upon human beings, their mood and behavior on a conscious or unconscious level. There are people with magnetic powers, that's the one way of talking, who can feel the magnetic vibes. That's not the proper way of talking, but that's how things, and magnetic, here there's a song about electricity, which might help awaken interest in the study of the physical sciences. Here I will make a joke which, if I were partly wicked, which I am, I would say, I don't care about studying electricity. I just want to see a hot woman dancing. But actually, if I were more serious, I would say the opposite. I would say, I don't care about hot women dancing. I just want to study electricity. And at some level, it's true. But here, whatever people are interested in, you have both. If it can help enable to understand that basically humans are electrically determined, because the material composition of the bodies of humans, which is made of molecules and atoms, which are electrically neutral usually, but there is magnetic and electromagnetic influences upon humans, and that's why sometimes the atmosphere is electric. Tensions, an electric atmosphere can be for good. Tensions, usually they are negative, but there can be erotic tension. Usually women enjoy this. Well, yeah, what was I saying? Yeah. And magnetism, that's, we find this in bipolar disorder in psychology and psychiatry. We find this in politics when there are a polarity, opposition, tension, etc. It's chemically, electrically, chemically, magnetically determined in a way, because it works in logic, it works in physics, chemistry, and eventually anthropology and politics. That's why everything is interconnected. Thanks to the internet, which is electrically determined, etc., etc. So here we have the activity of the free mechanism, the opposition of electric and chemical, electrochemism. Here it means to repel and to attract. And here it's very important, the poles which have the same name in the sense are enemies, and the poles who have unequal or different names are friendly. That's why here is the logical determination of identity and difference. Southern pole with southern pole, it doesn't work. Northern pole with northern pole, it doesn't work. The opposites, they complement one another. They attract one another. That's why men are attracted by women. That's why the dark attracts the light, and reciprocally. That's why the opposites attract one another. They repel one another, but also they attract one another. And here it's kind of complex, because there can be opposition, but also complementarity. And that's why there is conflict. How should I explain this? I've already talked about this. Basically, that's why here I will talk about geopolitics. Usually countries are opposed to their closest neighbors for very simple logistic reasons. Because it's the closest to antagonize. But here, I will be serious. For an external observer, the reason why Canadians and Americans would have problems with one another is unintelligible. I mean, there are economic, cultural, etc., ideological reasons, but basically they are very identical. And I've already talked about this. That's the reason why what seems to be identical from a certain distance, here distance can be translated with the categories of difference. So what seems to be most identical, namely Canada and the US, from the perspective of Canadians and Americans, they are very different. But the differences between the typical Canadians, white Canadian, and the typical white American, only a Canadian or an American can notice the difference. For someone who is very different, they can be interchangeably, and it works for the Scots and the English. I know a lot more about Scottish versus English history. I know that to say that they are the same is kind of offensive, but actually on an anthropological, cultural level, they are the same. That's why it's so frustrating. I mean, historically it has produced a lot of quality, etc. But basically, for a non-Englishman or a non-Scotsman with not a complete knowledge of history, it's not easily understandable, because the Scots and the English, they are kind of the same. I know that it's offensive for the Scots and the English, but for everyone else, basically, we just like say, you're the same, basically. Which is true. Adam Smith, David Hume, Maxwell, of course they are Scots, but actually they are Anglo-Saxons. They belong to the family of England, in a way. I know it's offensive, but here I'm not provoking uselessly, it is just to explain. And here in the most stupid forms, because Canadian and Americans, they really are kind of the same. And the Canadians, they are the good guys, they are peaceful, tolerant, welcoming, etc. Everyone loves Canadians, except white Americans and white Canadians who are kind of smart, because they understand that there are problems in Canada. basically. I will not remake the joke about Peterson and whatever, but really from stupid, really a stupid level, it's so stupid that it's a caricature, but basically people who say the Japanese and the Chinese, they are the same, they are just Asians, this is really a complete dumb racism. But actually there is a logical underlying structure to this, namely simply that what is different is identical, what is identical is different. I'll give a concrete example. From a perspective of a Frenchman, with a little bit of training and reflection, people can be identified by their region of origin, depending on their accent, looks, etc. Although the differences have been erased over the past couple of centuries, officially, a person from his native region can be identified because the more identical people are, the more different they are. I mean, it's not the more different they are, the more the difference becomes manifest. It works at all levels. For an external observer, people from Texas, Oklahoma, New Mexico, Arizona, they are kind of the same. If you are from Texas, if you say you're just like the other guys from New Mexico or Arizona, that would probably be felt as an insult, more or less, depending on to say that the North Carolina and South Carolina, basically they are the same. Of course, from the perspective of those who are most identical, the differences are the most prevalent, the most noticeable. That's why there is unity but also multiplicity at all levels. That's why talking about Americans in general, that's the moment of universality, it doesn't make any sense, because there are Americans divided by politics, anthropology, religion, etc., etc., etc. That's why the categories have to be used properly. That's why the archetypes can be useful at some moment. And when I speak about the typical white American, this is the kind of free market, conservative, Republican, leaning toward libertarian. It can be used as some sort of a little bit of trash talking, but also as a sign of respect, like Ron Paul, Charles Murray. These are the typical American in the good sense. And this archetype of the white American, faithful to the Constitution, interested in business, but not to the point of sacrificing common life, that would be Charles Murray. And then there's the more decadent type of white American, namely the conservative business-minded who only cares about business. Let's bring in as many migrants as possible, it will make short-term profit, we don't care about anything else. That would be the negative type. But this archetype, it exists in every American state, because the typical white American businessman, maybe it's so successful that it has to be widespread, intensity extension, whatever, but basically it exists in every state. But then you can divide infinity, you can envision. I will not talk too long about this, but simply to illustrate. There can be Afro-American who have adopted the American mindset. Then you can divide according to state, according to ethnicity. There are, I will just illustrate the complexity of thinking, but basically there are, let us talk about white Americans. There are typical white American free market conservative from northern states and southern states. There are also typical white American who reject the classical American ethos because they become socialist or ecologist or nationalist. And then there are newly arrived white American immigrants who adopt the American ethos, people from mostly Eastern Europe or from French universities or even English universities, who become de facto Americans in the mindset, archetype, etc. So this is just an illustration. That's why it can be divided. That's why talking about the Asians or the Africans or the Americans or the English, if it's not properly explained, and in order to fully explain, there has to be a view of the totality. It's kind of meaningless. It's a shortening, and it can help, and otherwise, without simplification, language and communication are impossible, but the proper balance, the proper measure has to be found within simplicity and abstraction, and the more concrete, singularized aspect. One has to find a balance between a category which is sufficiently large, this is a quantitative determination of extension, to be useful, but not abstract to the point of being all-encompassing, to the point of being completely unintelligible. Yeah, that's why here, in this process, there really are, it's really the proper balance in terms of the categories which are found here. Here are the categories in terms of logic, here are the categories in the realm of nature, and then the categories in the realm of subjective Geist. I think, as of now, it's an attempt to balance in a sense of, let us take an example. GDP, it's a category of economics. It's not perfect. There are many criticisms because it takes into account crime, drugs, pornography, gambling, and all sorts of sins. Alcohol, it's taken into account within the GDP, the destruction of various objects. They have to be rebuilt. It stimulates the economy. It doesn't take into account the externalities, pollution. It doesn't take into account the happiness of the people, etc. That's what we're told in economic lectures, which is partly true. But it's useful nonetheless. There can be infinite subtleties, but basically a country whose GDP per capita monthly, I mean, it's not how it's but basically the GDP of a country which is $5,000 a year per capita, and the country where it's 50,000, a ratio from 1 to 10. One can debate about the usefulness or the subtleties of GDP, but basically people usually they would rather live, not all of them, but they would rather live in a country where the GDP is 10 times higher. That's one of the reasons why, that's one of the motives of migration from the psychology of those who migrate. But yeah, that's just to illustrate. That's why there has to be the proper balance between abstraction and concrete aspect, and it requires judgment. If we didn't think, we would stare at objects in their immediacy, but then whenever we start thinking, and we cannot help but think, we divide, we think about properties, qualities, cause, reason, substance, etc. We categorize. This is the beginning of the process, the Phenomenologie des Geistes, from a strictly phenomenological standpoint. But then to say, what is this? It's an object, it's true, but it's not the proper category. It's a pen, yeah. What is the cause of this object? It has been shaped, produced. Yes, that's the cause, but it's not proper. It has been produced by a given sector of the economy with a specific purpose, etc., etc. It has to be more determined. To say just, it has come into being because it has been produced. Of course, it's true, but there is a reason why. Then there's the logistic, there is the end goal. Why do we buy stabilizers, etc., etc.? This is thinking correctly and properly consists in using the proper category. Yeah. So that would be that the structure here, structure and crystal, which is crystals in the realm of chemistry. It's an ordering structure principle of the way the molecules are ordered, the mathematical and geometrical structuring of the molecules, the particularization of the individual bodies, Paracelsus, and here a modern Scarlett, eventually I think you might watch this video at some moment. Yeah, that's why with the rise of the internet, there are people who are becoming connected to nature at various levels, on a cosmic, planetary level, but also on a more chemical level, namely people who are knowledgeable about chemistry and alchemy, etc. But these people, they can share their experience on the internet, and it enables to see the full view, namely that there is an interconnectedness of all aspects. And I just try to share the broad picture. So here are Flüssigkeit means liquor, I don't know how to translate this, oil, salt, alchemy. It doesn't have to be taken literally. It can help, but it's not literal. It's the properties. So here it's qualified matter, really. The properties are density, homogeneity, refraction, the refraction of rays, punctuality. I don't know how to. It's not punctuality. It's punctiformity. I don't know how to translate this. Rigidity, cohesion, metallity. Metallic objects have certain chemical properties. Color, pressure, heating or heating up of metals, prism, clarity and obscurity, the polarization of light. Yeah, these are the topics. So here it's really an alchemical process, alchemy and electricity. So here it would be chemistry and magnetism, and here alchemy and electricity. And here we have really qualitative in a sense of ordinary perception, namely the smell, taste, and solubility, of physical and chemical objects. Here we have electricity, the electric relationship, contact, a tension of opposition. So spannend can mean exciting. In a good or bad sense, people, when they are excited, it can be negative because they are restless, or it can be positive and said it's exciting. Basically, the electric current can be, there's the switch on and off, and in the English language usually people say to attractive women, you turn me on, whatever. Basically, one of the problems that I suffer from. There could be worse problems to have, but basically I know that I am programmed to be attracted and even to be excited because of magnetic and electric determination. So there are women who turn me on electrically, one might say, and I understand that I am determined, basically. Yeah, so about electricity, this song was for Stella. you're electrifying, whatever. In Starlight, you electrify my life. So basically, it's a chemical love declaration in a way. How come? But because the people who wrote this song, they were living in an electrically, magnetically charged and chemically determined universe, and music are vibrations of acoustics, etc., etc. I simplify to the utmost. But basically, at some level, an attractive woman, and an attractive man as well, is electrically determined. Namely, at some level, there is a quantitative determination of electrons being attracted by positive charges, or a magnetic positive complementing with a negative for the sake of complementarity. And yeah, intelligent women, they understand this. That's why they can be problematic, because they know how to deceive and to fool and to I'm putting the blame on women, I'm being dishonest. But basically, from the perspective of a man, women are problematic because they are so well designed. Sometimes that's they are electric or magnetic. Here I will talk directly to Mrs. Ravenswood. I know some of the things you think. I know why you are attracted by Mr. Peterson, like a lot of women, because he's magnetic, because he exerts a polar attraction, because he's kind of a charismatic, smooth, gentleman figure, and women are attracted spontaneously. I've already said Peterson is a womanizer, but there is a reason, there is a chemical, magnetic, electric reason why Mr. Peterson is exciting for women. Yeah. That's why he's such a polarizing figure. Here I laugh, but basically, I understand that the tensions, political and geopolitical, they are as magnetically, electrically, chemically determined as all other tensions. I know that I have to find balance and stand in the middle. Yeah. But I have to restore the balance first. Yeah. Okay, the chemical process, contradiction, amalgamation, Zusammenschmelzen means fusion of metals, acid, alcohol, it's a nitrogen, oxygen, hydrogen, carbon. But here it's not on a, that's how to understand the philosophy of Hegel, it's not on a strictly quantitative perspective, from a strictly quantitative perspective. Where is this? Here, what is meant by chemische Einfachheit versus physikalischen Elemente. Chemische Einfachheit would be the view of der Verstand, namely the quantitative categorization, which would consider that oxygen, nitrogen, hydrogen, carbon are just quantitative determination of molecules and atoms, which in a way they are, but the qualitative physical perspective has to be incorporated within the chemical process. That's why there are not all the elements, because here it's really an alchemical way of considering nature in a way. It's not just a strictly quantitative determination of der Verstand. Vereinung means a reunion in a way. Galvanismus, so to galvanize. It's an expression of psychology and also collective psyche. To galvanize the people means to awaken the electric and magnetic. Partly, it's not really electric and magnetic, but the energies, not in the physical sense, but in the in an electrochemical way, because it's from a noun of I think he was, I don't know his nationality, but whatever. So to electrify, to magnetize, to polarize, to galvanize, these are determination of language, but language is a product of a people, psychology, etc., which is made institutional through the educational system, etc., etc. Where is the book about European anthropology? So, language reflects mythology, religion, which are themselves reflection of the cosmic processes, but also it reflects chemical, electric, magnetic determinations, which are used to express political, psychological determinations. That's why language is very important. Yeah. The process of fire, inflammable, the opposition of acid and Constitution coalition. Same thing in chemical elements. There has to be balance. There is a continuity in certain topics, certain objects. There is a continuity. It can be more or less acidity, etc., etc. Wahlverwandtschaft. I don't know how it's translated in English. This is a novel by Goethe. So this is the process in its totality. Here the neutralization would be salts. Here it's to be understood in an alchemical process. So we have acidity, alcohols, determination of molecule in a way, but in a... Oh, here it's... there has to be knowledge of chemistry and alchemy in order to make this intelligible, but simply it's how it unfolds in the mind of God in a way. I mean, probably it can be changed, but basically it offers the logical structure in a way. Chemistry, magnetism, this is the first part. Alchemy, electricity, this is the second part. And here it's still chemistry. And here separation in a way, reunion and separation or division, composition, the consistence of the bodies out of such stuff, these stuff, life, Zweck means the goal, adequate to a goal, so purposefulness, and the organism. And this is how the second part of physics is being concluded. So it's been more than 5 hours. I've just taken a few minutes of pause. Here is logic, being, essence, concept. In green here it's nature, the first part. The second part is divided itself in 1, 2, 3 parts. This is what I've just concluded. And then there's the third part of nature, which is itself divided in 3 parts. 1, 2, 3. Geology, botanics, zoology, and all these aspects in green, they are natural determination. Here the aspects in blue, clear blue, these are the translation into the categories of the modern branches of the sciences. In pink and purple, these are the determinations of subjektiver Geist, and when there is green, here I will simply zoom in, these are natural determinations. I really use the colors to really simplify. For example, the climate is a determination of the natural quality of anthropology and the soul, because the soul of people is determined by the climate. So climate, here are the categories of the CIA. They are partly borrowed from, I think it's here, climate is here, but it reappears. Here it's the climate from the perspective of the earth as a living, not as a partly as a living totality, and here it's climate from the perspective of humans and anthropology. Here again we find another determination in green, which means to the realm of nature, natural hazards, terrain, elevation, area, etc., etc., which is geography, basically, which is in the realm of here it's at the link between subjektiver Geist, namely anthropology, and objektiver Geist, namely the realm of institution. It's kind of the connection, because geography is the way a people shapes a given territory, in a way, its relationship to the natural determination to the territory. So here in purple, it's subjektiver Geist, it goes from here to there, and in blue, this is objektiver Geist, namely the realm of institution, economics, finance, politics, etc., and in yellow, religion, art, and philosophy. And this is how the totality completes itself on a formal standpoint, but basically, yeah. So what I have done over the past more than 5 hours is talk about very briefly about logic, very briefly about nature in the realm of mechanics, and nature in the realm of physics, and I try to illustrate the interconnectedness. And now I will stop briefly. I will sleep for at least 3 hours. Here it's almost midnight. I will sleep for at least 3 hours, and I will continue to comment, and I will not be able to implement all the videos, all the length in one video, so I will make at least 2 or 3 videos, but I will keep working until I have commented the totality, and then I still have plans to promote my ideas. But here it's really it's not very serious intellectually, because I speak without notes, etc., and it's not very rigorous, but the purpose is just to show the whole process, basically, and what I have understood in ordinary language. If I really wanted, I will briefly conclude, if I really wanted to speak rigorously, but that's not my purpose as an individual empirical, because there are people who are much more competent. If I really wanted to speak about magnetism or the magnetism of the earth, I could open a book about geology or astronomy or simply physics, but these books are available for those who have the leisure and the money on the internet, or they are made available through videos on the internet. If people are interested, they can check if they have the possibility, but I will not make lectures on magnetism or the alchemical view of oil or salt, because this is not my role. I just have, that's how I understand things, just to share the broad picture, and in order to understand any objects, all the aspects have to be taken into account, because eventually a society exists within nature. A people is a product of nature from the official narrative of sociobiology, but also from a logical process, although actually it's the mind and the consciousness which gives rise to nature. That's more complicated, but basically what is interesting mostly is the realm of objektiver Geist, but it has to be contextualized, and here I am not needlessly talking, in a sense that I will not repeat this again. I may have a broad overview if I can, or if I have to, I will, but basically I will not make introductions which last several hours every time. It's simply to help brings clarity, what I have understood, what I am capable of reformulating, simplifying, clarifying with my own words in the conditions of being here. I'm just a little bit exhausted, and yeah, but this is how to understand. The writings of Hegel are available for those who are interested and who are in a position to be interested. Everything is not to be taken literally, because there is room for modification within the system in a way that's maybe indeterminacy within determinism. That's a determination of quantum physics, Heisenberg indeterminacy principle maybe. But eventually the totality is self-enclosing in a way, because being is itself, but what can I say? Yeah, all these determinations, they are universally valid. Chemistry, the solar system, physics, astronomy, etc. But then when we enter the realm of subjektiver Geist, we enter the realm in the sense of particularization, in the sense that the universal natural substance particularizes itself in various peoples, and then it's differentiation. But basically there are different human societies which all obey this pattern that I will talk about later, but in the individualization process, each people is different, develops its own particular institutions, etc., etc. But basically, I will just conclude on saying this: it's very important to study the categories, because they enable to understand nature and society and Geist and spirit and God eventually. That's what I can say. It's been more than 5 hours and 30 minutes. I will take a little bit of sleep and I continue. Then I will see. I will not rewatch what I've said. I will be more and more open to talking, not without order, because there is still order, but I will be willing more and more to let go of my temptation to control everything, but I still have to control some aspects, because yeah, and I will rewatch parts just to see the structure. I will maybe modify, implement not links, but moments when maybe I summarize or I show the broad process, but basically I will not modify much. I've said stupid things, whatever. I understand broadly what is happening on a world scale. I will share intelligence and light and structure and order first in the mind as long as I can. And I will not forget my purpose, namely to reach Apollonian germ and eventually to take control of the CIA and of the United States, because at some moment people will realize that I show the transparency of their society, not just the US, eventually every society, every human society, because the whole world is one. But I begin with this singular country, but yeah, for many reasons, I just provide the context. And I will conclude by saying that if people, at some moment, they can understand that to peacefully study the cosmos is much more interesting and rewarding than entering into conflict, psychological, political, whatever, geopolitical with others. The more people detach themselves from the mind virus, one might say, which is probably part of me, without disconnecting from the system as an interconnected technological structure, namely, in ordinary language, if people can have access to the internet and live peacefully, detach yourself from conflicts, that if you can, because I said in some of my video that people will have to struggle, but sometimes to struggle for peace can mean to refuse to struggle against others, and the struggle can end for anyone when the conditions are such that it can end. The more people can detach themselves, if they can, at some moment, and just to peacefully study, meditate, go into nature. If as many people as possible can do this, I will feel good. I will wage my own struggle against my own problems as long as I have to. But basically, yeah, that's what I could say. I will sleep just a little because I have tried not to sleep, and it's not good for me, for anything, because I become really insane when I lack sleep. So I will sleep for a few hours and I will continue. And yeah, harder, better, faster, stronger. Okay, we are the 19th of September. It's almost 7 p.m. here, and I intend to comment the third part of the process of God as I formally envision this as of now. This is the view of the totality. It's very simplified. It's not very rigorous. Up here we have logic, which is the mind of God, in green. Here, here, there, and here we have nature. And I intend to post this comment. I intend to comment this part of nature, which is the third part. The first part is broadly here, and the second extends from here to there. And to add this to a video which is already more than 5 hours long, and maybe I will add another document, and I will nonetheless show a broad overview of objektiver and subjektiver Geist and absoluter Geist, just to always to keep in mind the reciprocal interaction between the three parts, one might say. So here I will briefly, as an introduction, which will be in the continuity and discretion are in a conceptual unity, because when I edit videos, I put chunks of videos next to one another, so it's discrete, but it's nonetheless continuous. That's an illustration of the unity of both. The same goes for race, for colors, for history, for everything, basically. So I briefly comment. Here are the logical determinations, which are the categories which are used to think about the world. My mind is programmed, like everyone else's mind, to use the categories to think about the world. So in this sense, Leibniz was correct versus Locke in the debate about epistemology, whether or not how do you call this in English? The truth of the mind, I don't know how you call it, but Locke believed that everything is empirically gathered from repeated experiences, by repeating perceptions that we accumulate, that the mind is a blank slate, and that we accumulate the categories. That's not how we call them, but yeah, and Leibniz, he believed, on the contrary, that these were eternal truths implanted in the mind of humans by God, like the principle of non-contradiction, the laws of the laws of mathematics, in a way, the geometrical structure, the fundamental logical laws, etc. But yeah, and Kant believed that it was in the mind, that it was the formal structure of the mind. This is the table of categories, and Aristotle, that these were the determination of ontology. For Hegel, they are kind of both. And here it's simplified, but here we have the logic of being. Here is the logic of essence, and here the logic of the concept. And if I had to simplify, being is immediacy. It's being with another, the distinction is the distinction between quality and an other, in a sense, although there's also quantity and measure. And in essence, it's what is set, Gesetz, what is mediated, what is reflected. I've read enough of Hegel. I almost do not read Hegel. I still do sometimes, but yeah, I don't need to. So it's immediacy, mediation, namely relation to another which is set by the process, which is reflected, which is mediated. These are interchangeable when we are not very rigorous. And finally, the logic of the concept, which is the return to immediacy, namely relation to self after having been mediated. So it's unity, separation, reunion. I simplify, basically, yeah. That's why the concept is the movement of thought, namely abstract, negation, concrete, which is the unity of both. This is the movement of the concept. So I will not zoom in. I have showed this earlier in the video, but yeah. But I will briefly summarize. So here these are the categories of, I will still zoom nonetheless, these are the categories of the shorter logic, as they call this. So it's very simplified. There are many more categories, more determined, more abstract, sometimes more subtle in the real science of logic. But yeah, I will just let, in case people want to see. And here in clear blue, it is the translation in ordinary language. Namely, all the mathematicians who have ever thought about mathematics, they have used these categories, sometimes more, but basically that's what the mathematicians use. They use sometimes different words, but yeah. And measure, yeah. Also, I will just show, and I will talk about randomly, but every time that I have empirical experiences with people, I realize that my problem on an epistemological level is that I simply fail to communicate, because when I really dumb down to the maximum, like I really think, okay, it cannot be made more intelligible, I try to simplify to the utmost. And the answers that I get is either I am boring or I am arrogant. That's why I understood, in order to be evil, I don't need to put on an act. Simply people will dislike me for many reasons. But yeah, in a sense, maybe I am really arrogant, although I never thought that I would be arrogant intellectually, because I experienced myself as being completely dumb. But maybe, I don't know if it's possible, but maybe at some moment people will be aware of the standards of Hegel, I mean the writings of Hegel, and they will simply say, okay, now we understand, you have spent more than 2.5 years reading these books every day for several hours. Now we understand why. I mean, maybe they won't understand, but at least they will see the standards, and they will understand maybe. And here I can say what I think, because I'm in a position where I understand the process. Basically, I can imagine that I have been talking alone, and I will maybe still talk alone for a while, and eventually at some moment people will watch my video and I will be trapped, because when I talk alone I encounter no opposition, so I laugh about things that I shouldn't laugh about. I have completely delirious ideas, which nonetheless help explain, but people might not enjoy this, so I can understand. But I am a Protestant, in the sense that for me Protestantism means direct connection to God, and also the Nordic spirit, and all the good things about Protestantism. But basically it means a direct connection to God. So I try to be honest. I've read Nietzsche enough. I mean, I haven't read a lot of Nietzsche, but somewhere he says basically sometimes we are punished for our virtues. I try to be virtuous by being honest. I know that sometimes being honest is a very stupid idea, because people are hypocrites. I am the good guy. I am honest. You are all just a bunch of hypocrites. I'm too good for you. Nietzsche knew this. No, I'm just kidding. What can I say? My life is ludicrous. I don't know what to say because everything has already been said. So in a way, I don't really know. Maybe I do, but I don't really know what I'm doing here. I mean, I know because I think about Caroline. She's perfect. The perfect American woman, the perfect European woman, the perfect... She's perfect. I'm in a mood... yeah, whatever. I think about the Americans, but if the Americans could remember or that their women, whatever one says, real American women, these are great women. Yeah. So yeah, nature. So here, logic, I've showed the process basically. The idea, etc., which exteriorizes itself in nature. That's the reason why nature is rational, simply put. Yeah, so I will not comment because I've done this earlier in the video. I just show again if it's necessary just to remind. So, but simply the idea in both sense, in both meanings, simply that in order to understand anything at all, one has to mediate everything through everything. Here's the English language. It's pretty smart. Maybe that's the reason why I speak English, because it doesn't work in other languages as far as I know. But in order to understand anything at all, one has to mediate, namely to take into account, to mediate. This is the meaning of mediation. All the other determination. Of course, here that's a question that I asked myself when I was 21. The only lectures on philosophy that I had, I will not talk about my life actually, but basically I asked myself this question once that okay, let us take a not very pleasant example, but someone is shot by a gun in a crime, a robbery or whatever. He's shot and he dies. What is the cause of the death? One can have several answers, and depending on the intellectual categories that one uses, the level of intelligence, or not necessarily intelligence, but the interpretation. Here I will talk like a leftist metaphysician, whatever. But no, but it's very serious in the sense that someone is shot. It happens every day in America, but what is the cause? A simple answer: the cause of the death. The answer of the medical doctor is blood loss. Then you can say the person died because there are guns who are made available. This is what usually leftists say. It's because the guns can be bought by anyone. That's what leftists say. Thank God. That's what the right wingers say. And then, so there is the medical, biological, physiological explanation, which is true. There is the social, the social, ethical explanation. Then there's the sociological explanation, namely the right wingers. Here they are in more smart. They say the reason why someone got shot is because probably the criminal was from the underclass. Low IQ, high testosterone, a broken childhood or whatever. Then the left, they would say it's because of racism, systemic racism. The right, they would say no, it's because of the welfare state and disastrous economic policies which bring about unemployment and the destruction of the family or whatever. But there's the sociological explanation. So there are various levels, and to use the physiological explanation, like someone was shot he died because because of blood loss, it's true, but it's not proper to explain on a social level, in a sense. That's why the categories are important. But actually, all the determinations. Another example, more positive. Why did man set foot on the moon? I'm not sure that it really happened, because no, I'm not in the mood to make it. But basically, that's the historical story. There are various reasons. One can talk about the technological complex, in a good sense, of America. One can talk about the will of JFK, the Cold War. These would be technological, economic, geopolitical reasons. Then one could use the determination of psychology, namely competition between mammals and primates to access status. So basically, that's just the will to power here in a good sense, namely to achieve. Where is the sociobiological determination? This would be partly here. Actually, no. Here it's the soul. Well, actually, no. Then let's go to nature, because that's what I intend to begin with. Yeah, this would be here. Sociobiology. So this is also a convincing reason, because it explains the will of the engineers who designed the program, the astronauts, those who financed the project, etc., etc. It can be explained, but also there is simply the physical explanation. Why did officially the spaceship landed on the moon? Because it was able to be propulsion is sufficiently enough. That's a question of measure to elevate itself above the gravitational attraction. So all these reasons, which actually mean causes, which actually means mediations, because these are determinations of essence, which are also conditions. All the conditions had to be satisfied in order for this to happen. All the totality of all the causes, this is the real reason, basically. And this is how to think about anything, namely the totality of the mediation. Okay, that's not even the proper, that's here. Whatever. Yeah, here we have ethology and the beginning of sociobiology, evolutionary biology. So yeah, this is this part of nature that I intend to comment in this video. It will not be too long, but simply I just continue the process. So yeah, I'm just saying that in order to understand anything at all, one has to have the broad view. Actually, it's very difficult empirically, but conceptually, it's just common sense. Here is where this is the inversion. Usually, the Anglo-Saxon, it includes the white Americans, most of them. They say empiricism is easy, German speculation, it's way too complex. And here it's the reverse. The German method of knowledge is very simple. All the conceptual, mixing the categories in a totalitarian smooth, but totalitarian nonetheless, totality in order to understand, it's very easy then to do this empirically, namely to take the time to think about any event and to mediate through all the conditions, all the causes, etc., all the reasons. It's a lot more difficult, but this is the empirical aspect, which is difficult because it takes time, it's demanding, etc. But yeah. So here I've already commented this, but yeah, in ordinary, it could be improved. It could be improved. I did this as with my limited potentialities. Here are important physical journals, and so here just to explain, I do this. I will just do this, but to explain these journals. Of course, they talk about nature in a scientific way. One can talk in a mythological, poetic, economic way. Here it's in a scientific way, but in order to understand how these journals arise, and how they function, one has to understand here I just showed a broad picture, objektiver Geist. So how do these journals emerge? There has to be institution, government with various branches, political stability, and economic prosperity. There has to be a qualitative educational system here. There has to be a means of communication. I mean, it already existed in the 17th and 18th and 19th century without the modern means of communication. In the story, in a historical perspective, but in order to share with scientists of the world, there has to be a communication system. There has to be the ethics here, not in the sense of good and bad, but more in the sense of the Protestant ethics of searching for maybe a truth or whatever, maybe the Nordic spirit, one might say. There has to be rights which allow property rights, so that scientists to investigate they can preserve the benefit of their work or whatever. There has to be the educational system, the division of labor, urbanization, etc., etc. Then there's the psychology and the anthropology of those scientists. They are not only but mostly Anglo-Saxons. Then there's there's also the historical perspective, namely why the historical aspect here. It's a history in the sense of the history of culture, one might say. Why are the Anglo-Saxons so focused towards the study of the natural sciences, whereas the German or the French, the French, they are more towards literature. It's not a caricature in the sense that even when the French people they produce scientific works either in sociology, here science in the sense of the soft sciences, they still put an emphasis on the style, the elegance, the eloquence, the smooth and pleasing aspect. So they are kind of, that's why they are accused sometimes of being a little bit decadent, because they focus on pleasing the eye and the ears, but actually it's also very good and it's pleasing. Whereas reading the books of the Anglo-Saxon scientists, I mean, it's satisfying, but on an intellectual level, not on a aesthetic level or aesthetic aspect, because the countless here we pick a book by Richard Lynn, who is a great scientist in terms of standards of requirements, but just the countless accumulations of data. Yeah. I just show an illustration. Okay, it's a table of statistics, but it's not even here the formulas. Well, it's satisfying when one takes the time to study thoroughly, but yeah, that's typically Anglo-Saxon scientific method. And the German and the French, for instance, they have a different style and they have different interests. Although they also produce science, etc. But yeah, okay. So yeah, in order to explain, one has to mediate through the totality of all the conditions. That's just the way of understanding. Okay, now I will just zoom in on the second part of nature. I've already commented this in the same video earlier, a few hours earlier when this is published probably. So yeah. I will not retranslate because I already have, but why did I put this song? Why did I put this song? Why did I do this? I don't know. No, I will let. I do not cheat, but I don't remember. I don't remember having. In case it's not clear, the artists, the modern poets in modern pop music, they use determination of nature, but it's what people have to understand is that the determinations of nature, they are not just in nature, they exist, here it's not a proper term, but they are made manifest through humans who reflect these natural forces, not in a scientific sense, but these natural determinations. Yeah. And the Greek, Nordic gods, or the gods of all the primitive peoples, or the spirits of whatever, these are ways of expressing the determination of nature. Yeah, so I just showed this, now this aspect. Here again, just to, I've already said it, but cohesion, adhesion, Zähigkeit means tenacity, malleability, etc. These are used in psychology and politics because it's interconnected. It's done unconsciously by people, but and the tensions within a society or within a couple or within countries or whatever, these are electric determinations within the realm of nature, which are made consciously manifest. Here, did I make the joke? But basically, what I was doing for was rubbing. Reibungen means rubbing. Christina Aguilera, you've got to rub me the right way. That's an example. Katy Perry, there's a spark in you. Whatever. It's just yeah. These are chemical or alchemical sometimes determinations. Also, just a comment. I discovered a few years ago, maybe 3 years ago, Matthew Siegel, and when I was still kind of very stupid, and I still am partly, but I said, okay, I would like to have someone like him as a friend. And then I realized that someone that actually is a PhD in philosophy, and I thought of myself as being a complete idiot, which I partly still do, but basically that's the kind to just to illustrate the cognitive dissonance. Yeah. But now, I talk about my psyche because I'm in a process of understanding that eventually it might be relevant. That now, over the past few months, I've said to myself, actually, I don't want to talk with scholars and PhDs in philosophy. I would like to talk with beggars and idiots, because when I try to talk with the scholars, they are not interested. If I wanted to, but actually I don't, because I try to work. But I could talk with the beggars and the idiots, and maybe they would find this interesting. That's my kind of Jesus aspect, in a sense, kind of a weird Jesus. But in the language of religion, Lucifer is the guy who wants to talk with the smart people, and Jesus would be the guy who wants to talk with the idiots, basically. And if I wanted to make a good, I'm not sure that it's true, but the good unity is that actually to say that the scholars are complete idiots and the beggars, they are very smart because they know about wisdom or whatever. Maybe it's true. No, here it's not serious, but there's a part of truth, but whatever. Yeah. So here's life, which emerges conceptually out of the electromagnetic and chemical process with purposefulness, which brings about the organism. This is how the concept of an organism emerges in nature. So here it's not emanation, but it's not evolution, it's conceptual evolution, but it's emanation. And an organism, conceptually, is a totality in which all the members are in a reciprocal mutual interaction, and the whole is what it is through the mediation of all its parts, because whole and parts are determinations, Reflexionsbestimmungen of essence, so mediation is the proper term. And that's an organism, and here I will but actually here it's kind of, because there are things that I say that for me are completely self-evident, but actually I'm starting to realize that maybe people don't know this. But the logic of Aristotle, it's called in ancient Greek organon. An organ is a member, a part of a body which is in connection with all the others, and it has its function in relation to all the others. And so it's organized, and an organization, this is the same root, namely sometimes companies are called organizations. In a way, it's where all the different aspects are in a unity, but it can be mechanical when the bureaucrats do stupid jobs, but when it's interconnected in a smart way, it's an organization. It's derived from organism. That's why it's organic. Yeah. So life is a totality, which that's what makes a living organism to be alive, is that all the members are reciprocally in unity with one another, and that's why the idea, which is in a Hegelian sense the totality of all logical determination, is alive, because it is self-moving, and it is a totality only in relation to itself. So here we have the living, lebendiges means living in a way, the body of the earth. So here it's geological nature. It's been 32 minutes. Now I begin really the comment of the third part. The process of culture. So here are the paragraph. The geological nature, that's the first part of the three part distinction of the third part of nature. So we have we have geological nature, vegetabilization nature, and the animal organism, and the various. On a formal aspect, it's not very good what I'm doing. On a commentary aspect, it's not very good either. But it's just people will show they can reproduce this document if they are interested on their computer. They can improve this or whatever. So here we have the geological nature. That's the first part of the third part of nature, and the third part, in the grand scheme of things, is it's here, sorry, is organische Physik. Yeah, so that's the third part of nature. Nature is the second part of the process. Hopefully it's clear now. First part logic, second part in green nature. Each part is divided in three parts. That's the formalism of the concept, as Hegel would say, which he denounces in Kant, although he praises Kant for having rediscovered, etc., etc. And here, first part, geology, I simplify. Second part, botanics in modern language. And third part, animal organismus means zoology. And here in blue, these are the categories of the modern sciences. The categories of what we call geological nature, simplified, would be planetary geology, oceanography, hydrology, limnology. This is, so it's the oceans, water, and inland water, lakes, ponds, rivers, etc., etc. Topography, which is the landscapes, study of the landscape. Geography, which is the interaction between man and its topographical and geological environment, and oceanographical if it's an adjective environment. Climatology and meteorology. Yeah, and it cannot be disconnected. I mean, it can, but if it's disconnected, it's unintelligible. It has to be recontextualized. Let us talk in 30 seconds about climate. There is climate independently of man, which depends on that's the view of leftists of the position of the earth in relation to the sun, etc., etc. But then there is the influence of economics and growth through pollution. Then there are political measures. It's connected with morality, because white people, they non-white, they enjoy having an environment which is not being ruined by climate change, and white people, they enjoy feeling good by virtue signaling, which enables them to gain social status. In sociology, when white people say, "Oh, we care about the planet," they earn points in the social competition because they appear to be good and well-meaning, and so that they mean well, they want to do good, so they are socially praised. It enables to climb the social hierarchy, and those who are at the bottom of the hierarchy in the social struggle, they can use their resentment against those who win in the sociological competition for status and money and prestige by accusing them of polluting. That's very Nietzschean. That's Nietzschean morality, or a deconstruction of morality in 20 seconds. Basically, if you are at the bottom of the sociological ladder, but if you are nonetheless smart, you take revenge on the elites by accusing them of polluting. That's the negative leftist psyche. The positive leftist psyche would be, we want to do good because we want to feel good about ourselves, care about everyone. It enables us to feel better. We associate the idea of ourselves with the well-being of non-whites, so we can feel good, and we can drink our herbal tea imported with low emission carbon. That's why here I don't really know what I am doing here, because someone like Zizek, he has already said everything about leftists, about white leftists. The coffee, Starbucks coffee, the white people, they invent all sorts of complex just to feel good about themselves, basically. Whatever. Yeah. Whatever. So yeah, let us continue. Meteorology, climatology, meteorology. Just another example. The variations of meteorology have an impact upon the mood of people. There can be natural events which bring the disasters, or a good growth of the crops if the climate is adequate, is proper. It has an impact upon the mood of people, upon the economy, etc., 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 etc. So here are the categories of Gaia, in a way, the living Earth body as a totality, as a living totality, that which the leftists call the planet, Mother Earth, Gaia, whatever mythology they invent. That's why these people usually they are atheists, but they keep referring to mostly Greek or primitive archetypes. Primitive is not here is not derogatory. It's simply the mythology of the primitive people, namely those who have not developed modern civilization without the influence of the being imposed upon, or those who still live in traditional conditions in the Amazonian forest or wherever. They use the names of their deities to express the life of the planet. Okay, the process of formation, Bildung, or the forms or the formations, the solar system in its solar, lunar, and so cometary, I don't know how to, the comets, the life, the solar life, the lunar life, the cosmic life in a way. And someone like here I will introduce a little bit of a reference from the book Cosmotheism by William Pierce. Divine Aryan Consciousness from Man to Superman. It's a quote by D.H. Lawrence. We and the cosmos are one. The cosmos is a vast living body of which we are still parts. The sun is a great heart whose tremors run through our smallest veins. The moon is a great gleaming nerve center from which we quiver forever. Now all this is literally true as men knew in the great past and as they will know again. D.H. Lawrence. This is the view of cosmotheism. Yeah, that Matthew is familiar with without being familiar, because of course cosmotheism, it sounds good, but it's associated with the name of a controversial thinker. So yeah, the magnetic axis, land and ocean in a way, the sea and the land, it has an influence upon geopolitics. Those who want to control the sea, those who are more continental powers, etc. Physical, organic, and anthropological character, which eventually will shape the diverse anthropological determinations of man, the various races. Each race, here it's true on a conceptual point of view, the point of view of emanation, but also on the point of view of historical biological evolution, namely the classical races. Each is tied to a certain continent, and the features, it's a quantitative proportion, but the specific characteristic features of the face, the body, the hair are determined by the environment, the geological, in the sense of a living totality, not just the earth and the ground, but the climate, the wildlife, etc. The character, the physical and organic character of the continent on which these races have evolved in a biological perspective. Namely, the reason why the Chinese, not the Chinese, but the Mongoloids, as they call this, the Northeast Asian, and it includes partly, it's diverse, but the Arctic people, which are not strictly speaking Northeast Asian from a genetic standpoint, but they are very close, they are subgroup distinct. The reason why their faces, their eyes, their nose, their hair are different, the same goes for Africans and for Europeans, blonde, green, gray, blue, green, gray eyes, and blonde or red hair. It's a product of adaptation to a given climate in a biological perspective, in order to adapt to the solar life, the physical characteristic of the climate and the environment. Yeah. Welt Tyler, these are the continents, the chains of mountains, the principle of granite, calcaire, I don't know how to translate this. I don't know how to translate this either. Gisement. A gold mine where we extract gold or oil or a diamond or it's not really a mine is wherever there is a Lagerungen or a gisement. If it is exploited, it becomes a mine eventually. If it's minerals or metals, but I don't know the English word. Here I don't know the word either. That's not very rigorous, but yeah. The cosmic sideral relationship, interconnectedness, the sideral connection, vitality, meteorological process, and again, sea and land. And here we have the god Poseidon, whose equivalent in Nordic mythology is Njord, and a living organism, an organism full of life. What is Gaia in the realm of pure geology? This is a living body determined by its connection to the solar system, divided in land and seas and oceans, with continents, mountains, mines, for lack of a better word, yeah, and living totality. And what white people, whether they are leftist or right-wing pagans, what they call living in harmony with nature, basically the ecological leftist and the right-wing pagans, they want the same thing, which is to live in harmony with nature, as they call this. And they idealize the primitive peoples, but actually they don't, because the primitives, they lived eventually in harmony with nature. It implies there were no health system, so living in harmony with nature means living in harmony with the bites of the snakes or the spiders or the grizzlies, depending on where you live. So it sounds good on paper, but here I will praise the primitive peoples. They may not have developed a very complex civilization, but they were kind of tough, because they had to deal with the spiders, the snakes, or the polar bears, or the whatever nasty creature God sent in their way. They knew how to deal with this. Yeah, they were adapted to their environment, and they still are partly, but yeah. Yeah, so these are the fundamental determination of Gaia as a living organism, and living in harmony. Yes, living in harmony with nature. This is a motto that we hear. For these primitive, it was natural in a sense, spontaneous. Here, it's not always the meaning, but here it's spontaneous. It was not. They hadn't. It was. They didn't have to force their adaptation. It was in the continuity of the evolutionary process from an evolutionary perspective. But then when white people do this, they do this through a very complex intellectual way. Namely, the leftists who want to go back to harmony with nature, they develop permaculture farms, which are very complex intellectual and cognitive requirements in order to implement a permaculture farm, a functioning one. This is why the leftists who go back to live in harmony with nature, they are very smart. Usually these are white, very intelligent, with a high IQ, an education, but they are kind of living in the clouds, and usually these are white couples, and they have lots of children, and they live happily. Basically, they are just what right-wing whites would like to do, but these white leftists, they're kind of innocent. I mean, they're not completely innocent, but they have kind of ignorance of racial question, and for them that's neither a problem nor a cause to fight for, not a source nor of pride, neither of pride nor of shame. Maybe they don't even think about this, but spontaneously they mate with white with white, and they have children, and I mean, it's statistically very rare, but they have their permaculture farm or their cabin made of wood. We find videos about this on YouTube. Families living, or the Amish in a way. I mean, the Amish, one cannot say that they, strictly speaking, live in harmony with nature because they have the Protestant work ethic, but more than those living in the urban city, etc. But basically one of the problems, one of the political problems of modernity is that everyone praises the primitive tribes of Amazonia, Australia, Siberia, Africa, Northern America, wherever. But when white people say, we want to become primitive again in a good sense, no, they are kind of not allowed to. They have to to work stupid jobs and pay taxes to... Here I said I would implement my books. I failed to do this maybe in a previous video, but basically one has to pay taxes to finance a broken educational system which turns people into future idiotic taxpayers who will just work more stupid jobs to pay more taxes to finance an ever more dysfunctioning educational system, etc., etc. Maybe I already showed this book earlier in the video. The Utopia of Rules, dumbing us down. The fabric, the fabric of the idiot, in a way. How do you call this? It's not a fabric. It's a fabric means it's another meaning in English. It's the... I'm tired. Not the company, not the plant, not the company. How do you call this? 19th century England. The factory. The factory. Yeah, the factory of the idiot. It's pidgin English, but yeah. Bullshit jobs. Yeah. Real education. You just need an internet connection. The school revolution, here is common sense. Here I will speak honestly on a common sense level. We live, without detaching myself from the dialectics for a while, if that's possible. We live here I will speak like a right winger, but actually it shouldn't be so. That's why there is a problem, because just to say that there is a problem with the educational system, whether Ron Paul or Charles Murray, basically these people, they are probably considered, I know that, right-winger in the US, but this is just common sense. People in a free society, here free in a good sense, in a healthy democratic society like America was kind of until at least at the beginning of the 20th century, and maybe in the 19th century, at the end. There's a moment when American democracy was functioning. America was stable socially, politically. Oh, there was the problem of blacks, but white people, they kind of got on together, and it was maybe the greatest political achievement, with the exception of the Scandinavian countries, who were naturally, I mean, not always, but naturally peaceful for other reasons, homogeneity. But basically, America, between the end of the 19th century and the early decades of the 20th century, it had found the balance. For whites, there was the problem of segregation, etc. But for whites, in the realm of politics, there were the socio-economic tensions, in spite of the difficulty, they were being limited, because people accepted that the best rise and the least good rise and fall in America, as one author said. So this was kind of, in a historical perspective, it was as stable as you could get, given the limitations, the technological limitations of the day, but it was kind of good. And yeah, and today, here I'm not in a mood to make jokes, but Charles Murray and Ron Paul, they are just common sense. there's a problem with the welfare state. They are not evil. There are evil libertarians who really want to get rid of the poor, but they are not evil libertarians. They are just common sense people. Like a functioning society, there are poor, but they should be helped, but not by compulsory taxation, but simply the people should have a collective morality, that which we call ethics or Sittlichkeit, to find a way to help the poor without letting the poor become a burden for themselves and for society. So basically, we will help you find a work, but if you don't want to because you are too lazy or whatever, it's not our problem, and really there will be religious charities to keep you alive, etc. But yeah, that would be the common sense, like American common sense. And in the modern world, it has become insane, and that's why there are conflicts, because people who are more radical than Charles Murray or Ron Paul, they are frustrated because ideally they just would like to have a functioning society, but you wanted us to be decent men in an indecent time, etc., etc. Usually I think about Jared Taylor, but here it can even be applied to Charles Murray and Ron Paul. Yeah. So yeah, that was what I had to say. Why am I talking about this? Yeah, about the primitive people, whatever. Okay, the second part, vegetabilische Natur. Here, it doesn't contain the modern categories like bacteriology, mycology, etc. It's just botanics, but of course there are the eukaryotes, prokaryotes, mycelium, etc., etc. It can be included. So basically it's non-zoological biology. So simply put, molecular biology, genetics, bacteriology, mycology, botanics, pharmacology, and ecology. Yeah. So here is how the plant emerges. So here we have the earth as a living body, and here the plant, which on a conceptual level, here Hegel has to be, the writings of Hegel has to be corrected, because actually these are bacteria. But here maybe Dawkins can maybe correct a German metaphysician. That's too much honor for Mr. Dawkins. An atheist does not deserve. That's a joke. No, seriously. Plant, it's a totality, it's an individual, not an individual in the sense that it's a living whole with all the parts interconnected. The parts and the bud, the branches, metamorphosis, the process of configuration and reproduction. So here are the fundamental determinations of life, logical and conceptual determinations of life. Here life is still vague, here it's becoming more formally distinct, namely we have a process of configuration and reproduction. Life is not just a simple cell, it develops, it organizes itself by developing more and more complex parts in a more and more complex organism, and the most complex life form is man, probably, and the brain of man. And here let us make a joke, which maybe Mr. Dawkins will find funny. When I'm in a good mood, which doesn't happen always, I think maybe God created the world to make people like Dawkins have a good laugh. Yeah. My brain, I don't know how it works, it's insane, the process, whatever. I mean, so there's the connection between neurobiology, evolution, pop music, Richard Dawkins, theology, Hegel, metaphysics, yeah. Because I said to myself, sometimes when I feel smart, my brain, it's insane, the speed, whatever. The process of configuration, the individualization, the cells, the fibers, the physiology of the plant, the immediate infection, the process of configuration again, the relationship of the plant to itself. So a living organism is in relation to itself. The plant has no consciousness because it is relation to self on a level of life, but not on the level of mind, in a way. Lebenssaften. Here I will illustrate Uma Thurman was pretty hot as Poison Ivy in a pretty terrible Batman movie, but it was so bad that it was good actually. Yeah. And here I will praise America. I'm in a mood to praise America. Identity and difference, the logical category, the Batman movies, the importance of the categories, because the Batman movies, they can be classified. They are I'm not an expert, but basically they are really the comical the comical ones who are really kind of embarrassing, but that's what the Americans call cheesy. It's so ludicrous that it's comical actually. Then there are the dark ones in the sense of Tim Burton. I could have added Tim Burton in my list of movie directors. And then there's the dark ones in the sense really serious Nolan, and here it's genius. But actually, whatever Americans do, even when it's completely kind of decadent, like the Batman movies with George Clooney, it's still good. There's Tim Burton, there's the movies with George Clooney, I don't know, Schumacher something. Then there's Christopher Nolan. I don't know what to say. Of course, it's decadent that your country, what you offer is just entertainment for the people who go to watch movies. But basically, that's why the Americans, they are like the ancient Romans, except that they do not have gladiator games. They have movies. But actually, it's kind of decadent, but it's great nonetheless. It's kind of amazing. Yeah. The roots here is for pagans. Roots, tree, all the mythology around the world tree, whatever. Branches, the bud which blossoms, it develops, etc. The leaves, the vessels, the inner circulation, the preservation or conservation, growth, toughening up, how do you call this? Not the trunk, what is around the trunk. I know this, but you get the idea. And the blossom, yeah. So that's how the plant and the trees emerge conceptually, and this is how to think properly about a tree from a conceptual standpoint, namely to take into account the plant as such, an individual, the bud, the branches, the process of configuration, the cells, the fibers, the living substance, I don't know how to translate this, division, roots, leaves, vital vessels, the circulation, growth, toughening up. Yeah. Why did I put Scarlet here? I don't know. Yeah. Because pagan women, they are spontaneously attracted by this kind. This is a typically womanish interest. Here, that's more the cosmic aspect, and here it's the more nature in a more natural way, one might say. Women, mostly European women, at least in this day and age, they are interested in these topics. I could have added Caroline. They are interested in what they call nature, because women are natural creatures, while men are more celestial in a sense when they are inspired. So there's in a development of spirit, there is a tendency of mostly European women to be attracted towards the harmony with nature, as they call this.
Thank God it's not written in English, because it could be misinterpreted. Because it's kind of a burning desire, whatever. Lana Del Rey. Yeah. So here's aromatic quality. These are the categories. Here I will be serious again. The categories of the logic of essence, a thing and its properties. That's why it's kind of coherent, partly at least. Das Ding und die Eigenschaften. These are determination of essence, and in the realm we already had this in qualitative chemistry, but we find this again here in botanics, namely the qualitative properties of the plants are the spiritual character of the smell, the taste, the shining aspect and the depth of color, the vigor of the figure. Yeah. I will not make dirty jokes, but basically, thank God it's not written in English. Maybe growth, whatever. Let's not talk about. Yeah. The flower, the light of itself, namely the flower is the light of the plant, basically. That's why men offer flowers to women. That's why there are expressions in French about women. Yeah, that's why women love flowers, because it's when a plant reaches its brilliant self, this is the blossoming, the flowering, etc., etc. And it produces the germ, not the Apollonian germ, although maybe whatever. The parts, the members, the totality. Yeah. So that's the conceptual. Here is really simplified. These are just the categories to think conceptually about a plant. This is the concept, very simplified, the concept of a plant or botanics. And it works for trees, flowers, etc., etc. I should have begun with, no, that's the first part. So now we have the animal nature reflected in itself, subjective universality being in itself, self-movement, determines itself to movement. So the difference between plants and animals from a conceptual standpoint is that the animals, they have some sort of a consciousness, not in a mental consciousness, but a higher sense of self. They move out of themselves and they determine themselves to move from one place to the other. They have a voice, a soul. That's why here we have Pythagoras, metempsychose, maybe some the Hindu, Indian philosophy, some Germans of the past century who shared these same ideas. Erdzitten means a tremor in itself. So these are the conceptual characteristics of an animal as differentiated from a plant. It has a voice, a soul. It can vibrate in a way, the tremors. It has animal heat. Here it's I don't understand really. It has a purpose. which is the beginning of the concept in a way. The organism is an individual ID with a figure. So it's a totality in relation to itself, with all the parts fitting together as a whole. And the process of assimilation, which consists, we have assimilation in the sense of, in the determinacy of nature, namely to assimilate means to enter into relation with the non-organic environment and to assimilate this to itself. Basically, when animals seek food and water in a way, or plants seek light through photosynthesis, but here it's on a higher form. And in the cultural realm, assimilation means the other, the immigrant, becomes adequate to the self because he has to adopt, he has to adapt and to adopt the culture and the Sittlichkeit. What is culture? What is Sittlichkeit? We'll see this. That's the distinction between multiculturalism and assimilation. That's the debate between the Anglo-Saxons and the French. If I wanted to make a dubious joke, I would say the French want to be replaced by people who are just like them culturally, and the Anglo-Saxons, they want to be replaced by people who are different from them culturally. That's the identity in difference, one might say. But more seriously, the assimilation would be partly culture, namely those who say the immigrants have to assimilate, they mean they have to adopt our culture, which can be work ethics, but also language, cultural references, ways of entertainment, etc. But the problem in most Western countries that the native people, white people, have become so decadent culturally that they have no standards, either in terms of morality or very low standards. And that's why the immigrants, they do not want to assimilate in some countries because they say, your morality, no thank you, we prefer our traditional morality. This is most of the time the case of Muslims or sometimes of Catholics, etc. Or there is no culture in a higher sense to adapt to because the natives have become culturally decadent in a way. They have no standards anymore. So that's why here it's kind of problematic, because the immigrants, those who have a good will to assimilate, they have nothing to assimilate to, because the culture of the natives, white people, consists in criticizing, sometimes in an insane fashion, criticizing their own culture to the point of here I make a very simple dichotomy. The immigrants who want to assimilate, when they see the madness of white people, either they say, no thank you, we will preserve our culture, religious, that is the case of the traditionalist Muslims, for instance, or traditionalist Hispanic Catholics, for instance, or the Indians or the Pakistani or whatever in the UK or whatever, who remain closed within themselves because either they are a first generation or because they don't want to assimilate to a culture which is at war with itself, or the immigrants who would like to assimilate but they are kind of a little bit lost because they say, but what is your culture? We thought that America was about freedom, but white people keep criticizing freedom of speech, gun ownership, etc. Or we thought that in the case of France or maybe Britain or Germany, we thought that your culture was about high literature, high standards, etc. But you dump down your own children through a broken educational system. And some say we don't want our children to become as stupid as yours. So they say that's why there are problems in school. There are schools for Muslims and then schools for the Catholics and then the schools for everyone, which are the worst, and there are the schools for the rich. These bring all sorts of problems. I simplify to the utmost. And I was talking about assimilation, which is a determination of nature. So assimilation versus multiculturalism, this is a divide, a conceptual divide already present in the realm of animal I need to see the full picture. Yeah. So yeah, we were here assimilation. So here it's the introduction of the third part, and now there are 3 sub-distinctions. So just to see the full picture, the third part of nature is organische Physik, geology, I've talked about this, botanics, I've talked about this. Now I've introduced zoology, which is itself divided in 3 sub-parts, and I will develop this, and then maybe I will stop the video. And here, just in blue, we have the categories which are the equivalent in modern language. We could classify here evolutionary biology, paleontology, zoology, etc., etc., all the medical, or what gives rise to medical sciences, and eventually anatomy and physiology, etc., etc. Okay, the first subdivision of zoological, the animal subject, a whole only in relation to itself, and here are fundamental determination of life, of animal life, sensibility, irritability, with the subdivision of excitability. I'm not sure that it's English, but it means the faculty of being excited. It can have the meaning of drinking coffee, to be excited, kind of in a negative sense, being a little bit buzzing because one has drunk too much coffee or too much there is the word excitant as a noun in French. Les excitants, which is derived from exciting, or reciprocally, it means the substances which brings forth not excitement, but it excites in a sense that almost nervosity, like drinking too much coffee. But then there's also excitant as an adjective, which means exciting, and here it brings about enthusiasm or interest. So I'm well aware that you can be excited by coffee or excited by I think about Caroline, but that's a joke. I mean, maybe it's not, but whatever. Maybe at some moment you will find me exciting as well. I don't know. Because I know feminine intelligence. I shouldn't have offended you, or whatever. But when I talk about rigor and systematicity, I mean business. And here it's not very rigorous. It's just whatever. The nervous system, the system of blood. There's an expression: you are getting on my nerve, or you are. What's the expression? There are expressions in English, in French as well, and probably in most Indo-European languages. Yeah. The blood boils, etc., etc. The bone system, the system of the brain. So here, we have sensibility, irritability, reproduction. In sensibility, we have the various systems, the physiological or anatomical system, bones, brain, sensitive nerves, reproduction. Irritability, the muscle, the bone structure. You have extension and flexion, extension, which are probably attraction, repulsion in a way, which we find in the realm of muscles. The pulse, it's sometimes said that life is a pulsation, or it's pulsating, because it follows a rhythm. The pulsation of the heartbeat. Pulsation would be the beat in English. The living self-movement, fluidity, the living blood, boiling in my blood, paramour. You take my breath away. That's Eminem, he says, so you take my breath away. In one of his songs. Yeah. Blood boils in a way. Heart, arterias, veins, which bring their food from the blood. Digestive system, the skin, the cellular tissue here, I'm not sure, the cellular whatever, I don't know how to translate this, head, breast, and abdomen, and Geschlechtsverhältnis. Well, it's getting a little bit physical here in the good sense. So one might say, or maybe not, but yeah, that's yeah. Assimilation, multiple sensuousness. I don't know. Viel means many or multiple, and Sinnlichkeit means sensation or sensibility. So the faculty of having several senses: feeling, smell, taste, and exterior, light and color. These are the tones or the sounds. So it's the sight and the hearing. Sight is associated with light and colors, the ability to perceive light and colors, and audition or hearing, the ability to perceive tones, that which an animal can and a plant cannot. A feeling of a lack. This is what moves the world. The feeling of a lack. I miss you. Probably Avril Lavigne, she wrote a song. I miss you. I hope you miss me. Whatever. Trib is a tendency to try to satisfy the feeling of a lack. To be excited. To be beyond. Here the subject is able to sustain the contradiction, because the feeling of a lack, it brings about movement, because those who feel a lack, they are moved. That's why here I will be very serious. That's why those who move the most, they are not at rest. Obviously, they are restless. And they are seeking to solve a contradiction, namely they are lacking something. It can be an animal seeking water or food, a bird seeking a fairer climate, or here we'll talk about a history. The reason why whites have searched all around the globe, moved everywhere, discovered the continents, settled everywhere on the moon, in America, in Australia, wherever, is because they are feeling a lack. They are seeking something. And those who do not move, is because they kind of they found stability. And of course, those who are unstable, they bring movement to the others who say, "You are annoying. We were peaceful." Yeah, this is the story of the white race, basically. Because they are, and the same goes for the Jews. The Jews, the reason why they have been agents of many political changes and social changes, is because they also feel a lack, and they try to solve the contradiction. Yeah, and here one can I don't need to illustrate, but basically excitement here, it's a sexual desire in a way, or sexual lust as they call this. It's where is the Geschlechtsverhältnis? It was simply what moves the animal world is partly the struggle of males to get the female. Yeah, basically. The need, the instinct, the tendency through exterior potencies, I don't know, masculine, feminine, not masculine, but male, female. Yeah, which is already a distinction within the realm of logic, in a way. Here in the ID, here, life emerges as a conceptual moment of the unfolding of logic, and here are is the genus and the relationship of the sexes, namely subject here, so subjective in relation to another, which seeks to complement itself. That's why here I will make a joke. That's why logic, speculative logic, can be fucking great. I will let it's kind of yeah. No, but seriously, if you want to understand why there is a sexual attraction in the animal kingdom, and eventually partly in the realm of humans, well, here's partly the answer. The purpose, the instinct, acting according to a purpose, an inner purposefulness, self goal, self end, self purpose in a way. The need of animals is in relationship with the powers of nature. Animals assimilate the unorganic, the non-organic nature. Here are the example of animals who build nests and dams. The animals living in rivers. Yeah. Also the beehives of the bees, etc., etc. The process with the air. The process of breath and skin, thirst, hunger, satisfaction of the need, which always re-emerges. That's one of the contradictions. To become master of the object mechanistically, assimilation, transformation, digestion, animal water, etc., etc. So basically, the animals, they seek to incorporate their unorganic nature, namely their environment, within themselves in order to perpetuate themselves and to maintain their balance and to solve the contradiction. And in the realm of logic and mind, it's an attempt to incorporate the world through a cognitive process. That's what I'm trying to do with my my CIA. That basically it's just a way to transcend just the animal aspect by trying to assimilate the exteriority through a conceptual process. And here I need illustration and this table board, but basically that's what it can be found at all levels. A business or a company, the purpose is to grow, to get more customers, and to assimilate more and more clients, and eventually to become multinationals, corporations, etc., etc. The same goes with governments. They seek to assimilate the other. That's the process of expansion, for good or for bad, but it's an inner drive. The universe is expanding. Humans and living things within it are expanding. The plants are expanding. Elon Musk is the will to expand to Mars and to other galaxies. This is the what Nietzsche would call the will to power. Here, physiology, the various physiological determination. Yeah. If I had to justify what I am doing of course, I'm trying to reach Apollonian germ, but also I would like to reach Stella. Stella, if I had to romantically introduce myself, I'm trying to conquer America and the world to please you. Whatever you are, the principal at least, but also you maybe. Maybe that's my French aspect, the romantic Frenchman. Somewhere Evola said, no, it's not Evola, but there's a quote in a book by Evola saying that the French, their relationship with women, they are a little bit decadent. Maybe that's why, as I've grown older, I've become interested mostly in American women. Maybe they are the most difficult to seduce. Maybe that's the challenge. Baby, you're a challenge. Rihanna says this in one of her songs. I don't know which one. Maybe that's a challenge, but maybe that is the only way of maybe to find satisfaction and reward. I don't know. Whatever. Okay, the species, the formations, the orders of the animals, the types of the animals, that which we call taxonomy. Here it's taxonomy. Violent death, zoology, the characteristics of the various classes and orders within the taxonomy of the zoological world, the feeling of a lack. Begattung means to beget, like bringing of offsprings. Yeah. There's maybe maybe Hegel forgot an intermediary step because no, that's a joke, or maybe it's not. I don't know. Yeah. The disease of the individual, disease, fiber, healing, medicines, digestible. The drugs, in a sense of medicinal drugs, poison, and here exciting. Poison, there's a song by Lana Del Rey, probably Dark Paradise, or no, it's not, another song. Lana Del Rey is an intoxicated woman. In her videos, she's kind of a little bit in cuckoo land, but I could have added her in my previous video about the over-the-top Americans, but she's kind of she's typically American, but in a dreamy way, like she's a kind of fascinating in a way. But here I will talk, it's actually very serious. Lana Del Rey, she's feminine, but she's not Hegelian. I mean, eventually she is, but she's not like Lady Gaga. Lady Gaga is more Hegelian because in Lady Gaga there are all the aspects, the comical, the romantic, a little bit twisted. Lady Gaga has all the aspects. That's why she's perfectly Hegelian in a sense, in the realm of pop culture. Whereas Lana Del Rey, she's more feminine. Lana Del Rey making really a comical song, it would kind of it wouldn't work. That's not her realm in a way. And the same goes for Marilyn Manson. Here I'm thinking about you, Stella. Marilyn Manson making jokes or making comedy, it doesn't work. Eminem, there are all the aspects. Yeah. Yeah. And here, for instance, drugs, not in a sense of medical drugs, because I know that a drugstore is where you sell medicine in America, but drugs in a sense of poison, cocaine, cannabis, etc. All the things that, how they emerge here in order to think properly about the drug industry, one has to take into account the natural determinations. They belong here, and then the traffic. So there is the physiological dependence of humans. Then there's the social trafficking, which is connected with whitewashing of money, law which is either not rigorous enough or too loose, or the corrupt police, the prison, the violence, the arms race of the gangs. Then there's the myth of the how do you call this, the guy who brings justice, Batman, basically, how do you call this in America, the lone wolf, the guy who is just sick, like in a movie by Scorsese, De Niro, the guy who is just sick of the degeneracy and who go on or in the movie by They Live, Carpenter. Yeah, that's a myth of American social life, namely the caped crusader, who is just sick of the degeneracy and the drugs, etc. And yeah. And then there's the moral code. I know the movies, the moral code of the mafia. There's the Italian mafia who have standards, like, we're not gonna sell drugs to teenagers or kids. We just remain in the realm of gambling, etc. But then, if you respect the moral codes, you get outcompeted by the rivals who have less morality. That's the distinction between Italian mafia and the Joker. The Godfather, and then the I would say from Italian mafia to Cuban mafia. That's Don Vito Corleone, Tony Montana. That's the story of America. Trump says they bring drugs, etc., etc. But there is weakness also in the population who takes the drugs. So whatever. So yeah, that's how to understand the effect on the brain, the insanity that it brings, whatever. Yeah. Yeah, so that was nature, the fundamental determinations, which have to be completed by the categories of the modern sciences. They have to be actualized, and this is how to think about nature. Now the video, I think, was already 5 hours long. Now it will be 6 or 7 hours. So these are the fundamental determination of nature that I have talked about. It's just to understand an animal, for instance. It has to be understood from the perspective of zoology, ecology, namely its relationship with the organic environment, geology, non-organic environment, his position within the cosmic totality, from also a chemical and physical and mechanical standpoint, because the laws of gravity and movement and mechanics and dynamics, they apply to animals as well, but they are much more determined. And the negative, das Nichts, which is at the beginning of the logic, it is felt within animals as lack. And there's an attempt to solve the contradiction within logic, which brings forth the whole process. And the attempt to solve the contradiction is that which brings life and movement within animals. And here, so we have first part, logic, second part, nature. This is all the spheres in green, which I have commented for, I think now almost maybe 6 or 7 hours. And now the logical following, so we were here, the logical next step is here. So here it's not very formally coherent, but it's coherent logically, just because I replicated the structure of the works of Hegel. But the next step after nature is the emergence of the natural soul. So there are still the determination of nature, but here is in purple and pink, this is subjektiver Geist. So it's dritter Teil, die Philosophie des Geist, which includes in pink and purple subjektiver Geist. So it begins here, here, there. Pink and purple, this is subjektiver Geist. Broadly in blue, this is objektiver Geist. And if there is green and partly purple, it's simply because we will see what this is. It's kind of coherent in a way. Here it's energy, production, imports, etc. of oil, gas, electricity. I've put this in green because although it belongs to objektiver Geist, because these are determination of economics, these are nonetheless natural resources, so they would belong. Geology, partly here, partly there. Yeah. But yeah, all the middle here, it's Philosophie des Geistes, namely subjektiver Geist, anthropology, phenomenology, psychology in pink and purple, objektiver Geist in blue, and absoluter Geist in yellow here. And now I will just briefly comment, and we'll stop the video there, the transition. The natural soul emerges logically out of nature, but it's still a soul. And here I will comment briefly the introduction. The universal soul is what the Romantics call the world soul, that which Matthew talks about, and Schelling as well, because he's just a modern version of Schelling in a way. If I'm the modern version of Hegel, what's the story? They were friends at some moment. Yeah, hopefully. I do not intend on writing a preface where I will criticize. Here, that's a joke for the select few. It's for the aristocrats of whatever. The joke for really the select few. It may be funny. It may be a noble joke. Some of my jokes are really dubious, but and yeah, Romanticism, the Romantics in the philosophical sense. Schelling tried to romanticize Spinoza, but basically the world soul is what Spinoza called the substance, basically. That the universal soul, the universal substance, precisely, in the determinacies of nature with natural qualities, and the soul of man. So animals already have a soul, a self-moving principle, an immaterial mode of the substance. Or I say the natural soul emerges out of nature. So here we are in the continuity, but it's nonetheless discrete. That's what Spinoza says when he says man is not an empire within an empire. Namely, man does not exist independently of nature. He is determined by nature. That's why race realism is so important from an epistemological standpoint, because if we do not take sociobiology, gender difference, sex differences, and sociobiology and race differences into account, humans are unintelligible. And here I will not comment, but basically the natural soul, the universal planetary life, the climate. Actually, I will comment, but just the first part. The climate here, these are the categories of the CIA, the various climates. There are maybe more, but in order to understand the society, one has to understand its climate, because it determines the economy, it determines the social life, it determines the character of the people, it determines the history, the institutions. Up until the 18th century, countless European writers wrote books about, they interpreted the differences of race and character in terms of climate. The Nordics, they were supposed to be hardworking because in Nordic climate you have to toil the soil in order to get food, and in southern climate they thought that they were more lazy because it was more abundant, but they applied their racist standards, which actually were racist, to everyone. Namely, this is where the Nordic racism against Southern Europeans comes from. Namely, in the north, still to this day, the Scandinavians and partly the German, they say, oh, these Southern Europeans, they really are lazy. The Italians, the Spaniards, the French. It's partly on the south of but the Greek. The climatic racism, which is not racial racism because it's among white people, although on the south they are less white on a genetic standpoint, they are still white. It's inter-white racism based on climate. The problems of economics in the European Union, here I give a European perspective, European in the sense of continental Europe, not a spiritual or continental Europe. The people in the north, the Dutch, the Scandinavians, the Germans, they have a problem with the people in the south, and reciprocally, the Italians, the Greeks, etc., that they, and the Spaniards, that they accuse of being lazy, but that's. I'm sure that it works in a sufficiently large country. I'm sure that the Americans from Michigan, they accuse the Americans from Louisiana of being lazy, or Florida, the state for the decadent, wealthy whites, and for the Hispanic immigrants who you are used as domestics probably. I have never read really a lot of sociology, but I'm sure that it's the same everywhere. There are rich white people who bring in migrants or immigrants to take care of the. I know the story. That's why white people they are sometimes they are just exploitative, like all races. But here I talk to the right-wing people, right-wing white, namely the idea that there is an external agent who controls everything. It's partly true on an empirical level, but actually white people, they find also satisfaction in exploiting. Here, this is the leftist narrative. When they acknowledge that there are a change in immigration, the leftists who say, but basically you talking to white people who complain, so white leftists talking to white conservatives, basically you complain, but actually you exploit the non-whites. What would you do without the toil of non-whites who take care of it's partly true. It's an aspect of the white psyche that white people have been exploiting economically. Here's a very simple Marxist analysis, but that's partly true. Non-white, so that's why the old people, they don't care. I mean, I'm not accusing them, but usually they say, okay, in 30 years, 50 years, we will no longer be there, so whether or not Western Europe or America is 20% non-white or 50 or 60%, we don't care. So there's a part of nihilism, and that's why the young whites are resentful against the boomers, etc., etc. Just for a question of climate. No, actually no, but it's just to illustrate. The change of the seasons, the change of the what do you call this? Morning, midday, afternoon, evening, the phases of the day, I don't know how to call this. It has an impact. There are people who prefer the morning, those who prefer the evening, the twilight, or the aurora, each person here, it's really that's not the purpose, but basically each person has a favorite season and a favorite moment of the day. The voice. These are European pagans who are connected to nature. Actually, their soul is in connection with nature, and that's typically womanish. Here we'll pick up a book by Hegel. Not by Hegel, but basically women have a spontaneous attraction towards nature that men I've already said this, maybe, that men, they have a different relationship. They want to cognitively grasp nature. Women, they want to unite in a different way. But men, they have this negative will to power, in a way. The Cartesian will. Where's my book? Whatever. I know, basically, yeah. Basically, what the book about Hegel says is that what women seek immediately, men seek this. They want to lose themselves in a unity with all things. That's typically womanish. I've read the book by Mrs. Naomi Wolf. When women, I will not draw a picture. When women are happy in certain circumstances, they see the unity and the colors and the interconnectedness of all things. And that's why unconsciously they seek by uniting themselves with nature, partly. And men, they just want to understand physics and the external world, and yeah. So here, the sympathy with the animals. Women also, it's typically womanish to have a care for the animals, to be happy surrounded by animals, by snails or dogs or whatever. Previsions, these are foreseeing. It's also typically womanish. Is that an insult? I mean, I do not mean to be derogatory. Womanish, I hope that it's not an insult. It means kind of a little bit, but the English language. I mean, actually, it was kind of a little bit derogatory, but look. If women are offended, try to speak French or German if it's not your native language. What I mean is basically men in their relationship to nature, they want either to exploit seriously, the men they want to grasp cognitively. That's why I will not pick up the numbers of Charles Murray human achievement, but for one great woman physicist, there are 99.9 great men physicists. Men, their relationship to nature, it's cognitive conceptualization. Yeah. Precisely, and romanticism, here it's very serious, the Schellingian perspective is an attempt to transcend the divide between the purely Cartesian, Newtonian, mechanistic grasping of nature and a more fulfilling experience of nature, to reconcile the two in a way. That's why romanticism is the perfect philosophy for European women and European men. I love it when I know I discover that I'm a schemer for good. Like when I'm partly evil for doing good, I kind of enjoy it. Yeah. Here I will speak seriously while I can. Romanticism, let us be honest. The kind of romanticism that Matthew Siegel understands. He's a modern representative of the European romantic tradition. Novalis, Schelling, partly Rousseau, and then the later poet. The romanticism, it lasted for many decades. There was French romanticism, first German, then English and French. Yeah, there are so many poets, artists, sculptors, partly philosophers. Maybe here I haven't had the time to study the Romantic era because I was focused on studying Hegel, but probably the Schlegel brothers, Schleiermacher, partly. I mean, they were not strictly speaking romantic, but I've read so much. Schelling, yeah, was partly romantic. So yeah, it's an attempt to reunite the microcosm with the macrocosm through a conceptual process. And what was I saying? That Eminem and Lady Gaga, they are romantic in a sense, not in ordinary. Of course, maybe they are, but really they are. If you take classical European romanticism in the context of the decadence of modern West, you get Lady Gaga and Eminem. I mean, genius, but the kind of romanticism of Eminem and Lady Gaga, I mean, here mostly Eminem because women are not responsible, but basically the romantic songs of Eminem, Crazy in Love, Love You More, here is dark romanticism, but still romanticism. It's within the context of modernity, but actually it is inspired unconsciously by the greatest thinkers and artists and poets of the Romantic era. And I know that Eminem, and he doesn't know this, but basically he's just a romantic poet in the context of the hip-hop way of expressing. That's why Europeans, here it's not Germans, but Europeans, they are Europeans whatever they do. They can't help but express their European identity in a sense. Yeah, I mean these are not strictly speaking limited to Europeans. Other Rihanna, she's partly romantic. This is the kind of twisted, comical. Rihanna here. If I use the category European without the anthropological aspect, which cannot be satisfying completely, but if it has to be applied, Rihanna would be romantic in the sense that she has the kind of a romantic aspect, but also the comical, dark and twisted. It's partly romanticism as well, but actually romanticism in the most serious sense, it's philosophical, artistic, religious, and it's end of 18th century, early 19th century Europe. Yeah. Look, if I could be the good guy, I would be the therapist who would say, but hey, Matthew, why don't you like these kind of women, especially this one? Here I'm playing the cock because I'm not saying that you should mate. I mean, not literally, but intellectually with these women. But basically, you are kind of united, but then they are not respectable because they have no education. But the poor woman with no education who meets the kind of guy from the aristocracy, or at least intellectual, that, I mean, he's not from an aristocratic intellectual, but whatever, it's very romantic. But no, basically I'm not trying to set up cosmic dates, but basically what I'm saying is it's clear for me. I mean, no, the process is not clear, but basically what I mean is it's connected. Novalis, Spinoza, Schelling, Romanticism, and the European will to or tendency to and here is the kind of aspect that people don't like, is that the Romantic era, they had an emphasis and a focus on nationalism, which was ethnic nationalism. That would be Fichte. Yeah. And here I know the leftist psyche, the white leftists, not only white, but mostly white, but it has an appeal to non-whites as well, but Che Guevara et compagnie, Che Guevara and co, the kind of romantic revolutionaries, they have an appeal mostly to white teenagers because they are romantics in the realm of politics. Yeah. But there's the dark aspect, namely Che Guevara was partly a murderer. I mean, I'm not judging him, but actually it is the truth. Like, it's not just the... because, yeah, the intelligent right-wingers, they know. But, yeah. Then demographics, here the statistics of the CIA. So for analyzing a country, this has to be taken into account. So that's just the formal aspect of what I call the central... The German Central Intelligence Agency. And here it's very important because there are the racial the racial diversity. I will not talk about race, but we have the universal planetary life of the natural spirit. The particular nature spirit, Naturgeister literally means spirits of nature or natural spirits, but actually it cannot be translated. So the universal planetary life of the Naturgeisters, the particular Naturgeister in the particular continents, which brings about the diversity of the races and yeah, here it's important. Do I have to? I will talk. I will just comment up until there. So the first part of the natural soul, precisely because it's natural, so it will be the transition. But basically here, what I mean is, here it's really interesting on an intellectual level, namely, each individual belongs to a certain race. Even if he or she is mixed race, he still has genetic determinations, but in the archetypal way, each individual belongs to a certain continent. It's not stupid racism, it's just common sense. Here I will say that Dawkins has common sense. I never expected I would say that. No, seriously, the sociobiologist, the race realists, they have a common sense. Namely, they explain the racial differences by adaptation to climate and to environment. That's the reason why black people have a black skin, white people a white skin, etc. Yellowish skin, the different texture of hair is simply because of evolution, which is adaptation to a given continent with a given climate, etc., etc. But so there is, in an archetypal way, here it's caricature, but in an archetypal way, black people belong to Africa, white people to Europe, but then red people, here it's not to be taken seriously, but red people, namely native Indian, they belong to America, etc. And because this is how it was before the advent of history, but history is not an accident, it has to unfold. So I'm not saying that it should become that way again, but simply in an archetypal vision, this is how, not how it was supposed to be, but how it was in a cosmological perspective many centuries or sometimes many millennia ago. But here it's actually very important, because in the moment of subjektiver Geist, each individual or each group of individuals, each genetic group is adapted to its environment. But precisely racism in this sense, namely people who say black should only remain in Africa and white only in Europe and yellow or Asian only in Asia, etc. They are kind of regressive. Here I adopt a leftist perspective, but an intelligent leftist perspective, namely that subjektiver Geist has to be transcended by objektiver Geist, namely the realm of institutions which are immaterial. But what the leftists try to do is to pretend that subjektiver Geist is not important at all and to jump directly to objektiver Geist, which brings about problems because there really are diversity and eventually tension and problems and conflicts between the various ethnic groups. So to pretend that this does not exist, it's not a solution, but just to remain. Here it's the conflict between stupid white leftists and partly intelligent white right-wingers, but not intelligent enough. So basically the stupid leftist liberals and the smart right-wing pagans. The right-wing pagans, here I simplify really to the utmost. The right-wing pagans, they live here in objektiver Geist, and they would like to reconnect with absoluter Geist, namely religion and culture, etc. But they understand that they have to leave. I mean, it's not geographically or spatially, it's mentally in a way, but it can also be geographically. They have to leave the realm of objektiver Geist, which include all this, to go back to a tribal unity. This is the movement of spirit in the world over the past few decades and a few years, and still to this day, namely white people in the radical right-wing circles they want to go back to a primitive unity, paganism, basically. But here's the contradiction that I talked about in my previous video, that to leave aside objectiver Geist is kind of, it's a logical, necessarily logical moment, but it's kind of still contradictory, because precisely the particularity of the white race, here I'm talking only about whites, so the particularity would be white people versus other races, but the particularity of the white race is precisely to consistently produce universality in the realm of objectiver Geist and absoluter Geist, namely science, art, and all the realm of all the institutions. So that's a really how the most simple way of expressing what I would like to express, namely the contradiction of the white race. By returning to a more simple moment, they do not solve the contradiction, because the purpose of the white race, namely to bring about universality, is logically determined, but the return to the moment, here go back to the roots for the good sense, is also determined, and it enables to find back maybe spiritual strength, to then bring back order. I simplify really to the utmost. Here, sometimes when I speak randomly and I'm in a process of understanding that actually I say things which are actually meaningful, important and intelligent, I said to myself, but I am frustrated because I would like to talk like Hegel, with very complex logical language. Well, that's strange, but whatever. Because actually here I will make a personal comment. The Science of Logic, Die große Wissenschaft der Logik, it's really a strange book, because I've never read this book. Because I thought it was too complex. I've read passages and then I chose the simpler version, namely the encyclopedia, the first part of the encyclopedia, that I know now very well because I've read it a lot, but I've never read the book that actually I would like to read eventually, but I won't, because it's kind of weird, like I'm thinking. Basically, here I will illustrate with symbolic images. That's not how I thought, but that's how I think in order to make intelligible. Die Wissenschaft der Logik, that I do not read because I think that would be cheating. And I have to give up on my addictions, one of which is the will to control everything and to understand everything. I try to give up because I know it's negative, but it's like tobacco or whatever. But I really do not read this book. But basically, it's like, if we use a poetic image of truth, here Nietzsche would say, beware, that's a delusion. But if we say the image of truth in the European mythology, not religious, in the European psyche, in art, it's a beautiful naked woman. That's the image of the truth. The wonderful, beautiful European women. That's one of the symbolism of truth. So it's like if the science of logic, that's just now that I think about this, was this beautiful woman. So I am searching all over the world, but actually I never thought about it. But the book is just here, but I won't read this because it's not fair. Here I am trying to virtue signal, but actually I would like to be able to read the book and to understand. in a peaceful way. But yeah, but I understand enough. The reason why that I ask myself is what is the purpose of this book? Why has it come into being if it's not read? Maybe others will read it at some moment to try to manipulate me. I don't know, but it's so weird. Yeah, whatever. So yeah, demographics. So here we have the idea that each race, it's a kind of a wrong idea, but I understand why it's part of a process. But the idea that each race ought to belong to its own particular continent, but actually here the difference between the diversity of races and the local Geister here means a way of living, activity, and bodily constitution. But the local Geister here is what we would call, here it's very important, the nations, precisely not from the point of view of objektiver Geist, namely not an institutional nation, but an anthropological, psychological, cultural nation. Namely the view of the nation of the Germans, not that of the French. The French, the nation is a realm of institution and a relationship of law, namely the member of the nation is the citizen. The German version is the member of the nation is by blood, partly or mostly, yeah. And the local Geister. So here, in the context of Europe, here UPS is very important. UPS is very important because there are various nations, both institutional and or either or institutional or institutional or anthropological, one might say. Yeah, sorry. So, Italy would be a local Geister, France would be a local Geister, I mean the historical Italy, but no, precisely, the historical Italy, no, but the historical France, the historical England, the historical Scotland, the historical Ireland, etc. These would be local Geister in a sense that the same anthropological group of people can be subdivided in local spirits. For instance, the Scots and the English, they are the same people partly on an anthropological level, but they are different as Geist in the historical perspective, and the same goes with parts of France and parts of Germany, or Netherlands and Belgium, or or East and West Germany, North and South Korea, etc., etc. These are the same people on an anthropological level, but with different spirits. But it can be more or less Germans and Koreans. It's in the context of the Cold War. But the French and the German, it has been for more than 1,000 years. But it can work on the level of nations, but also on the level of regions or states within each nation. Namely, in Germany, the Bavarians are not the Prussians. There have been conflicts between the Bavarians and the Prussians historically. In France, the people from the Bretagne, which is the western part, and Alsace, which is the eastern part, from the Mediterranean part, Auvergne, which is the central part, Normandy, the northern part, Aquitaine, the southwestern part, they are very different historically. These are local Geister, and I'm sure that in the US, the universal would be America, and here the US is very complicated because if there are the diverse races, white, Hispanic, black, natives, Asians, etc., and then within whites there are native whites, namely the Anglo-Saxon stock, and then there are immigrants from Italy, from Ireland, from Eastern Europe, etc., etc. For the same goes for black. There are the Afro-Americans, and then there are the African immigrants who have come over the past few decades. There are the Hispanics divided in Latino, Mexicans, Cubans, Puerto Ricans, whatever. And these are the distinctions of anthropology. But then it's even more complex, although it's still very simple. Let us take just the WASP, White Anglo-Saxon Protestant. I'm sure that the WASP, the historical, here I will use native whites, namely White Anglo-Saxon, they have been there for more than 150 years, and sometimes even 3 or 4 centuries. So in this sense, native within, as regards to the colonization of the Northern American continent. But the WASPs, a WASP from the northern states and a WASP from the southern state, the WASP from the east and the WASP from the west, they are different local geister, namely white people from New York and white people from California, white people from Michigan and white people from Texas. I'm sure that they are different. The local geister really is different, and that's what brings the wealth of a nation. Not economically but culturally, and France used to be one of the richest country in terms of diversity of culture within the same country, because historically up until let's say one century ago or 150 years ago, when you moved from, in a historical perspective, when you moved a few dozens of miles or 100 miles west, east, north, south in France, you discovered almost a new country, because the diversity of culture, although the people was partly homogeneous, not completely, because there are here anthropological distinctions, but the culture was really different in terms of dialect, ways of thinking, talking, dressing, the food, the architecture, the songs, etc. And the same goes for Germany, and actually for a lot of European countries. That's what the pagans love about the Middle Ages. I mean, that's what the pagans with the culture they love about the Middle Ages, when Europe was really very rich culturally, because there was a wide variety of local geister within a anthropologically homogeneous society, basically. And the same goes, I'm sure, with the US, namely a white from Texas is not a white from Virginia, he's not a white from what is the shithole state for white people? Because I know broadly what is the state which is being trash talked for being too white. Probably Montana, Wyoming, maybe. The northwest part, I'm sure that white leftists, they hate these states because they say it's too much white. They are too much white. They live in peace. We have to bring a little bit of disruption. I know about yeah, but basically Arizona, Texas, Arizona, Texas, New Mexico, the whites, the WASP whites who have lived there for 2, 3, 4 centuries, they have developed a local geister which is very different from the whites who have inhabited Michigan or Pennsylvania or Illinois or Montana for the same duration, for the same length of time. And of course, I know that the whites from the East Coast and the whites from the West Coast, the Boston, New York, New Jersey, etc., they are very different from the Californian whites, obviously. The spirit is different. And then, here is a little bit more complexity. Here I've just taken the limitation of the anthropological determination of WASP. But now, if we take historical Americans, there are historical Texans, for instance, so Afro-American who, so here the determinacy would be Texas. So there is a Texan spirit for blacks and whites, which is different probably from the spirit of Michigan, also for blacks and whites. So here I will I will illustrate. I take Michigan because it's Eminem, but yeah. Precisely, yeah. Maybe it will help because I know black people from Michigan thanks to Eminem. Yeah. And I will not say why I know black people from Texas because I will not confess watching Chuck Norris, but actually, no, that's a joke. I mean, actually, that's not a joke, but no, let us be. No, that's very serious here. I laugh, but it's very serious. Let us imagine. So no, actually, it's yeah. I will put them here in the middle. Basically, there is here. Black, I would say Afro-American, but that's not important. I don't know. Black Michigan, white Michigan, black Texas, white Texas. This means an Afro-American who has historically lived for more than a century or even more in Michigan. So a historical Afro-American citizen from Michigan and a historical WASP citizen from Michigan, and the same historical Afro-American citizen from Texas, and the same for Texas. So they are different on this level, on the horizontal level. They are different in terms of local Geister from this level. So there is horizontal difference. The spirit of Michigan is different from the spirit of Texas in terms of ways of life, activity, etc., etc. But they are also different on a vertical level, namely, two blacks have more in common in terms of anthropology, in spite of their differences of local Geister. The same goes with whites. But it can also be said it can also work in this way. So that's why it's complicated. And the guy next to Chuck Norris in Walker, Texas Ranger, he's probably an Afro-American Texan. I mean, the role that he plays. And the black rappers which are friends with Eminem, they are black people from Michigan, so they are different from black people from Texas. Here they are policemen, here they are criminals. That's a joke. That's a joke. America, look what you made me do. Seriously. No, seriously, I laugh, but it's very serious in the sense that the determination, this is the importance of the categories. If I have to use pop culture and joke to make, actually it's very serious because this is what enables to understand the country. And I know this in France, but it's probably the same in England. There is a community of spirits, probably between the white people of northern England and whatever Indian, Pakistani people of northern England, in the sense that they share the local spirit of northern England against the decadent spirit of London, which is shared by white people from London and whatever Muslim living in London, in a sense that there is the spirit of the rural countryside versus the spirit of the decadent city dwellers. Yeah, so it's complicated. That's why there are opposition at all levels, and it's very difficult to solve the contradiction. But the question is, to what extent can an anthropological difference be transcended by a difference of local Geister? Because here, the local Geister, they are more cultural than the racial diversity, but mostly because of quantitative determinations, namely because the nations, in a context of Europe, and the states, not the United States, the states within the legislative structure of the United States, the federal states in the US, to take this example, and the regions in France or in Germany or in England, how do you call this in England? Sussex, how do you call this in English? Norfolk. You get the idea. Wessex, etc., etc., Cornwall, etc., etc. So the local Geister, on a quantitative level, namely throughout time, in the historical perspective, in the historical perspective, they have been shorter than the anthropological differences which have been built upon. Here it's tens of thousands of years. Here it's hundreds of years. That's why they are more prominent and more prevalent. But here it's in the realm of subjektiver Geist, and here it's also partly, but more in the realm of objektiver Geist. If we talk about activity and ways of living, it's already a transition towards institutions in a way. And in federal states, the local Geister is made manifest through legislation, precisely. But also, the more people are being particularized geographically, the more the anthropology evolves, namely that even in a matter of a few centuries, people can develop anthropological difference. I mean, it's no longer possible in the context of modernity, but it was the case when the travels were very limited. People from northern England, or even a very homogeneous country, people from the north or the south who have been isolated for 3, 4, 6, 12 centuries, they end up looking different. I mean, they are still the same stock anthropologically, but they look a little bit different. And some people can recognize the origin of the person depending on his facial characteristics, although they are the same racially, etc. Yeah. And here the local Geister are the cause of tension in countries like Spain, Italy, Belgium, Ireland. Very annoying, these Europeans. They always are complaining against whatever. But it's very serious. But also here, what I know, and that maybe people don't know, is that the tension between the local Geister in countries like Spain, Italy, Ireland and Belgium, I'm not sure, but Spain and Italy, it's partly, predominantly determined by anthropological differences, namely northern Spaniards and southern Spaniards, and northern and southern Italian, they are anthropologically different, which has an impact upon the local Geister, southern Italians, northern, etc., etc. In Ireland, it may be partly the case as well, and also in Belgium. But these kind of tensions, yeah, and the same goes in a country like Algeria between the Berber and the people who call themselves just Arabs, but it's nonsense to call them Arab, but it's partly, but people from the Maghreb, the inhabitants of countries like Morocco or Algeria, and the Berbers are a local Geister of Northern Africa, but they are also anthropologically distinct, because the two are connected. That's why without academic freedom to inquire and to study, the situation in most countries are simply unintelligible. Yeah. And here, we are not in the realm of sociology, but the local Geister and the racial diversity, even here it would be more in a traditional society, but actually in a modern society with sociological determination, the differences of anthropology, they end up being differences in geography and urbanism. That's why the whites who feel guilty call gentrification, namely in Anglo-Saxon Western countries, English-speaking Western countries, the rich white people, they live among themselves and they call this gentrification, and the poor, who can be white, but then there's white flight, but mostly people from diverse origins, they live in the suburbs or in the inner cities, and there are this distinction of anthropology which bring about differences of culture and sociology, etc., etc. Individual subject, determinacy of nature, mode, temper, talent, character, physiognomy, disposition, and we do not see idiosyncrasy. Idiosyncrasian, yeah. So yeah, these are the determination. So here's the collective, the natural determination of the soul, the collective, and here is the individual, it's written. Whoever wrote this was very smart. It's not me, it's Hegel, but yeah, the physiognomy here, one can, Edward Dutton, a modern Anglo-Saxon sociobiologist, has resurrected partly the physiognomy, namely to analyze people's character by looking at the structure of their face. Yeah. There are people who suffer a lot individually because they have a small flaw, which, yeah, so it can be on a psychological level, but to deduce the character of a person, here is kind of the dubious forms of racism. Although, here, I must be honest, I'm partly prejudiced, namely when I see a beautiful Aryan person with beautiful Aryan features, I feel better, but maybe I'm deluding myself. But no, but seriously, here, physiognomy, it's... Let us think about someone very ugly who was really great. Well, Socrates, of course, in the mythology, and Cyrano in French poetry, in French literature. But Elephant Man, but here it's maybe a little bit extreme in David Lynch. No, but seriously, most American presidents, they look good. They look quite good. Donald Trump, well, he's got character. That's a way of saying. No, but seriously, the American president, they all look very good. And historically, they have been pretty good. Yeah. Here I have to be honest, America is a country where people are kind of beautiful. That's why here I make a personal remark. I don't care, no one watches my video. As of now. But no, I'm smart enough to understand. But basically, in my view, the typical American, he's good looking. Jeff Deist, that's a typical American, because he thinks only about business, but because he looks good. Yeah, you gotta be honest, he looks like a white American. And even Ron Paul, he looks quite good. When he was younger, he looked quite okay, quite good. Yeah, there's this idea that America is a country where people look good physically. But then, yeah. I know in Hollywood movies, the bad guy, they are mostly white all the time and they look very good, but yeah. Yeah, so yes, it's partly true, but it's kind of, here, let us bring a Anglo-Saxon empiricism, but actually, of course, there's probably a relationship between when people really look good, it's easier for them in life. They can climb the social hierarchy, especially if they are women. Oy vey! What am I saying? Women know it's true. It's true. If you are beautiful as a woman, you can rise higher, even with it being incompetent. And if you are not attractive, it's very difficult. But women don't care because they are not programmed to seek competition. But it's true that if you are not pretty, there are lots of jobs, so it's a lot more difficult to rise. Yeah, but yeah. I will not name any name in politics. No, I won't. But here I will say something. The women who vote for a politician because he looks good. That's why Macron was elected. That's why. Who gave the right to vote to women? Because here I laugh, but the serious aspect is that it's really true. When he was elected 5 years ago, how many articles were published to say women who say, "Oh, he looks so charming. We voted for him because he is so handsome." God damn. Nietzsche comes to the rescue. Get these women out of politics. That's a joke. But yeah, here, physiognomy, Here I will talk, I will speak the truth while I can. Zizek, no, it's true. Basically, there are women, I'm looking at Emma Watson, who are so beautiful. Physically, they are perfect in a good sense. They are physical perfection, which makes it so that, of course, they are beautiful, but they are not attractive. I mean, that's how I envision things. They are beautiful to look at, to contemplate, like one would contemplate a beautiful painting of a work of art, but they are not attractive because they are a work of art. But there are women who are beautiful, but they have, here Zizek, no, it's true, a little flaw, which make them super attractive for some reason, probably yin and yang, whatever, but they have just a little bit, little flaw, although they are still beautiful, but it makes them super attractive. God, maybe he thought about everything. And then what about people who are not really attractive at all physically? Well, here's the song, the song by Rammstein comes to the rescue. This is what the German psyche at some level thinks. If you have a big dicke Titten, it's okay. Even if you are not pretty. That's what the song says, basically. Very smart, these Germans. Yeah, well, yeah. The Germans come to the rescue. It's okay for a woman not to be pretty as long as you have yeah. But if you don't, tear sympathy, sympathy with animals, cats, yeah, that will save the day, maybe. Yeah. No, seriously, yeah, that's what could be said. Here I will go faster because it's been 2 hours. Natural changes, the passage of time, young, teenager, man, old, demographics. Here's the age structure. In order to understand a country, one has to look at the demographics. It explains a lot in economics, immigration policies, politics, etc., etc. People have a different political mindset depending on their age. The young, the teenager, they are stupid, they are leftist. When they grow older, they become right-winger. Yeah, that's the usual story. Here is the relationship of the sexes from an anthropological standpoint. So that's not marriage. It's just, it would be the physiological differences, but it's partly connected. That's why here Geschlechtsverhältnis, namely the relationship of the sexes, has an impact upon family, marriage, education, men and women. Here it's more in the social, moral aspect, and here it's more in the strictly biological aspect, but the two are interconnected in a way. Here are the statistics of the CIA. In order to understand a country, there has to be the sex ratio, etc., etc. These are just copied from the CIA. Aufhebung. It has to be applied to every country. I have the book. I will work on my system as long as I no longer have to. Yeah. Sensation, ethics, love. These would be more feminine attributes, usually, associated with women. They are more in the realm of sensation, the respect of the ethical duty of common life, in a way. They are the receptacle of common morality, whereas men are more turned towards universal goals, activity in the state, the sciences, and art. Women, they remain within the realm of subjektiver Geist, usually, and men, they are attracted towards objektiver Geist, which is the realm of more masculine endeavors. Here's the family, the awaken of the soul, sleep, to be awakened, representation, dreams, consciousness. So here's the determination of the soul awakes. it becomes consciousness, it orders, bestimmt sein durch Kategorien, das is the structural ordering of reality through the categories of der Verstand. This is what we call objectivity. And here, sensation, we have Idealität, which is ideality, which are the senses of ideality, namely light and sound, namely vision and hearing or audition. Of Realität would be smell and taste. And the third would be heavy, the material aspects, warmth, structure. So here, ideality and reality, which are determination of the qualitative aspect of the logic of being. Here, this is why in art, in the classical art, is for the eyes and the ears. For your eyes only, for your ears only. Painting, it's for the eyes. Music and poetry, it's for the ears. Sculpture is for the eyes. Architecture, etc. And Realität here means sense of smell and sense of taste. There is no gastronomy can be artistic in a way, but it's not really art, and neither are perfume. And finally here it's the touch in a way, so you have the five senses divided in three. Psychischen physiology, so that would be a connection between the psyche and the body in a way that they reciprocally determine one another. The affects, here's the philosophy of Spinoza, namely the emotions in ordinary language, but actually it's more rigorous in Spinoza. I have to think really low if I have to drop from Hegel to Spinoza and even lower to explain, but actually affect, emotion, feelings is different, but if you have to simplify, they are the same. Here is breast, blood, the irritable system, kind of anger and courage in a way, the tears of the soul, the voice, the language, the language in a way, the laughter, the sigh, like a sighing. I don't know how you call it. Sigh, yeah. The soul. So yeah, tears, voice, language, laughter. You get the idea. And pathognomische, physiognomische, and the feeling soul. Yeah. And here are links on YouTube videos about so basically the soul, in order to determine the soul of an individual and eventually of a country, all these determinations have to be taken into account. I will not repeat, but it begins as really in the continuity of nature. It becomes particularized in various anthropological determinations and determinacies, then even more on an individual level. Here is the soul of the individual. Here is on a social level, but on an individual, he goes through various stages throughout his life. A relationship with the other sex, or the same sex in some cases, but mostly with the other sex. The awakening of the soul, the structuring of reality for the categories. That's why the soul is irrational in a sense, because der Verstand is the realm of ordering and objectivity, whereas the soul is the realm of emotion and subjectivity. Male versus female, I simplify. And then a sensation, like I said before, and here the soul expresses itself through the tears, the voice, the laughter, and the siphon. That's why maybe it's possible to partly fall in love with people just by listening to their voice. But is it really love? If you're just in love with a voice, I don't know. And with the laughter, well, Yeah. So that's for the first part of Subjektiver Geist. Here are then again pagan women. Basically, pagan women, in case it's not clear, they are attracted by the realm of Subjektiver Geist. I will just no, because it's in German, so I will stop there. It's already been almost 3 hours. I will just show the structure, because I intend to keep making videos, but I don't know if I will be able to, but if I can, I will keep making videos and comment everything. But basically, I will just show the categories of Subjektiver Geist. Yeah, it's in German, but they all have to be taken into account. That's why my Central Intelligence Agency, I think, is a lot better than the old one. I'm not sure that the agents in the CIA, they have such a complex system, because through the help of Dr. Deep State and books that are available for anyone who can buy a book, it's the exoteric. Dr. Deep State is the esoteric. If you combine the two, it's wirklich, that's the inner and outer. You add German metaphysics and rigor and systematicity, although here it's not very rigorous, but here is the psychology, so here are the determination. I have not had the opportunity to upgrade this aspect, so it's not very rigorous, but I just added this, the language spoken in a country. Yeah, so this is how Subjektiver Geist, I have talked more or less at length about this. Then there are these aspects, phenomenology, psychology, and then we enter the realm of Objektiver Geist, which is how I represent myself, a society. So the bedrock of any functioning society is family, marriage, education, and the relationship between men and women. That's why in order to ruin a society, let's introduce a little bit of anarchy between the sexes. Let's dumb down the educational system. Yeah. It's very, yeah. Here I will use American traditionalist common sense. Here, how to ruin a society, and here's how to restore the order. I owe this to Stella. Yeah. Very smart, these American women. Here's a song for marriage. What women think before getting married. The official story is romantic and yeah, but actually what they think. That's why, in case it's not clear, cultural Hegelianism is just to show that basically the truth of a society is expressed in art. It's just a very simple idea expressed by Hegel 2 centuries ago. That's why, in order to know what women think before getting married, yeah. Because in case it's not clear, Eminem, he just unveils the truth about America. Partly about white people. It could be worse. It could be Rammstein. This is only for the Germans. But yeah, the Americans, they are kind of naked because Eminem exposes them in all of his songs. there's a song, you know I love you America, whatever. At the end he says I love you America, I'm just kidding, or something like that. White America, I could be one of your kids, white America, whatever. Yeah. So yeah, that's the bedrock of any functioning society. It brings morality. Morality and family life brings culture, ways of life, etc., etc. The educational system. Well, the good thing about the American Constitution, the bad thing is that liberty enables potentially degeneracy, but the good thing is that it enables also the restoration of order. There are both aspects. The good thing about totalitarianism, fascistic state, is that it prevents degeneracy, but also if it degenerates, it prevents restoration. So there are the both aspects. Yeah. But the American people is restoring spontaneously its own greatness by, partly by just criticizing itself, basically. That's a self-criticism. That's very Kantian, in a way. Kantian does this in the realm of reason investigating itself, and the life of the American people is just the American people. I will not show all my books in this video because it will be too long, but as long as I publish video, basically they just yeah. So here's sociology, energy. It's valid for every country, but that's how to understand a society. So the energy consumption, import, export. Here's the economy. This just borrowed this from the CIA. This is how they classify. This is how economists classify. There could be even more subdivision. Technology. In clear blue, it's just a copy from the CIA. But I just provide the whole structure. Yeah, there's the international law organization participation, lobbies and non-governmental organization, environmentalism, the deep states and the secret services, which control the money and banking system, which enable to shape the government. So the corruption, people who think that the politicians are corrupt, actually, if you have followed the reasoning, the corruption is everywhere, not in every country. If there is corruption, the corruption is systemic. The leftists, they understand systematicity because of Marx and maybe Hegel for the smart ones, but what they call systemic racism, it's not really how they think it is. But actually, if you want to think, that's why my videos eventually they are useful for all the schemers from the deep state, for the leftist manipulators, the right wings who want to organize maybe a revolution. Everyone can find satisfaction in my system. I mean, yeah, but what I mean is, in order to understand what is meant by systemic, whatever you call this, you need to see what a system is. This is the formal presentation of a system, namely the system of God. It's not very rigorous. It's just formal. It's not. It's just the first draft in a way, the beginning. Yeah. But a society. Here's the broad overview. A society as envisioned by modern people in the West is just this, namely they leave aside the anthropological element and the cultural element, the artistic, religious, philosophical element. They just focus on business and sociology, basically. And there is a revolt, I simplify to the utmost, to return to the roots. This is the rise of identity politics, and in order to stabilize the identity against a society which is opposed broadly the elites against the movement towards rediscovering their roots. They seek, the people who take this path, they seek inspiration in religion or art, and this is how they are inspired. And when they are inspired again, they realize that everything is interconnected. And yeah, I simplify to the utmost, but basically that's how I envision a society. Yeah. Yeah. It's really simplified. It could be subdivided even more, but everything has to be taken into account in order to understand. And here I will just talk about the negative from an epistemological standpoint. In order to understand a society, sometimes it's very useful just to talk with the beggars or the mentally insane or the criminals, because they give a perspective on the whole, basically. A different perspective, but where's the video? A guy spits some truth, because to see the truth about a totality, here I will defend the negative from an is not negative, but that this is an example of the good aspect of negativity. Namely, in order to understand the truth about a society, one has to see it through the eyes of the elements which do not belong to society. Then there's the moral problem. They do not belong either because they are outcasts or for other reasons, but it's only the negative of a society which enables to see more or less clearly. That's why the truth about America or about developed society or about any country is to be found in the mental asylums, in the prisons, in the slums, not just in America but every country, except the countries who are mostly slums on a wider scale because of poverty, etc. But in a developed country, here's the Foucauldian view of the leftist of the 1960s and 70s. People living in a mental asylum, they express a truth about society. This is One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest with Jack Nicholson. Here are the movies of Scorsese. Yeah. And the lie of the left is to explain, I mean, right-wingers can lie as well, but the left, basically, their lie in Western modern society consists in saying that the minorities are excluded, whereas the whole system works in the favor of the minorities to exploit them, partly because lower wages. Here is the partly Marxist, but also partly sometimes intelligent economic analysis, namely the old white people, they want to bring in migrants to exploit them, so the non-whites are partly exploited by white greed, which reinforce the leftist narrative, yeah, but also there's the exclusion of a certain segment of the population is maintained through the welfare state. That's what and the unemployment. That's what the Mises calls destructionism. That's why the libertarians and the smart Republicans, they call the slavery plantation. Like the Democrats, here is a twisted leftist, twisted white psyche using dialectics to accuse the Democrats of willing to enslave non-whites by ruining the economy and making them dependent on the welfare state, which is partly true, but yeah. So yeah, that's what I could say in broadly 3 hours. Yeah. Yeah, here are the European gods and goddesses, and Apollonian German Stella, they are the smartest. I put Stella here, but actually she belongs everywhere, one might say. Yeah, an Apollonian germ at the high level at some moment also. Yeah, yeah, that's what I could say. there will be a rise in the hierarchy, Mr. Germ, at some moment. When you understand what I'm trying to do. Yeah, so that's the view. And now, as long as I publish video, I will broadly show the full process, because it's just the formal aspect. It's just what enables to understand the events and people and whatever. That's just the method, the introductory. It's not finished because basically I worked just on the I stopped here, not because I was lazy, but because I had other priorities. But I could translate in many languages eventually, and detail much more and make a lot more links and connections. But here's just the formal aspect. Yeah, it's not very aesthetically pleasing, but yeah. So, yeah. I will stop there. It's been 3 hours. This is the process of God, basically. It's a formal presentation. It's not very rigorous. Which I really think that it's not very rigorous. I really do think it's not very rigorous, but it helps understand, and I can only rely upon my own work. So I will use my own documents as long as I have to, just to make the world intelligible. And yeah. Yeah, and hopefully at some moment these people, but mostly Apollonian Germ, Stella, but the expectations are different because male and female intelligence. But these people, they have to watch this video at some moment. These are the members of the center, the German CIA. You are CIA agents. Yeah. Yeah. That's the first presentation. As long as I can work, I will improve. Eventually, it will improve itself, one way or another. Because eventually, the secret services, they will say, at some moment they will say, but this method is a lot more efficient than our good old-fashioned Anglo-Saxon empiricism. If we introduce a little bit of German systematicity and conceptual thinking, and order and rigor and seriousness, it's maybe a lot more efficient. But by the time that they realize that they should have acted like Germans, maybe it will be too late. The Germans will already have taken over. That's the Blitzkrieg. It looks like a joke. Maybe it will look like a joke, but at some moment they will realize, but actually it's very serious. And when they do, well, there are other problems to solve for the Germans, but yeah. Yeah. About the educational system. Let us bring black people and white people from Detroit to talk about the educational system. Yeah. Yeah. And here I will praise America. A girl from Eastern Europe. She's not white, typically white American like WASP, but she has the white mindset of Americans. She comes in the country and she's not been there for very long. She already has more balls than most men. Whatever I might have said or thought about American women, they have balls. Cannot be denied. I mean, it's not about transgender identity with some weird stuff. No, I mean it metaphysically. I'm just saying. She's Canadian, but whatever. Yeah, so But actually, secretly, they are controlled by men. But let's pretend. Yeah, but actually, it's valid for every country. I talk about America because it's the country where the secret services are so stupid that they sell their own material, thinking it doesn't contain anything important, which actually, seriously, they are not really important information. The real secrets of the CIA, it's much more hidden, but it's useful nonetheless. Only in America does I mean, it's not really the real Central Intelligence Agency, but the secret services, they sell their own. But I do the same thing actually. That in this way, I'm partly American, one might say. It's fair play. That's a remnant of Anglo-Saxon aristocratic mindset, maybe. Let us share mutually our knowledge, and yeah. So that's just the formal presentation with random comments, and yeah. And of course, it's important to study logic, because just to understand even vaguely the importance of the logical determinations, quantitative relationships, one and many, Grenze, Sollen, Bestimmtheit, Unterschied, Vergleichendes, etc., positive, negative, the concept, UPS, etc., it's important. Yeah, so I will stop there for now, and I will sleep and keep working